This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. The Spy by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 24. Quote, "Hushed were his Gertrude's lips, but still their bland and beautiful expression seemed to melt with love that could not die, and still his hand she presses to the heart, no more that felt." End quote. Gertrude of Wyoming. The brief arrangements of the dragoons had prepared 2 apartments for the reception of the ladies, the one being intended as a sleeping room, and situated within the other. Into the latter Isabella was immediately conveyed at her own request, and placed on a rude bed by the side of the unconscious Sarah. When Miss Peyton and Frances flew to her assistance, they found her with a smile on her pallid lip, and a composure in her countenance that induced them to think her uninjured. "God be praised!" exclaimed the trembling aunt. "The report of firearms and your fall had led me into error. Surely there was enough horror before, but this has been spared us." Isabella pressed her hand upon her bosom, still smiling, but with a ghastliness that curdled the blood of Frances. "Is George far distant?" she asked. "Let him know. Hasten him, that I may see my brother once again." "It is as I apprehended," shrieked Miss Peyton. "But you smile. Surely you are not hurt." "Quite well, quite happy," murmured Isabella. "Here is a remedy for every pain." Sarah arose from the reclining posture she had taken and gazed wildly at her companion. She stretched forth her own hand and raised that of Isabella from her bosom. It was dyed in blood. "See," said Sarah. "But will it not wash away, love? Marry, young woman, and then no one can expel him from your heart unless," she added, whispering and bending over the other, "you find another there before you, then die and go to heaven. There are no wives in heaven." The lovely maniac hid her face under the clothes, and continued silent during the remainder of the night. At this moment Lawton entered. Inured as he was to danger in all its forms, and accustomed to the horrors of a partisan war, the trooper could not behold the ruin before him unmoved. He bent over the fragile form of Isabella, and his gloomy eye betrayed the workings of his soul. "Isabella," he at length uttered, "I know you to possess a courage beyond the strength of women." "Speak," she said earnestly, "if you have anything to say. Speak fearlessly." The trooper averted his face as he replied, "None ever receive a ball there and survive." "I have no dread of death, Lawton," returned Isabella. "I thank you for not doubting me. I felt it from the first." "These are not scenes for a form like yours," added the trooper. "'Tis enough that Britain calls our youth to the field, but when such loveliness becomes the victim of war, I sicken of my trade." "Hear me, Captain Lawton," said Isabella, raising herself with difficulty but rejecting aid. "From early womanhood to the present hour have I been an inmate of camps and garrisons. I have lived to cheer the leisure of an aged father, and think you I would change those days of danger and privation for any ease? No. I have the consolation of knowing in my dying moments that what woman could do in such a cause, I have done. Who could prove a recreant and witness such a spirit? Hundreds of warriors have I witnessed in their blood, but never a firmer soul among them all." "'Tis the soul only," said Isabella. "My sex and strength have denied me the dearest of privileges. But to you, Captain Lawton, nature has been more bountiful, You have an arm and a heart to devote to the cause, and I know they are an arm and a heart that will prove true to the last. And George, and—" She paused, her lips quivered, and her eye sank to the floor. "And Dunwoodie," added the trooper. "Would you speak of Dunwoodie?" "Name him not," said Isabella, sinking back and concealing her face in her garments. "Leave me, Lawton. Prepare poor George for this unexpected blow." The trooper continued for a little while gazing, in melancholy interest, at the convulsive shudderings of her frame, which the scanty covering could not conceal, and withdrew to meet his comrade. The interview between Singleton and his sister was painful, and, for a moment, Isabella yielded to a burst of tenderness. But, as if aware that her hours were numbered, she was the first to rouse herself to exertion. At her earnest request, the room was left to herself, the captain, and Frances. The repeated applications of the surgeon, to be permitted to use professional aid, were steadily rejected, and, at length, he was obliged unwillingly to retire. "Raise me," said the dying young woman, "and let me look on a face that I love once more." Frances silently complied, and Isabella turned her eyes in sisterly affection upon George. "It matters but little, my brother. A few hours must close the scene." "Live, Isabella, my sister, my only sister!" cried the youth, with a burst of sorrow that he could not control. "My father, my poor father! There is the sting of death, but he is a soldier and a Christian. Miss Wharton, I would speak of what interests you, while yet I have strength for the task." "Nay," said Frances tenderly, "compose yourself. Let no desire to oblige me endanger a life that is precious to so many." The words were nearly stifled by her emotions, for the other had touched a chord that thrilled to her heart. "Poor, sensitive girl," said Isabella, regarding her with tender interest. "But the world is still before you, and why should I disturb the little happiness it may afford? Dream on, lovely innocent, and may God keep the evil day of knowledge far distant." "Oh, there is even now little left for me to enjoy," said Frances, burying her face in the clothes. "I am heart-stricken in all that I most loved." "No," interrupted Isabella. "You have one inducement to wish for life that pleads strongly in a woman's breast. It is a delusion that nothing but death can destroy." Exhaustion compelled her to pause, and her auditors continued in breathless suspense, until, recovering her strength, she laid her hand on that of Frances, and continued more mildly, "Miss Wharton, if there breathes a spirit congenial to Dunwoodie's, and worthy of his love, it is your own." A flush of fire passed over the face of the listener, and she raised her eyes, flashing with an ungovernable look of delight, to the countenance of Isabella. But the ruin she beheld recalled better feelings, and again her head dropped upon the covering of the bed. Isabella watched her emotion with a look that partook both of pity and admiration. "Such have been the feelings that I have escaped," she continued. "Yes, Miss Wharton, Dunwoodie is wholly yours." "Be just to yourself, my sister," exclaimed the youth. "Let no romantic generosity cause you to forget your own character." She heard him, and fixed a gaze of tender interest on his face, but slowly shook her head as she replied, "It is not romance, but truth that bids me speak. Oh, how much have I lived within an hour! Miss Wharton, I was born under a burning sun. My feelings seem to have imbibed its warmth. I have existed for passion only." "Say not so, say not so, I implore you," cried the agitated brother. "Think how devoted has been your love to our aged father, How disinterested, how tender your affection to me!" "Yes," said Isabella, a smile of mild pleasure beaming on her countenance. "That, at least, is a reflection which may be taken to the grave." Neither Frances nor her brother interrupted her meditations, which continued for several minutes, when, suddenly recollecting herself, she continued, "I remain selfish even to the last. With me, Miss Wharton, America and her liberties were my earliest passion, and—" Again she paused, and Frances thought it was the struggle of death that followed, but reviving, she proceeded, "Why should I hesitate on the brink of the grave? Dunwoodie was my next, and my last. But," burying her face in her hands, "it was a love that was unsought." "Isabella!" exclaimed her brother, springing from the bed and pacing the floor in disorder. "See how dependent we become under the dominion of worldly pride. It is painful to George to learn that one he loves had not feelings superior to her nature and education." "Say no more," whispered Frances. "You distress us both. Say no more, I entreat you." "In justice to Dunwoodie I must speak, and for the same reason, my brother, you must listen. By no act or word has Dunwoodie ever induced me to believe he wished me more than a friend. Nay, latterly I have had the burning shame of thinking that he avoided my presence." "Would he dare?" said Singleton fiercely. "Peace, my brother, and listen," continued Isabella, rousing herself with an effort that was final. "Here is the innocent, the justifiable cause. We are both motherless, but that aunt, that mild, plain-hearted, observing aunt, has given you the victory. Oh, how much she loses, who loses a female guardian to her youth! I have exhibited those feelings which you have been taught to repress. After this, can I wish to live? Isabella, my poor Isabella, you wander in your mind. But one word more, for I feel that blood which ever flowed too swiftly, rushing where nature never intended it to go. Woman must be sought to be prized. Her life is one of concealed emotions. Blessed are they whose early impressions make the task free from hypocrisy, for such only can be happy with men like Dunwoodie." Her voice failed, and she sank back on her pillow in silence. The cry of Singleton brought the rest of the party to her bedside, but death was already upon her countenance. Her remaining strength just sufficed to reach the hand of George, and pressing it to her bosom for a moment, she relinquished her grasp, and with a slight convulsion expired. Frances Wharton had thought that fate had done its worst, in endangering the life of her brother, and destroying the reason of her sister, but the relief conveyed by the dying declaration of Isabella taught her that another sorrow had aided in loading her heart with grief. She saw the whole truth at a glance, nor was the manly delicacy of Dunwoodie lost upon her. Everything tended to raise him in her estimation, and for mourning that duty and pride had induced her to strive to think less of him, she was compelled to substitute regret that her own act had driven him from her in sorrow, if not in desperation. It is not in the nature of youth, however, to despair, and Frances now knew a secret joy that gave a new spring to her existence. The sun broke forth, on the morning that succeeded this night of desolation, in unclouded lustre, and seemed to mock the petty sorrows of those who received his rays. Lawton had early ordered his steed, and was ready to mount as the first burst of light broke over the hills. His orders were already given, and the trooper threw his leg across the saddle in silence, and casting a glance of fierce chagrin at the narrow space that had favored the flight of the Skinner, he gave Roanoke the rein and moved slowly towards the valley. The stillness of death pervaded the road, nor was there a single vestige of the scenes of the night to tarnish the loveliness of a glorious morn. Struck with the contrast between man and nature, the fearless trooper rode by each pass of danger, regardless of what might happen, nor did he rouse himself from his musing until the noble charger, snuffing the morning air, greeted the steeds of the guard under Sergeant Hollister. Here, indeed, was to be seen sad evidence of the midnight fray, but the trooper glanced his eye over it with the coolness of one accustomed to such sights. Without wasting the moments in useless regrets, he proceeded at once to business. "Have you seen anything?" he demanded of the orderly. "Nothing, sir, that we dare to charge upon," returned Hollister, "but we mounted once at the report of distant firearms." "'Tis well," said Lawton, gloomily. Hollister, I would give the animal I ride to have had your single arm between the wretch who drew that trigger and these useless rocks which overhang every bit of ground as if they grudged pasture to a single hoof. Under the light of day and charging man to man, I am as good as another, but I can't say that I am over fond of fighting with those that neither steel nor lead can bring down. What silly crotchet is uppermost now in that mystified brain of thine, Deacon Hollister? I like not the dark object that has been manoeuvring in the skirt of the wood since the first dawn of day, and twice during the night it was seen marching across the firelight, no doubt with evil intent. Is it yon ball of black at the foot of the rock maple that you mean? In truth it moves." "But without mortal motion," said the sergeant, regarding it with awful reverence. "It glides along, but no feet have been seen by any who watch here." "Had it wings," cried Lawton, "it is mine. Stand fast until I join." The words were hardly uttered before Roanoke was flying across the plain, and apparently verifying the boast of his master. "Those cursed rocks!" ejaculated the trooper, as he saw the object of his pursuit approaching the hillside, but either from want of practice or from terror, it passed the obvious shelter they afforded, and fled into the open plain. "I have you, man or devil!" shouted Lawton, whirling his saber from its scabbard. "Halt, and take quarter." His proposition was apparently acceded to, for at the sound of his powerful voice the figure sank upon the ground, exhibiting a shapeless ball of black, without life or motion. "What have we here?" cried Lawton, drawing up by its side. "A gala suit of the good maiden, Jeanette Peyton, wandering around its birthplace, or searching in vain for its discomfited mistress?" He leaned forward in his stirrups, and placing the point of his sword under the silken garment, by throwing aside the covering, discovered part of the form of the reverend gentleman who had fled from the Locusts the evening before in his robes of office. In truth, Hollister had some ground for his alarm. An army chaplain is, at any time, a terror to a troop of horse. The clergyman had collected enough of his disturbed faculties to discover that it was a face he knew, and somewhat disconcerted at the terror he had manifested, and the indecent attitude in which he had been found. He endeavored to rise and offer some explanation. Lawton received his apologies good-humoredly, if not with much faith in their truth, and, after a short communication upon the state of the valley, the trooper courteously alighted, and they proceeded towards the guard. "I am so little acquainted, sir, with the rebel uniform, that I really was unable to distinguish whether those men whom you say are your own did or did not belong to the gang of marauders." "Apology, sir, is unnecessary," replied the trooper, curling his lip. "It is not your task, as a minister of God, to take note of the facings of a coat. The standard under which you serve is acknowledged by us all." "I serve under the standard of his gracious Majesty George III," returned the priest, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "But really, the idea of being scalped has a strong tendency to unman a new beginner like myself." "Scalped!" echoed Lawton, stopping short in his walk. Then, recollecting himself, he added with composure, "If it is to Dunwoodie's squadron of Virginia light dragoons that you allude, it may be well to inform you that they generally take a bit of the skull with the skin." "Oh, I can have no apprehensions of gentlemen of your appearance," said the divine with a smirk. "It is the natives that I apprehend." "Natives? I have the honor to be one, I assure you, sir." "Nay, I beg that I may be understood. I mean the Indians, they who do nothing but rob and murder and destroy." "And scalp." "Yes, sir, and scalp, too," continued the clergyman, eyeing his companion a little suspiciously. "The copper-colored, savage Indians." "And did you expect to meet those nose-jeweled gentry in the neutral ground?" "Certainly. We understand in England that the interior swarms with them." "And call you this the interior of America?" cried Lawton, again halting and staring the other in the face with a surprise too naturally expressed to be counterfeited. "Surely, sir, I conceive myself to be in the interior." "Attend," said Lawton, pointing towards the east. "See you not that broad sheet of water, which the eye cannot compass? Thither lies the England you deem worthy to hold dominion over half the world. See you the land of your nativity? 'Tis impossible to behold objects at a distance of 3,000 miles, exclaimed the wondering priest, a little suspicious of his companion's sanity. "No. What a pity it is that the powers of man are not equal to his ambition. Now turn your eyes westward. Observe that vast expanse of water which rolls between the shores of America and China." "I see nothing but land," said the trembling priest. "There is no water to be seen." "'Tis impossible to behold objects at a distance of 3,000 miles, repeated Lawton, pursuing his walk. "If you apprehend the savages, seek them in the ranks of your prince. Rum and gold have preserved their loyalty." "Nothing is more probable than my being deceived," said the man of peace, casting furtive glances at the colossal stature and whiskered front of his companion. "But the rumors we have at home, and the uncertainty of meeting with such an enemy as yourself, induced me to fly at your approach." "'Twas not judiciously determined," said the trooper, "as Roanoke has the heels of you greatly, and flying from Scylla, you were liable to encounter Charybdis. Those woods and rocks cover the very enemies you dread." "The savages!" exclaimed the divine, instinctively placing the trooper in the rear. "More than savages. Men who, under the guise of patriotism, prowl through the community with a thirst for plunder that is unsatiable, and a love of cruelty that mocks the ingenuity of the Indian. Fellows whose mouths are filled with liberty and equality, and whose hearts are overflowing with cupidity and gall. Gentlemen that are the Skinners." "I have heard them mentioned in our army," said the frightened divine, "and had thought them to be the aborigines." "You did the savages injustice." They now approached the spot occupied by Hollister, who witnessed with surprise the character of the prisoner made by his captain. Lawton gave his orders, and the men immediately commenced securing and removing such articles of furniture as were thought worthy of the trouble, and the captain, with his reverend associate, who was mounted on a mettled horse, returned to the quarters of the troop. It was the wish of Singleton that the remains of his sister should be conveyed to the post commanded by his father, and preparations were early made to this effect. The wounded British were placed under the control of the chaplain, and towards the middle of the day Lawton saw all the arrangements so far completed as to render it probable that in a few hours he would be left with his small party in undisturbed possession of the corners. While leaning in the doorway, gazing in moody silence at the ground which had been the scene of the last night's chase, his ear caught the sound of a horse, and the next moment a dragoon of his own troop appeared dashing up the road, as if on business of the last importance. The steed was foaming, and the rider had the appearance of having done a day's service. Without speaking, he placed a letter in the hand of Lawton, and led his charger to the stable. The trooper knew the hand of the major, and ran his eye over the following. "I rejoice it is the order of Washington that the family of the Locusts are to be removed above the Highlands. They are to be admitted to the society of Captain Wharton, who waits only for their testimony to be tried. You will communicate this order, and with proper delicacy, I do not doubt. The English are moving up the river, and the moment you see the Whartons in safety, break up and join your troop. There will be good service to be done when we meet, as Sir Henry is reported to have sent out a real soldier in command. Reports must be made to the commandant at Peekskill, for Colonel Singleton is withdrawn to headquarters to preside over the inquiry upon poor Wharton. Fresh orders have been sent to hang the peddler, if we can take him, but they are not from the commander-in-chief. Detail a small guard with the ladies, and get into the saddle as soon as possible. Yours sincerely, Peyton Dunwoody." This communication entirely changed the whole arrangement. There was no longer any motive for removing the body of Isabella, since her father was no longer with his command, and Singleton reluctantly acquiesced in an immediate interment. A retired and lovely spot was selected, near the foot of the adjacent rocks, and such rude preparations were made as the time and the situation of the country permitted. A few of the neighboring inhabitants collected from curiosity and interest, and Miss Peyton and Frances wept in sincerity over her grave. The solemn offices of the church were performed by the minister, who had so lately stood forth to officiate in another and very different duty, and Lawton bent his head and passed his hand across his brow, while the words that accompanied the first clod were uttered. A new stimulus was given to the Whartons by the intelligence conveyed in the letter of Dunwoody, and Caesar, with his horses, was once more put in requisition. The relics of the property were entrusted to a neighbor, in whom they had confidence, and accompanied by the unconscious Sarah, and attended by 4 dragoons and all of the American wounded, Mr. Wharton's party took their departure. They were speedily followed by the English chaplain, with his countrymen, who were conveyed to the waterside, where a vessel was in waiting to receive them. Lawton joyfully witnessed these movements, and as soon as the latter were out of sight, he ordered his own bugle to sound. Everything was instantly in motion. The mare of Mrs. Flanagan was again fastened to the cart. Dr. Sitgreaves exhibited his shapeless form once more on horseback, and the trooper appeared in the saddle, rejoicing in his emancipation. The word to march was given, and Lawton, throwing a look of sullen ferocity at the place of the Skinner's concealment, and another of melancholy regret towards the grave of Isabella, led the way, accompanied by the surgeon in a brown study, while Sergeant Hollister and Betty brought up the rear, leaving a fresh southerly wind to whistle through the open doors and broken windows of the Hotel Flanagan, where the laugh of hilarity, the joke of the hardy partisan, and the lamentations of the sorrowing had so lately echoed. End of chapter 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. The Spy by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 25. Quote, No vernal blooms their torpid rocks array, but winter, lingering, chills the lap of May. No zephyr fondly soothes the mountain's breast, but meteors glare and stormy glooms invest. End quote. Goldsmith. The roads of Westchester are, at this hour, below the improvements of the country. Their condition at the time of the tale has already been alluded to in these pages, and the reader will, therefore, easily imagine the task assumed by Caesar when he undertook to guide the translated chariot of the English prelate through their windings into one of the less frequented passes of the highlands of the Hudson. While Caesar and his steeds were contending with these difficulties, the inmates of the carriage were too much engrossed with their own cares to attend to those who served them. The mind of Sarah had ceased to wander so wildly as at first, but at every advance that she made towards reason, she seemed to retire a step from animation. From being excited and flighty, she was gradually becoming moody and melancholy. There were moments, indeed, when her anxious companions thought that they could discern marks of recollection. But the expression of exquisite woe that accompanied these transient gleams of reason forced them to the dreadful alternative of wishing that she might forever be spared the agony of thought. The day's march was performed chiefly in silence, and the party found shelter for the night in different farmhouses. The following morning the cavalcade dispersed. The wounded diverged towards the river, with the intention of taking water at Peekskill, in order to be transported to the hospitals of the American army above. The litter of Singleton was conveyed to a part of the Highlands where his father held his quarters, and where it was intended that the youth should complete his cure. The carriage of Mr. Wharton, accompanied by a wagon conveying the housekeeper and what baggage had been saved, and could be transported, resumed its route towards the place where Henry Wharton was held in duress, and where he only waited their arrival to be put on trial for his life. The country which lies between the waters of the Hudson and Long Island Sound is, for the first 40 miles from their junction, a succession of hills and dales. The land bordering on the latter then becomes less abrupt, and gradually assumes a milder appearance, until it finally melts into the lovely plains and meadows of the Connecticut. But as you approach the Hudson, the rugged aspect increases, until you at length meet with the formidable barrier of the Highlands. Here the neutral ground ceased. The Royal Army held the 2 points of land that commanded the southern entrance of the river into the mountains, but all the remaining passes were guarded by the Americans. We have already stated that the pickets of the Continental Army were sometimes pushed low into the country, and that the hamlet of the White Plains was occasionally maintained by parties of its troops. At other times the advanced guards were withdrawn to the northern extremity of the country, and, as has been shown, the intermediate country was abandoned to the ravages of the miscreants who plundered between both armies, serving neither. The road taken by our party was not the one that communicates between the 2 principal cities of the States, but was a retired and unfrequented pass, that to this hour is but little known, and which, entering the hills near the eastern boundary, emerges into the plain above, many miles from the Hudson. It would have been impossible for the tired steeds of Mr. Wharton to drag the heavy chariot up the lengthened and steep ascents which now lay before them, and a pair of country horses were procured, with but little regard to their owners' wishes, by the 2 dragoons who still continued to accompany the party. With their assistance, Caesar was enabled to advance, by slow and toilsome steps, into the bosom of the hills. Willing to relieve her own melancholy by breathing a fresher air, and also to lessen the weight, Frances alighted as they reached the foot of the mountain. She found that Katy had made similar preparations, with the like intention of walking to the summit. It was near the setting of the sun, and from the top of the mountain their guard had declared that the end of their journey might be discerned. Frances moved forward with the elastic step of youth, and, followed by the housekeeper at a little distance, she soon lost sight of the sluggish carriage that was slowly toiling up the hill, occasionally halting to allow the cattle to breathe. "Oh, Miss Fanny, what dreadful times these be," said Katy, when they paused for breath themselves. "I knowed that calamity was about to befall ever sin' the streak of blood was seen in the clouds." "There has been blood upon earth, Katy, though but little is ever seen in the clouds." "Not blood in the clouds?" echoed the housekeeper. "Yes, that there has, often, and comets with fiery smoking tails. Didn't people see armed men in the heavens the year the war began? And the night before the Battle of the Plains wasn't there thunder, like the cannon themselves? Ah, Miss Fanny, I'm fearful that no good can follow rebellion against the Lord's anointed." "These events are certainly dreadful," returned Frances, "and enough to sicken the stoutest heart. But what can be done, Katy? Gallant and independent men are unwilling to submit to oppression, and I am fearful that such scenes are but too common in war." "If I could but see anything to fight about," said Katy, renewing her walk as the young lady proceeded, "I shouldn't mind it so much. 'Twas said the king wanted all the tea for his own family at one time, and then again that he meant the colony should pay over to him all their earnings. Now this is matter enough to fight about, for I'm sure that no one, however he may be lord or king, has a right to the hard earnings of another. Then it was all contradicted, and some said Washington wanted to be king himself, so that between the two, one doesn't know which to believe." "Believe neither, for neither is true. I do not pretend to understand myself all the merits of this war, Katy. But to me, it seems unnatural that a country like this should be ruled by another so distant as England." "So I have heard Harvey say to his father that is dead and in his grave," returned Katy, approaching nearer to the young lady and lowering her voice. "Many is the good time that I've listened to them talking, when all the neighborhood was asleep. And such conversations, Miss Fanny, that you can have no idea on. Well, to say the truth, Harvey was a mystified body, and he was like the winds in the good book. No one could tell whence he came, or whither he went." Frances glanced her eye at her companion with an apparent desire to hear more. "There are rumors abroad relative to the character of Harvey," she said, "that I should be sorry were true." "'Tis a disparagement, every word on't," cried Katy vehemently. "Harvey had no more dealings with Beelzebub than you or I had. I'm sure if Harvey had sold himself, he would take care to be better paid. Though, to speak the truth, he was always a wasteful and disregardful man." "Nay, nay," returned the smiling Frances, "I have no such injurious suspicion of him. But has he not sold himself to an earthly prince, one too much attached to the interests of his native island to be always just to this country?" "To the king's majesty," replied Katy. "Why, Miss Fanny, your own brother that's in jail serves King George." "True," said Frances, "but not in secret, openly, manfully, and bravely." "'Tis said he is a spy, and why ain't one spy as bad as another?" "'Tis untrue. No act of deception is worthy of my brother, nor of any would he be guilty, for so base a purpose as gain or promotion." "Well, I'm sure," said Katy, a little appalled at the manner of the young lady. "If a body does the work, he should be paid for it. Harvey is by no means particular about getting his lawful dues. And I darst to say, if the truth was forthcoming, King George owes him money this very minute." "Then you acknowledge his connection with the British army," said Frances. "I confess there have been moments when I have thought differently." "Lord, Miss Fanny, Harvey is a man that no calculation can be made on. Though I lived in his house for a long concourse of years, I have never known whether he belonged above or below." Start footnote. The American party was called the party belonging above, and the British that of below. The terms had reference to the course of the Hudson. End footnote. The time that Burgoyne was taken, he came home, and there was great doings between him and the old gentleman, but for my life I couldn't tell if 'twas joy or grief. Then here the other day, when the great British general, I'm sure I have been so flurried with losses and troubles that I forget his name." "André," said Francis. "Yes, André. When he was hanged across the Tappan, the old gentleman was near hand to going crazy about it, and didn't sleep for night nor day till Harvey got back, and then his money was mostly golden guineas. But the Skinners took it all, and now he's a beggar, or what's the same thing, despisable for poverty and want." To this speech Frances made no reply, but continued her walk up the hill, deeply engaged in her own reflections. The allusion to André had recalled her thoughts to the situation of her own brother. They soon reached the highest point in their toilsome progress to the summit, and Frances seated herself on a rock to rest and to admire. Immediately at her feet lay a deep dell, but little altered by cultivation, and dark with the gloom of a November sunset. Another hill rose opposite to the place where she sat, at no great distance, along whose rugged sides nothing was to be seen but shapeless rocks, and oaks whose stunted growth showed a meagre soil. To be seen in their perfection, the highlands must be passed immediately after the fall of the leaf. The scene is then the finest, for neither the scanty foliage which the summer lends the trees, nor the snows of winter are present to conceal the minutest objects from the eye. Chilling solitude is the characteristic of the scenery, nor is the mind at liberty, as in March, to look forward to a renewed vegetation that is soon to check without improving the view. The day had been cloudy and cool, and thin, fleecy clouds hung around the horizon, often promising to disperse, but as frequently disappointing Frances in the hope of catching a parting beam from the setting sun. At length a solitary gleam struck on the base of the mountain on which she was gazing, and moved gracefully up its side, until, reaching the summit, it stood for a minute, forming a crown of glory to the somber pile. So strong were the rays, that what was before indistinct now clearly opened to the view. With a feeling of awe at being thus unexpectedly admitted, as it were, into the secrets of that desert place, Frances gazed intently, until, among the scattered trees and fantastic rocks, something like a rude structure was seen. It was low, and so obscured by the color of its materials that but for its roof and the glittering of a window, it must have escaped her notice. While yet lost in the astonishment created by discovering a habitation in such a spot, on moving her eyes, she perceived another object that increased her wonder. It apparently was a human figure, but of singular mold and unusual deformity. It stood on the edge of a rock, a little above the hut, and it was no difficult task for our heroine to fancy it was gazing at the vehicles that were ascending the side of the mountain beneath her. The distance, however, was too great to distinguish with precision. After looking at it a moment in breathless wonder, Frances had just come to the conclusion that it was ideal, and that what she saw was a part of the rock itself, when the object moved swiftly from its position and glided into the hut, at once removing every doubt as to the nature of either. Whether it was owing to the recent conversation that she had been holding with Katy, or to some fancied resemblance that she discerned, Frances thought, as the figure vanished from her view, that it bore a marked likeness to Birch, moving under the weight of his pack. She continued to gaze towards the mysterious residence, when the gleam of light passed away, and at the same instant the tones of a bugle rang through the glens and hollows, and were re-echoed in every direction. Springing on her feet, the alarmed girl heard the trampling of horses, and directly a party in the well-known uniform of the Virginians came sweeping round the point of a rock near her, and drew up at a short distance. Again the bugle sounded a lively strain, and before the agitated Frances had time to rally her thoughts, Dunwoodie dashed by the party of dragoons, threw himself from his charger, and advanced to her side. His manner was earnest and interested, but in a slight degree constrained. In a few words he explained that he had been ordered up with a party of Lawton's men, in the absence of the captain himself, to attend the trial of Henry, which was fixed for the morrow, and that, anxious for their safety in the rude passes of the mountain, he had ridden a mile or two in quest of the travellers. Frances explained, with trembling voice, the reason of her being in advance, and taught him momentarily to expect the arrival of her father. The constraint of his manner had, however, unwillingly on her part, communicated itself to her own deportment, and the approach of the chariot was a relief to both. The Major handed her in, spoke a few words of encouragement to Mr. Wharton and Miss Peyton, and, again mounting, led the way towards the plains of Fishkill, which broke on their sight, on turning the rock, with the effect of enchantment. A short half-hour brought them to the door of the farmhouse, which the care of Dunwoodie had already prepared for their reception, and where Captain Wharton was anxiously expecting their arrival. End of chapter 25.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A.R. Dobbs. The Spy by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 26. These limbs are strengthened with a soldier's toil, nor has this cheek ever blanched with fear. But this sad tale of thine enervates all within me that I once could boast as man. Chill trembling agues seize upon my frame, and tears of childish sorrow pour apace through scarred channels that were marked by wounds. Duo. The friends of Henry Wharton had placed so much reliance on his innocence that they were unable to see the full danger of his situation. As the moment of trial, however, approached, the uneasiness of the youth himself increased, and after spending most of the night with his afflicted family, he awoke on the following morning from a short and disturbed slumber to a clearer sense of his condition and a survey of the means that were to extricate him from it with life. The rank of André and the importance of the measures he was plotting, together with the powerful intercessions that had been made in his behalf, occasioned his execution to be stamped with greater notoriety than the ordinary events of the war. But spies were frequently arrested, and the instances that occurred of summary punishment for this crime were numerous. These were facts that were well known to both Dunwoodie and the prisoner, and to their experienced judgments the preparations for the trial were indeed alarming. Notwithstanding their apprehensions, they succeeded so far in concealing them that neither Miss Peyton nor Frances was aware of their extent. A strong guard was stationed in the outbuilding of the farmhouse where the prisoner was quartered, and several sentinels watched the avenues that approached the dwelling. Another was constantly near the room of the British officer. A court was already detailed to examine into the circumstances, and upon their decision the fate of Henry rested. The moment at length arrived, and the different actors in the approaching investigation assembled. Frances experienced a feeling like suffocation, as, after taking her seat in the midst of her family, her eyes wandered over the group who were thus collected. The judges, 3 in number, sat by themselves, clad in the vestments of their profession, and maintained a gravity worthy of the occasion and becoming in their rank. In the center was a man of advanced years, and whose whole exterior bore the stamp of early and long-tried military habits. This was the president of the court, and Frances, after taking a hasty and unsatisfactory view of his associates, turned to his benevolent countenance as to the harbinger of mercy to her brother. There was a melting and subdued expression in the features of the veteran that, contrasted with the rigid decency and composure of the others, could not fail to attract her notice. His attire was strictly in conformity to the prescribed rules of the service to which he belonged, but while his air was erect and military, his fingers trifled with a kind of convulsive and unconscious motion with a bit of crape that entwined the hilt of the sword on which his body partly reclined, and which, like himself, seemed a relic of older times. There were the workings of an unquiet soul within, but his military front blended with awe the pity that its exhibition excited. His associates were officers selected from the eastern troops who held the fortresses of West Point and the adjacent passes. They were men who had attained the meridian of life, and the eye sought in vain the expression of any passion or emotion on which it might seize as an indication of human infirmity. In their demeanor there was a mild but a grave intellectual reserve. If there was no ferocity nor harshness to chill, neither was there compassion nor interest to attract. They were men who had long acted under the dominion of a prudent reason, and whose feelings seemed trained to a perfect submission to their judgments. Before these arbiters of his fate, Henry Wharton was ushered under the custody of armed men. A profound and awful silence succeeded his entrance, and the blood of Frances chilled as she noted the grave character of the whole proceedings. There was but little of pomp in the preparations to impress her imagination, but the reserved, business-like air of the whole scene made it seem indeed as if the destinies of life awaited the result. 2 of the judges sat in grave reserve, fixing their inquiring eyes on the object of their investigation, but the president continued gazing around with uneasy, convulsive motions of the muscles of the face that indicated a restlessness foreign to his years and duty. It was Colonel Singleton, who but the day before had learned the fate of Isabella, and who stood forth in the discharge of a duty that his country required at his hands. The silence and the expectation in every eye at length struck him, and, making an effort to collect himself, he spoke in the tones of one used to authority. "Bring forth the prisoner," he said, with a wave of the hand. The sentinels dropped the points of their bayonets towards the judges, and Henry Wharton advanced with a firm step into the center of the apartment. All was now anxiety and eager curiosity. Frances turned for a moment in grateful emotion as the deep and perturbed breathing of Dunwoodie reached her ears, but her brother again concentrated all her interest in one feeling of intense care. In the background were arranged the inmates of the family who owned the dwelling, and behind them again was a row of shining faces of ebony, glistening with pleased wonder. Amongst these was the faded luster of Caesar Thompson's countenance. "You are said," continued the president, "to be Henry Wharton, a captain in His Britannic Majesty's 60th Regiment of Foot." "I am." "I like your candor, sir. It partakes of the honorable feelings of a soldier, and cannot fail to impress your judges favorably." "It would be prudent," said one of his companions, "to advise the prisoner that he is bound to answer no more than he deems necessary. Although we are a court of martial law, yet in this respect we own the principles of all free governments." A nod of approbation from the silent member was bestowed on this remark, and the president proceeded with caution, referring to the minutes he held in his hand. "It is an accusation against you that, being an officer of the enemy, you passed the pickets of the American army at the White Plains in disguise on the 29th of October last, whereby you are suspected of views hostile to the interests of America, and have subjected yourself to the punishment of a spy." The mild but steady tones of the speaker, as he slowly repeated the substance of this charge, were full of authority. The accusation was so plain, the facts so limited, the proof so obvious, and the penalty so well established, that escape seemed impossible. But Henry replied, with earnest grace, "That I passed your pickets in disguise is true, but—" "Peace!" interrupted the president. "The usages of war are stern enough in themselves. You need not aid them to your own condemnation." "The prisoner can retract that declaration if he please," remarked another judge. "His confession, if taken, goes fully to prove the charge." "I retract nothing that is true," said Henry, proudly. The two nameless judges heard him in silent composure, yet there was no exultation mingled with their gravity. The president now appeared, however, to take new interest in the scene. "Your sentiment is noble, sir," he said. "I only regret that a youthful soldier should so far be misled by loyalty as to lend himself to the purposes of deceit." "Deceit!" echoed Wharton. "I thought it prudent to guard against capture from my enemies." "A soldier, Captain Wharton, should never meet his enemy but openly, and with arms in his hands. I have served 2 kings of England, as I now serve my native land, but never did I approach a foe, unless under light of the sun, and with honest notice that an enemy was nigh." "You are at liberty to explain what your motives were in entering the ground held by our army in disguise," said the other judge, with a slight movement of the muscles of his mouth. "I am the son of this aged man before you," continued Henry. "It was to visit him that I encountered the danger. Besides, the country below is seldom held by your troops, and its very name implies a right to either party to move at pleasure over its territory." "Its name, as a neutral ground, is unauthorized by law. It is an appellation that originates with the condition of the country, but wherever an army goes, it carries its rights along, and the first is the ability to protect itself." "I am no casuist, sir," returned the youth, "but I feel that my father is entitled to my affection, and I would encounter greater risks to prove it to him in his old age." "A very commendable spirit," cried the veteran. "Come, gentlemen, this business brightens. I confess at first it was very bad, but no man can censure him for desiring to see his parents." "And have you proof that such only was your intention?" "Yes, here," said Henry, admitting a ray of hope. "Here is proof. My father, my sister, Major Dunwoodie, all know it." "Then, indeed," returned his immovable judge, "we may be able to save you. It would be well, sir, to examine further into this business." "Certainly," said the president with alacrity. "Let the elder Mr. Wharton approach and take the oath." The father made an effort at composure, and, advancing with a feeble step, he complied with the necessary forms of the court. "You are the father of the prisoner?" said Colonel Singleton in a subdued voice, after pausing a moment in respect for the agitation of the witness. "He is my only son." "And what do you know of his visit to your house on the 29th day of October last?" "He came, as he told you, to see me and his sisters." "Was he in disguise?" asked the other judge. "He did not wear the uniform of the 60th. "To see his sisters, too," said the president with great emotion. "Have you daughters, sir?" "I have 2. Both are in this house." "Had he a wig?" interrupted the officer. "There was some such thing, I do believe, upon his head." "And how long had you been separated?" asked the president. 1 year and 2 months. "Did he wear a loose greatcoat of coarse materials?" inquired the officer, referring to the paper that contained the charges. "There was an overcoat." "And you think that it was to see you only that he came out?" "Me and my daughters." "A boy of spirit," whispered the president to his silent comrade. "I see but little harm in such a freak. 'Twas imprudent, but then it was kind." "Do you know that your son was entrusted with no commission from Sir Henry Clinton, and that the visit to you was not merely a cloak to other designs." "How can I know it?" said Mr. Wharton in alarm. "Would Sir Henry entrust me with such a business?" "Know you anything of this pass?" exhibiting the paper that Dunwoodie had retained when Wharton was taken. "Nothing, upon my honor, nothing," cried the father, shrinking from the paper as from contagion. "On your oath?" "Nothing." "Have you other testimony? This does not avail you, Captain Wharton. You have been taken in a situation where your life is forfeited. The labor of proving your innocence rests with yourself. Take time to reflect, and be cool." There was a frightful calmness in the manner of this judge that appalled the prisoner. In the sympathy of Colonel Singleton he could easily lose sight of his danger, but the obdurate and collected air of the others was ominous of his fate. He continued silent, casting imploring glances towards his friend. Dunwoodie understood the appeal, and offered himself as a witness. He was sworn, and desired to relate what he knew. His statement did not materially alter the case, and Dunwoodie felt that it could not. To him personally but little was known, and that little rather militated against the safety of Henry than otherwise. His account was listened to in silence, and the significant shake of the head that was made by the silent member spoke too plainly what effect it had produced. "Still you think that the soldier had no other object than what he has avowed?" said the president, when he had ended. "None other. I will pledge my life," cried the major with fervor. "Will you swear it?" asked the immovable judge. "How can I? God alone can tell the heart, but I have known this gentleman from a boy. Deceit never formed part of his character. He is above it." "You say that he was escaped, and was retaken in open arms," said the president. "He was. Nay, he received a wound in the combat. You see he yet moves his arm with difficulty. Would he, think you, sir, have trusted himself where he could fall again into our hands unless conscious of innocence? Would André have deserted a field of battle, Major Dunwoodie, had he encountered such an event near Tarrytown?" asked his deliberate examiner. "Is it not natural to youth to seek glory?" "Do you call this glory?" exclaimed the major. "An ignominious death and a tarnished name?" "Major Dunwoodie," returned the other, still with inveterate gravity, "you have acted nobly. Your duty has been arduous and severe, but it has been faithfully and honorably discharged. Ours must not be less so." During the examination the most intense interest prevailed among the hearers. With that kind of feeling which could not separate the principle from the cause, most of the auditors thought that if Dunwoodie failed to move the hearts of Henry's judges, no other possessed the power. Caesar thrust his misshapen form forward, and his features, so expressive of the concern he felt, and so different from the vacant curiosity pictured in the countenance of the other blacks, caught the attention of the silent judge. For the first time he spoke. "Let that black be brought forward." It was too late to retreat, and Caesar found himself confronted with a row of rebel officers before he knew what was uppermost in his thoughts. The others yielded the examination to the one who suggested it, and using all due deliberation, he proceeded accordingly. "You know the prisoner?" "I think he ought," returned the black in a manner as sententious as that of his examiner. "Did he give you the wig when he threw it aside?" "I don't want 'em," grumbled Caesar. "Got a very good hair self." "Were you employed in carrying any letters or messages of any kind while Captain Wharton was in your master's house?" "I do what 'a tell me," returned the black. "But what did they tell you to do?" "Sometime a one ting, sometime another." "Enough," said Colonel Singleton with dignity. "You have the noble acknowledgment of a gentleman. What more can you obtain from this slave? Captain Wharton, you perceive the unfortunate impression against you. Have you other testimony to adduce?" To Henry there now remained but little hope. His confidence in his security was fast ebbing, but with an indefinite expectation of assistance from the loveliness of his sister, he fixed an earnest gaze on the pallid features of Frances. She arose, and with a tottering step moved towards the judges. The paleness of her cheek continued but for a moment, and gave place to a flush of fire, and with a light but firm tread she stood before them. Raising her hand to her polished forehead, Frances threw aside her exuberant locks, and displayed a picture of beauty and innocence to their view that might have moved even sterner natures. The president shrouded his eyes for a moment, as if the wild eye and speaking countenance recalled the image of another. The movement was transient, and recovering himself with an earnestness that betrayed his secret wishes, "To you, then, your brother previously communicated his intention of paying your family a secret visit?" "No, no," said Frances, pressing her hand on her brain as if to collect her thoughts. "He told me nothing. We knew not of the visit until he arrived. But can it be necessary to explain to gallant men that a child would incur hazard to meet his only parent, and that in times like these, and in a situation like ours?" "But was this the first time? Did he never even talk of doing so before?" inquired the colonel, leaning towards her with paternal interest. "Certainly, certainly," cried Frances, catching the expression of his own benevolent countenance. "This is but the fourth of his visits." "I knew it," exclaimed the veteran, rubbing his hands with delight. "An adventurous, warm-hearted son. I warrant me, gentlemen, a fiery soldier in the field. In what disguises did he come?" "In none, for none were then necessary. The royal troops covered the country, and gave him safe passage." "And was this the first of his visits out of the uniform of his regiment?" asked the colonel, in a suppressed voice, avoiding the penetrating looks of his companions. "Oh, the very first!" exclaimed the eager girl. "His first offense, I do assure you, if offense it be." "But you wrote him, you urged the visit? Surely, young lady, you wished to see your brother," added the impatient colonel. "That we wished it and prayed for it, oh, how fervently we prayed for it, is true, but to have held communion with the royal army would have endangered our father, and we dared not." "Did he leave the house until taken, or had he intercourse with any out of your own dwelling?" "With none, no one, excepting our neighbor, the peddler, Birch." "With whom?" exclaimed the colonel, turning pale and shrinking as from the sting of an adder. Dunwoodie groaned aloud, and striking his head with his hand, cried in piercing tones, "He is lost!" and rushed from the apartment. "But Harvey Birch?" repeated Frances, gazing wildly at the door, through which her lover had disappeared. "Harvey Birch," echoed all the judges. The two immovable members of the court exchanged looks, and threw an inquisitive glance at the prisoner. "To you, gentlemen, it can be no new intelligence to hear that Harvey Birch is suspected of favoring the royal cause," said Henry, again advancing before the judges, "for he has already been condemned by your tribunals to the fate that I now see awaits myself. I will therefore explain. It was by his assistance I procured the disguise and passed your pickets. But to my dying moments, and with my dying breath, I will avow that my intentions were as pure as the innocent being before you." "Captain Wharton," said the president solemnly, "the enemies of American liberty have made mighty and subtle efforts to overthrow our power. A more dangerous man, for his means and education, is not ranked among our foes than this peddler of Westchester. He is a spy, artful, delusive, and penetrating, beyond the abilities of any of his class. Sir Henry could not do better than to associate him with the officer in his next attempt. He would have saved Andre. Indeed, young man, this is a connection that may prove fatal to you." The honest indignation that beamed on the countenance of the aged warrior was met by a look of perfect conviction on the part of his comrades. "I have ruined him!" cried Frances, clasping her hands in terror. "Do you desert us? Then he is lost indeed." "Forbear, lovely innocent, forbear," said the colonel with strong emotion. "You injure none, but distress us all." "Is it then such a crime to possess natural affection?" said Frances wildly. "Would Washington, the noble, upright, impartial Washington, judge so harshly? Delay till Washington can hear his tale." "It is impossible," said the president, covering his eyes as if to hide her beauty from his view. "Impossible? Oh, but for a week suspend your judgment on my knees. I entreat you, as you will expect mercy yourself when no human power can avail you. Give him but a day." "It is impossible," repeated the colonel in a voice that was nearly choked. "Our orders are peremptory, and too long delay has been given already." He turned from the kneeling suppliant, but could not or would not extricate that hand that she grasped with frenzied fervor. "Remand your prisoner," said one of the judges to the officer who had the charge of Henry. "Colonel Singleton, shall we withdraw?" "Singleton! Singleton!" echoed Frances. "Then you are a father, and know how to pity a father's woes. You cannot, will not, wound a heart that is now nearly crushed. Hear me, Colonel Singleton, as God will listen to your dying prayers. Hear me, and spare my brother." "Remove her," said the colonel, gently endeavoring to extricate his hand, but none appeared disposed to obey. Frances eagerly strove to read the expression of his averted face, and resisted all his efforts to retire. "Colonel Singleton, how lately was your own son in suffering and in danger? Under the roof of my father he was cherished. Under my father's roof he found shelter and protection. Oh, suppose that son, the pride of your age, the solace and protection of your infant children, and then pronounce my brother guilty if you dare. What right has Heath to make an executioner of me?" exclaimed the veteran fiercely, rising with a face flushed like fire and every vein and artery swollen with suppressed emotion. "But I forget myself. Come, gentlemen, let us mount. Our painful duty must be done." "Mount not! Go not!" shrieked Frances. "Can you tear a son from his parent, a brother from his sister, so coldly? Is this the cause I have so ardently loved? Are these the men that I have been taught to reverence? But you relent, you do hear me, you will pity and forgive." "Lead on, gentlemen," said the colonel, motioning towards the door, and erecting himself into an air of military grandeur in the vain hope of quieting his feelings. "Lead not on, but hear me," cried Frances, grasping his hand convulsively. "Colonel Singleton, you are a father. Pity, mercy, mercy for the son, mercy for the daughter. Yes, you had a daughter. On this bosom she poured out her last breath. These hands closed her eyes. These very hands that are now clasped in prayer did those offices for her that you condemn my poor, poor brother to require." One mighty emotion the veteran struggled with and quelled, but with a groan that shook his whole frame. He even looked around in conscious pride at his victory, but a second burst of feeling conquered. His head, white with the frost of 70 winters, sank upon the shoulder of the frantic suppliant. The sword that had been his companion in so many fields of blood dropped from his nerveless hand as he cried, "May God bless you for the deed!" He wept aloud. Long and violent was the indulgence that Colonel Singleton yielded to his feelings. On recovering, he gave the senseless Frances into the arms of her aunt, and turning with an air of fortitude to his comrades, he said, "Still, gentlemen, we have our duty as officers to discharge. Our feelings as men may be indulged hereafter. What is your pleasure with the prisoner?" One of the judges placed in his hand a written sentence that he had prepared while the colonel was engaged with Francis, and declared it to be the opinion of himself and his companion. It briefly stated that Henry Wharton had been detected in passing the lines of the American army as a spy and in disguise, that thereby, according to the laws of war, he was liable to suffer death, and that this court adjudged him to the penalty, recommending him to be executed by hanging before 9 o'clock on the following morning. It was not usual to inflict capital punishments even on the enemy without referring the case to the commander-in-chief for his approbation, or in his absence to the officer commanding for the time being, but as Washington held his headquarters at New Windsor on the western bank of the Hudson, there was sufficient time to receive his answer. "This is short notice," said the veteran, holding the pen in his hand, in a suspense that had no object. "Not a day to fit one so young for heaven?" "The royal officers gave hail but an hour," returned his comrade. Footnote: An American officer of this name was detected within the British lines in disguise in search of military information. He was tried and executed, as stated in the text, as soon as the preparations could be made. It is said that he was reproached under the gallows with dishonoring the rank he held by his fate. "What a death for an officer to die," said one of his captors. "Gentlemen, any death is honorable when a man dies in a cause like that of America," was his answer. Andre was executed amid the tears of his enemies. Hale died unpitied and with reproaches in his ears, and yet one was the victim of ambition and the other of devotion to his country. Posterity will do justice between them. End footnote. We have granted the usual time, but Washington has the power to extend it or to pardon. "Then to Washington I will go," cried the colonel, returning the paper with his signature, "and if the services of an old man like me, or that brave boy of mine, entitle me to his ear, I will yet save the youth." So saying, he departed, full of his generous intentions in favor of Henry Wharton. The sentence of the court was communicated with proper tenderness to the prisoner, and after giving a few necessary instructions to the officer in command, and dispatching a courier to headquarters with their report, the remaining judges mounted and rode to their own quarters with the same unmoved exterior, but with the consciousness of the same dispassionate integrity that they had maintained throughout the trial. End of chapter 26. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A.R. Dobbs, San Francisco. The Spy, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 27. Have you no countermand for Claudio yet, but he must die tomorrow? Measure for Measure. A few hours were passed by the prisoner after his sentence was received, in the bosom of his family. Mr. Wharton wept in hopeless despondency over the untimely fate of his son, and Frances, after recovering from her insensibility, experienced an anguish of feeling to which the bitterness of death itself would have been comparatively light. Miss Peyton alone retained a vestige of hope or presence of mind to suggest what might be proper to be done under their circumstances. The comparative composure of the good aunt arose in no degree from any want of interest in the welfare of her nephew, but it was founded in a kind of instinctive dependence on the character of Washington. He was a native of the same colony with herself, and although his early military services and her frequent visits to the family of her sister and subsequent establishment at its head had prevented their ever meeting, still she was familiar with his domestic virtues, and well knew that the rigid inflexibility for which his public acts were distinguished formed no part of his reputation in private life. He was known in Virginia as a consistent but just and lenient master, and she felt a kind of pride in associating in her mind her countryman with the man who led the armies, and in a great measure controlled the destinies of America. She knew that Henry was innocent of the crime for which he was condemned to suffer, and with that kind of simple faith that is ever to be found in the most ingenuous characters, could not conceive of those constructions and interpretations of law that inflicted punishment without the actual existence of crime. But even her confiding hopes were doomed to meet with a speedy termination. Towards noon, a regiment of militia that were quartered on the banks of the river moved to the ground in front of the house that held our heroine and her family, and deliberately pitched their tents with the avowed intention of remaining until the following morning to give solemnity and effect to the execution of a British spy. Dunwoodie had performed all that was required of him by his orders, and was at liberty to retrace his steps to his expectant squadron, which was impatiently waiting his return to be led against a detachment of the enemy that was known to be slowly moving up the banks of the river in order to cover a party of foragers in its rear. He was accompanied by a small party of Lawton's troop, under the expectation that their testimony might be required to convict the prisoner, and Mason, the lieutenant, was in command. But the confession of Captain Wharton had removed the necessity of examining any witnesses on behalf of the people. Footnote: in America, justice is administered in the name of the good people, etc., etc., the sovereignty residing with them. End footnote. The major, from an unwillingness to encounter the distress of Henry's friends, and a dread of trusting himself within its influence, had spent the time we have mentioned in walking by himself, in keen anxiety, at a short distance from the dwelling. Like Miss Peyton, he had some reliance on the mercy of Washington, although moments of terrific doubt and despondency were continually crossing his mind. To him the rules of service were familiar, and he was more accustomed to consider his general in the capacity of a ruler than as exhibiting the characteristics of the individual. A dreadful instance had too recently occurred which fully proved that Washington was above the weakness of sparing another in mercy to himself. While pacing with hurried steps through the orchard, laboring under these constantly recurring doubts, enlivened by transient rays of hope, Mason approached, accoutred completely for the saddle. "Thinking you might have forgotten the news brought this morning from below, sir, I have taken the liberty to order the detachment under arms," said the lieutenant, very coolly, cutting down with his sheathed saber the mullein tops that grew within his reach. "What news?" cried the major, starting. "Only that John Bull is out in Westchester with a train of wagons, which, if he fills, will compel us to retire through these cursed hills in search of provender. These greedy Englishmen are so shut up on York Island that when they do venture out, they seldom leave straw enough to furnish the bed of a Yankee heiress." "Where did the express leave them, did you say? The intelligence has entirely escaped my memory." "On the heights above Sing Sing," returned the lieutenant with no little amazement. "The road below looks like a haymarket, and all the swine are sighing forth their lamentations as the corn passes them towards King's Bridge. George Singleton's orderly, who brought up the tidings, says that our horses were holding consultation if they should not go down without their riders and eat another meal, for it is questionable with them whether they can get a full stomach again. If they are suffered to get back with their plunder, we shall not be able to find a piece of pork at Christmas fat enough to fry itself." "Peace with all this nonsense of Singleton's orderly, Mr. Mason," cried Dunwoodie impatiently. "Let him learn to wait the orders of his superiors." "I beg pardon in his name, Major Dunwoodie," said the subaltern. "But, like myself, he was in error. We both thought it was the order of General Heath to attack and molest the enemy whenever he ventured out of his nest." "Recollect yourself, Lieutenant Mason," said the major, "or I may have to teach you that your orders pass through me." "I know it, Major Dunwoodie, I know it, and I am sorry that your memory is so bad as to forget that I never have yet hesitated to obey them." "Forgive me, Mason," cried Dunwoodie, taking both his hands. "I do know you for a brave and obedient soldier. Forget my humor. But this business, had you ever a friend—" "Nay, nay," interrupted the lieutenant, "forgive me in my honest zeal. I knew of the orders, and was fearful that censure might fall on my officer. But remain, and let a man breathe a syllable against the corps, and every sword will start from the scabbard of itself. Besides, they are still moving up, and it is a long road from Croton to King's Bridge, Happen what may, I see plainly that we shall be on their heels before they are housed again." "Oh, that the courier was returned from headquarters!" exclaimed Dunwoodie. "This suspense is insupportable." "You have your wish," cried Mason. "Here he is at the moment, and riding like the bearer of good news. God send it may be so, for I can't say that I particularly like myself to see a brave young man dancing upon nothing." Dunwoodie heard but very little of this feeling declaration, for ere half of it was uttered he had leaped the fence and stood before the messenger. "What news?" cried the major the moment that the soldier stopped his horse. "Good!" exclaimed the man, and feeling no hesitation to entrust an officer so well known as Major Dunwoodie, he placed the paper in his hands, as he added, "But you can read it, sir, for yourself." Dunwoodie paused not to read, but flew with the elastic spring of joy to the chamber of the prisoner. The sentinel knew him, and he was suffered to pass without question. "Oh, Peyton!" cried Frances, as he entered the apartment, "you look like a messenger from heaven. Bring you tidings of mercy?" "Here, Frances, here, Henry, here, dear cousin Jeanette," cried the youth, as with trembling hands he broke the seal. "Here is the letter itself, directed to the captain of the guard. But listen." All did listen with intense anxiety, and the pang of blasted hope was added to their misery, as they saw the glow of delight which had beamed on the countenance of the major give place to a look of horror. The page contained the sentence of the court, and underneath was written these simple words: "Approved, George Washington." "He's lost! He's lost!" cried Frances, sinking into the arms of her aunt. My son," sobbed the father. "There is mercy in heaven if there is none on earth. May Washington never want that mercy he thus denies to my innocent child." "Washington!" echoed Dunwoodie, gazing around him in vacant horror. "Yes, 'tis the act of Washington himself. These are his characters. His very name is here, to sanction the dreadful deed." "Cruel, cruel Washington!" cried Miss Peyton. "How has familiarity with blood changed his nature?" "Blame him not," said Dunwoodie. "It is the general, and not the man. My life on it. He feels the blow he is compelled to inflict." "I have been deceived in him," cried Frances. "He is not the savior of his country, but a cold and merciless tyrant. Oh, Peyton, Peyton, how have you misled me in his character?" "Peace, dear Frances, peace, for God's sake. Use not such language. He is but the guardian of the law." "You speak the truth, Major Dunwoodie," said Henry, recovering from the shock of having his last ray of hope extinguished, and advancing from his seat by the side of his father. "I, who am to suffer, blame him not. Every indulgence has been granted me that I can ask. On the verge of the grave, I cannot continue unjust at such a moment, with so recent an instance of danger to your cause from treason. I wonder not at Washington's unbending justice. Nothing now remains but to prepare for that fate which so speedily awaits me. To you, Major Dunwoodie, I make my first request." "Name it," said the major, giving utterance with difficulty. Henry turned, and pointing to the group of weeping mourners near him, he continued, "Be a son to this aged man. Help his weakness, and defend him from any usage to which the stigma thrown upon me may subject him. He has not many friends amongst the rulers of this country. Let your powerful name be found among them." "It shall." "And this helpless innocent," continued Henry, pointing to where Sarah sat, unconscious of what was passing, "I had hoped for an opportunity to revenge her wrongs." A flush of excitement passed over his features. "But such thoughts are evil. I feel them to be wrong. Under your care, Peyton, she will find sympathy and refuge." "She shall," whispered Dunwoodie. "This good aunt has claims upon you already. Of her I will not speak. But here," taking the hand of Frances and dwelling upon her countenance with an expression of fraternal affection, "here is the choicest gift of all. Take her to your bosom, and cherish her as you would cultivate innocence and virtue." The major could not repress the eagerness with which he extended his hand to receive the precious boon, but Frances, shrinking from his touch, hid her face in the bosom of her aunt. "No, no, no," she murmured. None can ever be anything to me who aided my brother's destruction." Henry continued gazing at her in tender pity for several moments, before he again resumed a discourse that all felt was most peculiarly his own. "I have been mistaken, then. I did think, Peyton, that your worth, your noble devotion to a cause that you have been taught to revere, that your kindness to our father when in imprisonment, your friendship for me, in short, that your character was understood and valued by my sister." "It is," whispered Frances, burying her face still deeper in the bosom of her aunt. "I believe, dear Henry," said Dunwoodie, "this is a subject that had better not be dwelt upon now." "You forget," returned the prisoner, with a faint smile, "how much I have to do, and how little time is left to do it in." "I apprehend," continued the Major, with a face of fire, "that Miss Wharton has imbibed some opinions of me that would make a compliance with your request irksome to her, opinions that it is now too late to alter." No," cried Frances quickly. "You are exonerated, Peyton." With her dying breath she removed my doubts. "Generous Isabella," murmured Dunwoodie. "But still, Henry, spare your sister now; nay, spare even me." "I speak in pity to myself," returned the brother, gently removing Frances from the arms of her aunt. "What a time is this to leave two such lovely females without a protector! Their abode is destroyed, and misery will speedily deprive them of their last male friend," looking at his father. "Can I die in peace with the knowledge of the danger to which they will be exposed?" "You forget me," said Miss Peyton, shrinking at the idea of celebrating nuptials at such a moment. "No, my dear aunt, I forget you not, nor shall I, until I cease to remember. But you forget the times and the danger. The good woman who lives in this house has already dispatched a messenger for a man of God, to smooth my passage to another world. Frances, if you would wish me to die in peace, to feel a security that will allow me to turn my whole thoughts to heaven, you will let this clergyman unite you to Dunwoodie." Frances shook her head, but remained silent. "I ask for no joy, no demonstration of a felicity that you will not, cannot feel, for months to come, but obtain a right to this powerful name, give him an undisputed title to protect you." Again the maid made an impressive gesture of denial. "For the sake of that unconscious sufferer," pointing to Sarah, "for your sake, for my sake, my sister—" "Peace, Henry, or you will break my heart," cried the agitated girl. "Not for worlds would I at such a moment engage in the solemn vows that you wish. It would render me miserable for life." "You love him not," said Henry reproachfully. "I cease to importune you to do what is against your inclinations." Frances raised one hand to conceal her countenance, as she extended the other towards Dunwoodie, and said earnestly, "Now you are unjust to me; before, you were unjust to yourself." "Promise me, then," said Wharton, musing a while in silence, "that as soon as the recollection of my fate is softened, you will give my friend that hand for life, and I am satisfied." "I do promise," said Frances, withdrawing the hand that Dunwoodie delicately relinquished, without even presuming to press it to his lips. "Well, then, my good aunt," continued Henry, "will you leave me for a short time alone with my friend? I have a few melancholy commissions with which to entrust him, and would spare you and my sister the pain of hearing them." "There is yet time to see Washington again," said Miss Peyton, moving towards the door; and then, speaking with extreme dignity, she continued, "I will go myself. Surely he must listen to a woman from his own colony, and we were in some degree connected with his family." "Why not apply to Mr. Harper?" said Frances, recollecting the parting words of their guest for the first time. "Harper?" echoed Dunwoodie, turning towards her with the swiftness of lightning. "What of him? Do you know him?" "It is in vain," said Henry, drawing him aside. "Frances clings to hope with the fondness of a sister. Retire, my love, and leave me with my friend." But Frances read an expression in the eye of Dunwoodie that chained her to the spot. After struggling to command her feelings, she continued, "He stayed with us for 2 days. He was with us when Henry was arrested." And did you know him?" Nay," continued Frances, catching her breath as she witnessed the intense interest of her lover, "we knew him not. He came to us in the night, a stranger, and remained with us during the severe storm, but he seemed to take an interest in Henry, and promised him his friendship." "What!" exclaimed the youth in astonishment. "Did he know your brother?" "Certainly. It was at his request that Henry threw aside his disguise." "But," said Dunwoodie, turning pale with suspense, "he knew him not as an officer of the royal army?" "Indeed he did," cried Miss Peyton, "and he cautioned us against this very danger." Dunwoodie caught up the fatal paper, that still lay where it had fallen from his own hands, and studied its characters intently. Something seemed to bewilder his brain. He passed his hand over his forehead, while each eye was fixed on him in dreadful suspense, all feeling afraid to admit those hopes anew that had been so sadly destroyed. "What said he? What promised he?" at length Dunwoodie asked, with feverish impatience. "He bid Henry apply to him when in danger, and promised to requite the son for the hospitality of the father." "Said he this, knowing him to be a British officer?" "Most certainly, and with a view to this very danger." "Then," cried the youth aloud, and yielding to his rapture, "then you are safe. Then I will save him. Yes, Harper will never forget his word." "But has he the power to?" said Frances. "Can he move the stubborn purpose of Washington?" "Can he? If he cannot," shouted the youth, "if he cannot, who can? Green and Heath and young Hamilton are nothing compared to this Harper. But," rushing to his mistress and pressing her hands convulsively, "repeat to me, you say you have his promise?" "Surely, surely, Peyton, his solemn, deliberate promise, knowing all the circumstances." "Rest easy," cried Dunwoodie, holding her to his bosom for a moment. "Rest easy, for Henry is safe." He waited not to explain, but darting from the room, he left the family in amazement. They continued in silent wonder until they heard the feet of his charger as he dashed from the door with the speed of an arrow. A long time was spent after this abrupt departure of the youth, by the anxious friends he had left, in discussing the probability of his success. The confidence of his manner had, however, communicated to his auditors something of his own spirit. Each felt that the prospects of Henry were again brightening, and with their reviving hopes they experienced a renewal of spirits, which, in all but Henry himself, amounted to pleasure. With him, indeed, his state was too awful to admit of trifling, and for a few hours he was condemned to feel how much more intolerable was suspense than even the certainty of calamity. Not so with Frances. She, with all the reliance of affection, reposed in security on the assurance of Dunwoodie, without harassing herself with doubts that she possessed not the means of satisfying. But believing her lover able to accomplish everything that a man could do, and retaining a vivid recollection of the manner and benevolent appearance of Harper, she abandoned herself to all the felicity of renovated hope. The joy of Miss Peyton was more sobered, and she took frequent occasions to reprove her niece for the exuberance of her spirits, before there was a certainty that their expectations were to be realized. But the slight smile that hovered around the lips of the virgin contradicted the very sobriety of feeling that she inculcated. "Why, dearest aunt," said Frances playfully, in reply to one of her frequent reprimands, "would you have me repress the pleasure that I feel at Henry's deliverance, when you yourself have so often declared it to be impossible that such men as ruled in our country could sacrifice an innocent man?" "Nay, I did believe it impossible, my child, and yet think so, but still there is a discretion to be shown in joy as well as in sorrow." Frances recollected the declaration of Isabella, and turned an eye filled with tears of gratitude on her excellent aunt, as she replied, "True, but there are feelings that will not yield to reason. Ah, here are those monsters who have come to witness the death of a fellow creature, moving around yon field as if life was to them nothing but a military show." "It is but little more to the hireling soldier," said Henry, endeavoring to forget his uneasiness. "You gaze, my love, as if you thought a military show of some importance," said Miss Peyton, observing her niece to be looking from the window with a fixed and abstracted attention. But Frances answered not. From the window where she stood, the path that they had traveled through the Highlands was easily to be seen. and the mountain which held on its summit the mysterious hut was directly before her. Its side was rugged and barren, huge and apparently impassive barriers of rocks presenting themselves through the stunted oaks, which, stripped of their foliage, were scattered over its surface. The base of the hill was not half a mile from the house, and the object which attracted the notice of Frances was the figure of a man, emerging from behind a rock of remarkable formation, and as suddenly disappearing. The maneuver was several times repeated, as if it were the intention of the fugitive, for such by his air he seemed to be, to reconnoitre the proceedings of the soldiery, and assure himself of the position of things on the plain. Notwithstanding the distance, Frances instantly imbibed the opinion that it was Birch. Perhaps this impression was partly owing to the air and figure of the man, but in a great measure to the idea that presented itself in formerly beholding the object at the summit of the mountain. That they were the same figure she was confident, although this wanted the appearance which in the other she had taken for the pack of the peddler. Harvey had so connected himself with the mysterious deportment of Harper within her imagination that under circumstances of less agitation than those in which she had labored since her arrival, she would have kept her suspicions to herself. Frances therefore sat ruminating on this second appearance in silence, and endeavoring to trace what possible connection this extraordinary man could have with the fortunes of her own family. He had certainly saved Sarah in some degree from the blow that had partially alighted on her, and in no instance had he proved himself to be hostile to their interests. After gazing for a long time at the point where she had last seen the figure, in the vain expectation of its reappearance, she returned to her friends in the apartment. Miss Peyton was sitting by Sarah, who gave some slight additional signs of observing what passed, but who still continued insensible either to joy or grief. "I suppose by this time, my love, that you are well acquainted with the manoeuvres of a regiment," said Miss Peyton. "It is not a bad quality in a soldier's wife, at all events." "I am not a wife yet," said Frances, coloring to the eyes, "and we have little reason to wish for another wedding in our family." "Frances," exclaimed her brother, starting from his seat and pacing the floor in violent agitation, "touch not the cord again, I entreat you. While my fate is uncertain, I would wish to be at peace with all men." "Then let the uncertainty cease," cried Frances, springing to the door, "for here comes Peyton with the joyful intelligence of your release." The words were hardly uttered before the door opened, and the Major entered. In his air there was the appearance of neither success nor defeat, but there was a marked display of vexation. He took the hand that Frances, in the fullness of her heart, extended towards him, but instantly relinquishing it, threw himself into a chair, in evident fatigue. "You have failed," said Wharton, with a bound of his heart, but an appearance of composure. "Have you seen Harper?" cried Frances, turning pale. "I have not. I crossed the river in one boat, as he must have been coming to this side in another. I returned without delay, and traced him for several miles into the Highlands by the western pass, but there I unaccountably lost him. I have returned here to relieve your uneasiness, but see him I will this night, and bring a respite for Henry." "But saw you Washington?" asked Miss Peyton. Dunwoodie gazed at her a moment in abstracted musing, and the question was repeated. He answered gravely, and with some reserve. The commander-in-chief had left his quarters. "But Peyton," cried Frances in returning terror, "if they should not see each other, it will be too late. Harper alone will not be sufficient." Her lover turned his eyes slowly on her anxious countenance, and dwelling a moment on her features, said, still musing, "You say that he promised to assist Henry?" "Certainly, of his own accord, and in requital for the hospitality he had received." Dunwoodie shook his head and began to look grave. "I like not that word hospitality. It has an empty sound. There must be something more reasonable to tie Harper. I dread some mistake. Repeat to me all that passed." Frances, in a hurried and earnest voice, complied with his request. She related particularly the manner of his arrival at the Locusts, the reception that he received, and the events that passed as minutely as her memory could supply her with the means. As she alluded to the conversation that occurred between her father and his guest, the Major smiled, but remained silent. She then gave a detail of Henry's arrival and the events of the following day. She dwelt upon the part where Harper had desired her brother to throw aside his disguise, and recounted, with wonderful accuracy, his remarks upon the hazard of the step that the youth had taken. She even remembered a remarkable expression of his to her brother, that he was safer from Harper's knowledge of his person than he would be without it. Frances mentioned, with the warmth of youthful admiration, the benevolent character of his deportment to herself, and gave a minute relation of his adieus to the whole family. Dunwoodie at first listened with grave attention. Evident satisfaction followed as she proceeded. When she spoke of herself in connection with their guest, he smiled with pleasure, and as she concluded, he exclaimed with delight, "We are safe! We are safe!" But he was interrupted, as will be seen in the following chapter. End of chapter 27. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A.R. Dobbs, San Francisco. The Spy by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 28. The owlet loves the gloom of night, the lark salutes the day, the timid dove will coo at hand, but falcons soar away. Song in duo. In a country settled like these states, by people who fled their native land and much-loved firesides, victims of consciences and religious zeal, none of the decencies and solemnities of a Christian death are dispensed with, when circumstances will admit of their exercise. The good woman of the house was a strict adherent to the forms of the church to which she belonged, and having herself been awakened to a sense of her depravity by the ministry of the divine who harangued the people of the adjoining parish, she thought it was from his exhortations only that salvation could be meted out to the short-lived hopes of Henry Wharton. Not that the kind-hearted matron was so ignorant of the doctrines of the religion which she professed as to depend theoretically on mortal aid for protection, but she had, to use her own phrase, sat so long under the preaching of good Mr. Blank that she had unconsciously imbibed a practical reliance on his assistance, for that which her faith should have taught her could come from the deity alone. With her the consideration of death was at all times awful, and the instant that the sentence of the prisoner was promulgated, she dispatched Caesar, mounted on one of her husband's best horses, in quest of her clerical monitor. This step had been taken without consulting either Henry or his friends, and it was only when the services of Caesar were required on some domestic emergency that she explained the nature of his absence. The youth heard her, at first, with an unconquerable reluctance to admit of such a spiritual guide. But as our view of the things of this life becomes less vivid, our prejudices and habits cease to retain their influence, and a civil bow of thanks was finally given in requital for the considerate care of the well-meaning woman. The black returned early from his expedition, and, as well as could be gathered from his somewhat incoherent narrative, a minister of God might be expected to arrive in the course of the day. The interruption that we mentioned in our preceding chapter was occasioned by the entrance of the landlady. At the intercession of Dunwoodie, orders had been given to the sentinel who guarded the door of Henry's room, that the members of the prisoner's family should, at all times, have free access to his apartment. Caesar was included in this arrangement as a matter of convenience by the officer in command, but strict inquiry and examination was made into the errand of every other applicant for admission. The major had, however, included himself among the relatives of the British officer, and one pledge, that no rescue should be attempted, was given in his name for them all. A short conversation was passing between the woman of the house and the corporal of the guard before the door that the sentinel had already opened in anticipation of the decision of his non-commissioned commandant.
"Would you refuse the consolations of religion to a fellow creature about to suffer death?" said the matron with earnest zeal. "Would you plunge a soul into the fiery furnace and a minister at hand to point out the straight and narrow path?" "I'll tell you what, good woman," returned the corporal, gently pushing her away. "I've no notion of my back being a highway for any man to walk to heaven upon. A pretty figure I should make at the pickets for disobeying orders. Just step down and ask Lieutenant Mason, and you may bring in a whole congregation. We have not taken the guard from the foot soldiers but an hour, and I shouldn't like to have it said that we know less than the militia." "Admit the woman," said Dunwoodie, sternly, observing for the first time that one of his own corps was on post. The corporal raised his hand to his cap, and fell back in silence. The soldier stood to his arms, and the matron entered. "Here is a reverend gentleman below, come to soothe the parting soul in the place of our own divine, who is engaged with an appointment that could not be put aside. 'Tis to bury old Mr. Blank." "Show him in at once," said Henry, with feverish impatience. "But will the sentinel let him pass? I would not wish a friend of Mr. Blank to be rudely stopped on the threshold, and he a stranger." All eyes were now turned on Dunwoodie, who, looking at his watch, spoke a few words with Henry in an undertone, and hastened from the apartment, followed by Frances. The subject of their conversation was a wish expressed by the prisoner for a clergyman of his own persuasion, and a promise from the major that one should be sent from Fishkill town, through which he was about to pass, on his way to the ferry to intercept the expected return of Harper. Mason soon made his bow at the door, and willingly complied with the wishes of the landlady, and the divine was invited to make his appearance accordingly. The person who was ushered into the apartment, preceded by Caesar, and followed by the matron, was a man beyond the middle age, who might rather be said to approach the downhill of life. In stature he was above the size of ordinary men, though his excessive leanness might contribute in deceiving as to his height. His countenance was sharp and unbending, and every muscle seemed set in rigid compression. No joy or relaxation appeared ever to have dwelt on features that frowned habitually, as if in detestation of the vices of mankind. The brows were beetling, dark, and forbidding, giving the promise of eyes of no less repelling expression, but the organs were concealed beneath a pair of enormous green goggles, through which they glared around with the fierceness that denounced the coming day of wrath. All was fanaticism, uncharitableness, and denunciation. Long, lank hair, a mixture of gray and black, fell down his neck, and in some degree obscured the sides of his face, and, parting on his forehead, fell in either direction in straight and formal screens. On the top of this ungraceful exhibition was laid impending forward, so as to overhang in some measure the whole fabric, a large hat of 3 equal cocks. His coat was of a rusty black, and his breeches and stockings were of the same color, his shoes without luster, and half concealed beneath huge plated buckles. He stalked into the room, and giving a stiff nod with his head, took the chair offered him by the back in dignified silence. For several minutes no one broke this ominous pause in the conversation. Henry, feeling a repugnance to his guest that he was vainly endeavoring to conquer, and the stranger himself drawing forth occasional sighs and groans that threatened a dissolution of the unequal connection between his sublimated soul and its ungainly tenement. During this death-like penetration, Mr. Wharton, with a feeling nearly allied to that of his son, led Sarah from the apartment. His retreat was noticed by the divine in a kind of scornful disdain, who began to hum the air of a popular psalm tune, giving it the full richness of the twang that distinguishes the Eastern psalmody. Footnote: by Eastern is meant the states of New England which, being originally settled by Puritans, still retain many distinct shades of character. End of footnote. "Caesar," said Miss Peyton, "hand the gentleman some refreshment. He must need it after his ride." "My strength is not in the things of this life," said the divine, speaking in a hollow, sepulchral voice. "Thrice have I this day held forth in my master's service, and fainted not. Still, 'tis prudent to help this frail tenement of clay, for surely the laborer is worthy of his hire."
Opening a pair of enormous jaws, he took a good measure of the proffered brandy, and suffered it to glide downwards with that sort of facility with which man is prone to sin. "I apprehend, then, sir, that fatigue will disable you from performing the duties which kindness has inclined you to attempt."
"Woman," exclaimed the stranger with energy, "when was I ever known to shrink from a duty? But judge not lest ye be judged, and fancy not that it is given to mortal eyes to fathom the intentions of the deity."
"Nay," returned the maiden, meekly and slightly disgusted with his jargon, "I pretend not to judge of either events, or the intentions of my fellow creatures, much less those of Omnipotence."
"'Tis well, woman, 'tis well," cried the minister, moving his head with supercilious disdain. "Humility becometh thy sex and lost condition. Thy weakness driveth thee on headlong like unto the bosom of destruction."
Surprised at this extraordinary deportment, but yielding to that habit which urges us to speak reverently on sacred subjects, even when perhaps we had better continue silent, Miss Peyton replied, "There is a power above that can and will sustain us all in well-doing, if we seek its support in humility and truth." The stranger turned a lowering look at the speaker, and then, composing himself into an air of self-abasement, he continued in the same repelling tones,
"It is not every one that crieth out for mercy that will be heard. The ways of Providence are not to be judged by men. Many are called, but few chosen. It is easier to talk of humility than to feel it. Are you so humble, vile worm, as to wish to glorify God by your own damnation? If not, away with you for a publican and a Pharisee."
Such gross fanaticism was uncommon in America, and Miss Peyton began to imbibe the impression that her guest was deranged. But remembering that he had been sent by a well-known divine, and one of reputation, she discarded the idea, and with some forbearance observed, "I may deceive myself in believing that mercy is proffered to all, but it is so soothing a doctrine that I would not willingly be undeceived."
"Mercy is only for the elect," cried the stranger with an unaccountable energy, "and you are in the valley of the shadow of death. Are you not a follower of idle ceremonies which belong to the vain church that our tyrants would gladly establish here, along with their stamp acts and tea laws? Answer me that, woman, and remember that heaven hears your answer. Are you not of that idolatrous communion?"
"I worship at the altars of my fathers," said Miss Peyton, motioning to Henry for silence, "but bow to no other idol than my own infirmities."
Yes, I know ye, self-righteous and papal as ye are, followers of forms and listeners to bookish preaching. Think you, woman, that holy Paul had notes in his hand to propound the word to the believers?"
"My presence disturbs you," said Miss Peyton, rising. "I will leave you with my nephew, and offer those prayers in private that I did wish to mingle with his." So saying, she withdrew, followed by the landlady, who was not a little shocked and somewhat surprised by the intemperate zeal of her new acquaintance, for although the good woman believed that Miss Peyton and her whole church were on the high road to destruction, she was by no means accustomed to hear such offensive and open avowals of their fate. Henry had with difficulty repressed the indignation excited by this unprovoked attack on his meek and unresisting aunt, but as the door closed on her retiring figure, he gave way to his feelings. "I must confess, sir," he exclaimed with heat, "that in receiving a minister of God I thought I was admitting a Christian, and one who, by feeling his own weaknesses, knew how to pity the frailties of others. You have wounded the meek spirit of an excellent woman, and I acknowledge but little inclination to mingle in prayer with so intolerant a spirit." The minister stood erect, with grave composure, following with his eyes in a kind of scornful pity the retiring females, and suffered the expostulation of the youth to be given, as if unworthy of his notice. A third voice, however, spoke. "Such a denunciation would have driven many women into fits, but it has answered the purpose well enough, as it is." "Who's that?" cried the prisoner in amazement, gazing around the room in quest of the speaker. "It is I, Captain Wharton," said Harvey Birch, removing the spectacles and exhibiting his piercing eyes, shining under a pair of false eyebrows. "Good heavens, Harvey!" "Silence!" said the peddler solemnly. "'Tis a name not to be mentioned, and least of all here within the heart of the American army." Birch paused and gazed around him for a moment with an emotion exceeding the base passion of fear, and then continued in a gloomy tone, "There are 1,000 halters in that very name, and little hope would there be left me of another escape, should I be again taken. This is a fearful venture that I am making, but I could not sleep in quiet, and know that an innocent man was about to die the death of a dog, when I might save him." "No," said Henry, with a glow of generous feeling on his cheek. "If the risk to you be so heavy, retire as you came, and leave me to my fate. Dunwoodie is making, even now, powerful exertions on my behalf, and if he meets with Mr. Harper in the course of the night, my liberation is certain." "Harper!" echoed the peddler, remaining with his hands raised in the act of replacing the spectacles. "What do you know of Harper, and why do you think he will do you a service?" "I have his promise. You remember our recent meeting in my father's dwelling, and he then gave me an unasked promise to assist me." "Yes, but do you know him? That is, why do you think he has the power, or what reason have you for believing he will remember his word?" "If there ever was the stamp of truth or simple honest benevolence in the countenance of man, it shone in his," said Henry. "Besides, Dunwoodie has powerful friends in the rebel army, and it would be better that I take the chance where I am, than thus to expose you to certain death if detected." "Captain Wharton," said Birch, looking guardedly around, and speaking with impressive seriousness of manner, "if I fail you, all fail you. No Harper nor Dunwoodie can save your life. Unless you get out with me, and that within the hour, you die tomorrow on the gallows of a murderer. Yes, such are their laws. The man who fights and kills and plunders is honored, but he who serves his country as a spy, no matter how faithfully, no matter how honestly, lives to be reviled, or dies like the vilest criminal." "You forget, Mr. Birch," said the youth, a little indignantly, "that I am not a treacherous, lurking spy, who deceives to betray, but innocent of the charge imputed to me." The blood rushed over the pale, meager features of the peddler, until his face was one glow of fire, but it passed quickly away as he replied, "I have told you truth. Caesar met me as he was going on his errand this morning, and with him I have laid the plan which, if executed as I wish, will save you. Otherwise you are lost. And I again tell you that no other power on earth, not even Washington, can save you." "I submit," said the prisoner, yielding to his earnest manner, and goaded by the fears which were thus awakened anew. The peddler beckoned him to be silent, and walking to the door, opened it with the stiff, formal air with which he had entered the apartment. "Friend, let no one enter," he said to the sentinel. "We are about to go to prayer, and would wish to be alone." "I don't know that any will wish to interrupt you," returned the soldier, with a waggish leer of his eye, "but should they be so disposed, I have no power to stop them, if they be of the prisoner's friends. I have my orders, and must mind them, whether the Englishman goes to heaven or not." "Audacious sinner!" said the pretended priest. "Have you not the fear of God before your eyes? I tell you, as you will dread punishment at the last day, to let none of the idolatrous communion enter, to mingle in the prayers of the righteous." "Phew! What a noble commander you'd make for Sergeant Hollister. You'd preach him dumb in a roll call. Harkee, I'll thank you not to make such a noise when you hold forth as to drown our bugles, or you may get a poor fellow a short horn at his grog for not turning out to the evening parade. If you want to be alone, have you no knife to stick over the door latch, that you must have a troop of horse to guard your meeting house?" The peddler took the hint, and closed the door immediately, using the precaution suggested by the dragoon. "You overact your part," said young Wharton, in constant apprehension of discovery. "Your zeal is too impertinent." "For a foot soldier, and them Eastern militia it might be," said Harvey, turning a bag upside down that Caesar now handed him. "But these dragoons are fellows that you must brag down. A faint heart, Captain Wharton, would do but little here. But come, here is a black shroud for your good-looking countenance," taking at the same time a parchment mask and fitting it to the face of Henry. "The master and the man must change places for a season." "I don't think he looks a bit like me," said Caesar with disgust as he surveyed his young master with his new complexion. "Stop a minute, Caesar," said the peddler with the lurking drollery that at times formed part of his manner, "till we get on the wool." "He worse than ever now," cried the discontented African. "I think colored man like a sheep. I never see such a lip, Harvey. He most as big as a sausage." Great pains had been taken in forming the different articles used in the disguise of Captain Wharton, and when arranged under the skillful superintendence of the peddler, they formed together a transformation that would easily escape detection from any but an extraordinary observer. The mask was stuffed and shaped in such a manner as to preserve the peculiarities as well as the color of the African visage, and the wig was so artfully formed of black and white wool as to imitate the pepper and salt color of Caesar's own head, and to exact plaudits from the black himself, who thought it an excellent counterfeit in everything but quality. "There is but one man in the American army who could detect you, Captain Wharton," said the peddler, surveying his work with satisfaction, "and he is just now out of our way." "And who is he?" "The man who made you prisoner. He would see your white skin through a plank. But strip, both of you. Your clothes must be exchanged from head to foot." Caesar, who had received minute instructions from the peddler in their morning interview, immediately commenced throwing aside his coarse garments, which the youth took up and prepared to invest himself with, unable, however, to repress a few signs of loathing. In the manner of the peddler there was an odd mixture of care and humor. The former was the result of a perfect knowledge of their danger, and the means necessary to be used in avoiding it, and the latter proceeded from the unavoidably ludicrous circumstances before him, acting on an indifference which sprang from habit and long familiarity with such scenes as the present. "Here, Captain," he said, taking up some loose wool and beginning to stuff the stockings of Caesar, which were already on the leg of the prisoner. "Some judgment is necessary in shaping this limb. You will have to display it on horseback, and the southern dragoons are so used to the brittle shins that should they notice your well-turned calf, they'd know at once it never belonged to a black." "Golly," said Caesar with a chuckle that exhibited a mouth open from ear to ear, "Massa Harry breeches fit." "Anything but your leg," said the peddler, coolly pursuing the toilet of Henry. "Slip on the coat, Captain, over all. Upon my word, you'd pass well at a pinkster frolic. And here, Caesar, place this powdered wig over your curls, and be careful and look out of the window whenever the door is open, and on no account speak, or you will betray all." "S'pose Harvey think a colored man ain't got a tongue like other folk," grumbled the black as he took the station assigned to him. Everything now was arranged for action, and the peddler very deliberately went over the whole of his injunctions to the two actors in the scene. The captain he conjured to dispense with his erect military carriage, and for a season to adopt the humble paces of his father's negro, and Caesar he enjoined to silence and disguise so long as he could possibly maintain them. Thus prepared, he opened the door and called aloud to the sentinel, who had retired to the farthest end of the passage in order to avoid receiving any of that spiritual comfort which he felt was the sole property of another. "Let the woman of the house be called," said Harvey in the solemn key of his assumed character, "and let her come alone. The prisoner is in a happy train of meditation and must not be led from his devotions." Caesar sank his face between his hands, and when the soldier looked into the apartment, he thought he saw his charge in deep abstraction. Casting a glance of huge contempt at the divine, he called aloud for the good woman of the house. She hastened at the summons, in earnest zeal, entertaining a secret hope that she was to be admitted to the gossip of a death-bed repentance. "Sister," said the minister in the authoritative tones of a master, "have you in the house the Christian criminal's last moments, or thoughts on eternity for them who die a violent death?" "I never heard of the book,"
said the matron in astonishment. "'Tis not unlikely. There are many books you have never heard of. It is impossible for this poor penitent to pass in peace without the consolations of that volume. 1 hour's reading in it is worth an age of man's preaching."
"Bless me, what a treasure to possess! When was it put out?"
"It was first put out at Geneva in the Greek language, and then translated at Boston. It is a book, woman, that should be in the hands of every Christian, especially such as die upon the gallows. Have a horse prepared instantly for this black, who shall accompany me to my brother, and I will send down the volume yet in season. Brother, compose thy mind. You are now in the narrow path to glory."
Caesar wriggled a little in his chair, but he had sufficient recollection to conceal his face with hands that were, in their turn, concealed by gloves. The landlady departed to comply with this very reasonable request, and the group of conspirators were again left to themselves. "This is well," said the peddler, "but the difficult task is to deceive the officer who commands the guard. He is lieutenant to Lawton, and has learned some of the captain's own cunning in these things. Remember, Captain Wharton," continued he with an air of pride, "that now is the moment when everything depends on our coolness." "My fate can be made but little worse than it is at present, my worthy fellow," said Henry, "but for your sake I will do all that in me lies." "And wherein can I be more forlorn and persecuted than I am now?" asked the peddler, with that wild incoherence which often crossed his manner. "But I have promised one to save you, and to him I have never yet broken my word." "And who is he?" said Henry, with awakened interest. "No one." The man soon returned, and announced that the horses were at the door. Harvey gave the captain a glance, and led the way down the stairs, first desiring the woman to leave the prisoner to himself, in order that he might digest the wholesome mental food that he had so lately received. A rumor of the odd character of the priest had spread from the sentinel at the door to his comrades, so that when Harvey and Wharton reached the open space before the building, they found a dozen idle dragoons loitering about with the waggish intention of quizzing the fanatic, and employed in affected admiration of the steeds. "A fine horse," said the leader in this plan of mischief, "but a little low in flesh, I suppose from hard labor in your calling." "My calling may be laborsome to both myself and this faithful beast, but then a day of settling is at hand that will reward me for all my outgoings and incomings," said Birch, putting his foot in the stirrup and preparing to mount. "You work for pay, then, as we fight for it," cried another of the party. "Even so. Is not the laborer worthy of his hire?" "Come, suppose you give us a little preaching. We have a leisure moment just now, and there's no telling how much good you might do a set of reprobates like us in a few words. Here, mount this horse-block, and take your text where you please." The men now gathered in eager delight around the peddler, who, glancing his eye expressively towards the captain, who had been suffered to mount, replied, "Doubtless, for such is my duty. But, Caesar, you can ride up the road and deliver the note. The unhappy prisoner will be wanting the book, for his hours are numbered." "Aye, aye, go along, Caesar, and get the book," shouted half a dozen voices, all crowding eagerly around the ideal priest in anticipation of a frolic. The peddler inwardly dreaded that, in their unceremonious handling of himself and garments, his hat and wig might be displaced, when detection would be certain. He was therefore fain to comply with their request. Ascending the horseback, after hemming once or twice, and casting several glances at the captain, who continued immovable, he commenced as follows: "I shall call your attention, my brethren, to that portion of Scripture which you will find in the 2nd book of Samuel, and which is written in the following words: And the king lamented over Abner, and said, Died Abner as a fool dieth? Thy hands were not bound, nor thy feet put into fetters. As a man falleth before wicked men, so fellest thou.
and all the people wept again over him. Caesar, ride forward, I say, and obtain the book as directed. Thy master is groaning in spirit even now for the want of it." "An excellent text," cried the dragoons. "Go on, go on. Let the snowball stay. He wants to be edified as well as another." "What are you at there, scoundrels?" cried Lieutenant Mason as he came in sight from a walk he had taken to sneer at the evening parade of the regiment of militia. "Away with every man of you to your quarters, and let me find that each horse is cleaned and littered when I come round." The sound of the officer's voice operated like a charm, and no priest could desire a more silent congregation, although he might possibly have wished for one that was more numerous. Mason had not done speaking when it was reduced to the image of Caesar only. The peddler took that opportunity to mount, but he had to preserve the gravity of his movements, for the remark of the troopers upon the condition of their beasts was but too just, and a dozen dragoon horses stood saddled and bridled at hand, ready to receive their riders at a moment's warning. "Well, have you bitted the poor fellow within," said Mason, "that he can take his last ride under the curb of divinity, old gentleman?" "There is evil in thy conversation, profane man," cried the priest, raising his hands and casting his eyes upwards in holy horror. "So I will depart from thee unhurt, as Daniel was liberated from the lion's den." "Off with you for a hypocritical, psalm-singing, canting rogue in disguise," said Mason scornfully. "By the life of Washington, it worries an honest fellow to see such voracious beasts of prey ravaging a country for which he sheds his blood. If I had you on a Virginia plantation for a quarter of an hour, I'd teach you to worm the tobacco with the turkeys." "I leave you and shake the dust off my shoes, that no remnant of this wicked hole may tarnish the vestments of the godly." "Start, or I will shake the dust from your jacket, designing knave. A fellow to be preaching to my men. There's Hollister's put the devil in them by his exhorting. The rascals were getting too conscientious to strike a blow that would raise the skin. But hold! Whither do you travel, Master Blackie, in such godly company?" "He goes," said the minister, hastily speaking for his companion, "to return with a book of much condolence and virtue to the sinful youth above, whose soul will speedily become white, even as his outwards are black and unseemly. Would you deprive a dying man of the consolation of religion?" "No, no, poor fellow, his fate is bad enough. A famous good breakfast his prim body of an aunt gave us. But hark ye, Mr. Revelation, if the youth must die, secundum arlem, let it be under a gentleman's direction, and my advice is that you never trust that skeleton of yours among us again, or I will take the skin off and leave you naked." "Out upon thee for a reviler and scoffer of goodness," said Birch, moving slowly and with due observance of clerical dignity down the road, followed by the imaginary Caesar. "But I leave thee and that behind me that will prove thy condemnation, and take from thee a hearty and joyful deliverance." "Damn him," muttered the trooper. "The fellow rides like a stake, and his legs stick out like the cocks of his hat. I wish I had him below these hills, where the law is not over-particular. I'd—" "Corporal of the guard! Corporal of the guard!" shouted the sentinel in the passage to the chambers. "Corporal of the guard! Corporal of the guard!" The subaltern flew up the narrow stairway that led to the room of the prisoner, and demanded the meaning of the outcry. The soldier was standing at the open door of the apartment, looking in with a suspicious eye on the supposed British officer. On observing his lieutenant, he fell back with habitual respect, and replied with an air of puzzled thought, "I don't know, sir, but just now the prisoner looked queer. Ever since the preacher has left him, he don't look as he used to do. But," gazing intently over the shoulder of his officer, "it must be him, too. There is the same powdered head, and the darn in the coat where he was hit the day we had the last brush with the enemy. And then all this noise is occasioned by your doubting whether that poor gentleman is your prisoner or not, is it, sirrah? Who the devil do you think it can be else?" "I don't know who else it can be," returned the fellow sullenly. "But he has grown thicker and shorter, if it is he, and see for yourself, sir, he shakes all over, like a man in an ague."
This was but too true. Caesar was an alarmed auditor of this short conversation, and, from congratulating himself upon the dexterous escape of his young master, his thoughts were very naturally beginning to dwell upon the probable consequences to his own person. The pause that succeeded the last remark of the sentinel in no degree contributed to the restoration of his faculties. Lieutenant Mason was busied in examining with his own eyes the suspected person of the black, and Caesar was aware of the fact by stealing a look through a passage under one of his arms that he had left expressly for the purpose of reconnoitering. Captain Lawton would have discovered the fraud immediately, but Mason was by no means so quick-sighted as his commander. He therefore turned rather contemptuously to the soldier, and speaking in an undertone, observed, "That Anabaptist, Methodistical, Quaker, psalm-singing rascal has frightened the boy with his farrago about flames and brimstone. I'll step in and cheer him with a little rational conversation." "I have heard of fear making a man white," said the soldier, drawing back and staring as if his eyes would start from their sockets. "But it has changed the royal captain to a black." The truth was that Caesar, unable to hear what Mason uttered in a low voice, and having every fear aroused in him by what had already passed, incautiously removed the wig a little from one of his ears in order to hear the better, without in the least remembering that its color might prove fatal to his disguise. The sentinel had kept his eyes fastened on the prisoner, and noticed the action. The attention of Mason was instantly drawn to the same object, and forgetting all delicacy for a brother of officer in distress, or, in short, forgetting everything but the censure that might alight on his corps, the lieutenant sprang forward and seized the terrified African by the throat. For no sooner had Caesar heard his color named than he knew his discovery was certain, and at the first sound of Mason's heavy boot on the floor, he arose from his seat and retreated precipitately to a corner of the room. "Who are you?" cried Mason, dashing the head of the old man against the angle of the wall at each interrogatory. "Who the devil are you? And where is the Englishman? Speak, thou thundercloud! Answer me, you jackdaw, or I'll hang you on the gallows of the spy." Caesar continued firm. Neither the threats nor the blows could extract any reply, until the lieutenant, by a very natural transition in the attack, sent his heavy boot forward in a direction that brought it in direct contact with the most sensitive part of the Negro, his shin. The most obdurate heart could not have exacted further patience, and Caesar instantly gave in. The first words he spoke were, "Golly, massa, you tink I got no feelin'?" "By heavens!" shouted the lieutenant, "it is the Negro himself. Scoundrel, where is your master, and who was the priest?" While speaking he made a movement as if about to renew the attack, but Caesar cried aloud for mercy, promising to tell all that he knew. "Who was the priest?" replied the dragoon, drawing back his formidable leg and holding it in threatening suspense. "Harvey! Harvey!" cried Caesar, dancing from one leg to the other, as he thought each member in turn might be assailed. "Harvey who, you black villain?" cried the impatient lieutenant, as he executed a full measure of vengeance by letting his leg fly. "Birch!" shrieked Caesar, falling on his knees, the tears rolling in large drops over his shining face. "Harvey Birch!" echoed the trooper, hurling the black from him and rushing from the room. "To arms! To arms! 50 guineas for the life of the peddler spy. Give no quarter to either. Mount, mount! To arms! To horse!" During the uproar occasioned by the assembling of the dragoons, who all rushed tumultuously to their horses, Caesar rose from the floor, where he had been thrown by Mason, and began to examine into his injuries. Happily for himself, he had alighted on his head, and consequently sustained no material damage. End of chapter 28.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Today's recording by Chris V. The Spy, A Tale of the Neutral Ground, by James Fenimore Cooper, edited by Nathaniel Waring Barnes. Chapter 29. Away went Gillipan, neck or nought. Away went hat and wig. He little dreamt, when he set out, of running such a rig. The road which it was necessary for the pedlar and the English captain to travel, in order to reach the shelter of the hills, lay for a half-mile in full view from the door of the building that had so recently been the prison of the latter, running for the whole distance over the rich plain that spreads to the very foot of the mountains, which here rise in a nearly perpendicular ascent from their bases. It then turned short to the right, and was obliged to follow the windings of nature, as it won its way into the bosom of the highlands. To preserve the supposed difference in their stations, Harvey rode a short distance ahead of his companion, and maintained the sober, dignified pace that was suited to his assumed character. On their right, the regiment of foot, that we have already mentioned, lay in tents, and the sentinels who guarded their encampment were to be seen moving with measured tread under the hills themselves. The first impulse of Henry was, certainly, to urge the beast he rode to his greatest speed at once, and by a coup de main not only accomplish his escape, but relieve himself from the torturing suspense of his situation. But the forward movement that the youth made for this purpose was instantly checked by the pedlar. "Hold up!" he cried, dexterously reining his own horse across the path of the other. "Would you ruin us both? Fall into the place of a black following his master. Did you not see their blooded chargers, all saddled and bridled, standing in the sun before the house? How long do you think that miserable Dutch horse you are on would hold his speed, if pursued by the Virginians? Every foot that we gain without giving the alarm counts a day in our lives. Ride steadily after me, and on no account look back. They are as subtle as foxes, and as ravenous for blood as wolves." Henry reluctantly restrained his impatience, and followed the direction of the pedlar. His imagination, however, continually alarmed him with the fancied sounds of pursuit, though Birch, who occasionally looked back under the pretence of addressing his companion, assured him that all continued quiet and peaceful. "But," said Henry, "it will not be possible for Caesar to remain long undiscovered. Had he not better put our horses to the gallop, and by the time they can reflect on the cause of our flight, we can reach the corner of the woods?" "Ah, you know little them, Captain Wharton," returned the pedlar. "There is a sergeant at this moment looking after us, as if he thought all was not right. The keen-eyed fellow watches me like a tiger lying in wait for his leap. When I stood on the horse-block he half suspected that something was wrong. Nay, check your beast. We must let the animals walk a little, for he is laying his hand on the pommel of his saddle. If he mounts we are gone. The foot soldiers could reach us with their muskets." "What does he now?" asked Henry, reining his horse to a walk, but at the same time pressing his heels to the animal's sides, to be in readiness for a spring. "He turns from his charger and looks the other way. Now trot on a little ahead of us. He eyes us keenly." "Never mind the footman," said Henry impatiently. "He can do nothing but shoot us, whereas these dragoons may make me a captive again. Surely, Harvey, there are horse moving down the road behind us. Do you see nothing particular?" "Humph!" ejaculated the pedlar. "There is something particular, indeed, to be seen behind the thicket on our left. Turn your head a little, and you may see and profit by it too." Henry eagerly seized this permission to look aside, and the blood curdled to his heart as he observed that they were passing a gallows, which unquestionably had been erected for his own execution. He turned his face from the sight in undisguised horror. "There is a warning to be prudent," said the peddler in the sententious manner that he often adopted. "It is a terrific sight, indeed!" cried Henry, for a moment veiling his eyes with his hand, as if to drive a vision before him. The peddler moved his body partly around and spoke with energetic but gloomy bitterness. "And yet, Captain Wharton, you see it where the setting sun shines full upon you. The air you breathe is clear and fresh from the hills before you. Every step that you take leaves that hated gallows behind, and every dark hollow and every shapeless rock in the mountains offers you a hiding place from the vengeance of your enemies. But I have seen the gibbet raised, when no place of refuge offered. Twice have I been buried in dungeons, where, fettered and in chains, I have passed nights in torture, looking forward to the morning's dawn that was to light me to a death of infamy. The sweat has started from the limbs and seemed already drained of their moisture, and if I ventured to the hole that admitted air through grates of iron to look out upon the smiles of nature, which God has bestowed for the meanest of his creatures, the gibbet has glared before my eyes like an evil conscience, harrowing the soul of a dying man. 4 times have I been in their power, besides this last, but twice did I think my hour had come. It is hard to die at the best, Captain Wharton, but to spend your last moments alone and unpitied, to know that none near you so much as think of the fate that is to you the closing of all that is earthly, to think that in a few hours you are to be led from the gloom, which as you dwell on what follows becomes dear to you, to the face of day, and there to meet all eyes fixed upon you, as if you were a wild beast, and to lose sight of everything amidst the jeers and scoffs of your fellow creatures. That, Captain Wharton, that indeed is to die." Henry listened in amazement as his companion uttered this speech with a vehemence altogether new to him. Both seemed to have forgotten their danger and their disguises. "What? Were you ever so near death as that?" "Have I not been hunted beast of this hills for 3 years past?" resumed Harvey, "and once they even led me to the foot of the gallows itself, and I escaped only by an alarm from the royal troops. Had they been a quarter of an hour later, I must have died. There was I placed in the midst of unfeeling men, and gaping women and children, as a monster to be cursed. When I would pray to God, my eyes were insulted with the history of my crimes, and when in all that multitude I looked around for a single face that showed me any pity, I could find none. No, not even one. All cursed me as a wretch who would sell his country for gold. The sun was brighter to my eyes than common, but it was the last time I should see it. The fields were gay and pleasant, and everything seemed as if this world was a kind of heaven. Oh, how sweet life was to me at that moment! 'Twas a dreadful hour, Captain Wharton, and such as you have never known. You have friends to feel for you, but I had none but a father to mourn my loss, when he might hear of it, but there was no pity, no consolation near to soothe my anguish. Everything seemed to have deserted me. I even thought that he had forgotten that I lived." "What? Did you feel that God himself had forgotten you, Harvey?" "God never forsakes his servants," returned Birch with reverence, and exhibiting naturally a devotion that hitherto he had only assumed. "And whom did you mean by he?" The peddler raised himself in his saddle to the stiff and upright posture that was suited to his outward appearance. The look of fire that for a short time glowed on his countenance disappeared in the solemn lines of unbending self-abasement, and speaking as if addressing a negro, he replied, "In heaven there is no distinction of color, my brother. Therefore you have a precious charge within you, that you must hereafter render an account of." Dropping his voice, "This is the last sentinel near the road. Look not back as you value your life." Henry remembered the situation and instantly assumed the humble demeanor of his adopted character. The unaccountable energy of the peddler's manner was soon forgotten in the sense of his own immediate danger, and with the recollection of his critical situation returned all the uneasiness that he had momentarily forgotten. "What see you, Harvey?" he cried, observing the peddler to gaze towards the building they had left, the ominous interest. "What see you at the house?" "That which bodes no good to us," returned the pretended priest. "Throw aside the mask and wig. You will need all your senses without much delay. Throw them in the road. There are none before us that I dread, but there are those behind us who will give us a fearful race." "Nay, then," cried the captain, casting the implements of his disguise into the highway, "let us improve our time to the utmost. We want a full quarter to the turn. Why not push for it at once?" "Be cool. They are in alarm, but they will not mount without an officer, unless they see us fly. Now he comes. He moves to the stables, trots briskly. A dozen are in their saddles, but the officer stops to tighten his girths. They hope to steal a march upon us. He is mounted. Now ride, Captain Wharton, for your life, and keep at my heels. If you quit me, you will be lost." A second request was unnecessary. The instant that Harvey put his horse to his speed, Captain Wharton was at his heels, urging the miserable animal he rode to the utmost. Birch had selected his own beast, and although vastly inferior to the high-fed and blooded chargers of the dragoons, still it was much superior to the little pony that had been thought good enough to carry Caesar Thompson on an errand. A very few jumps convinced the captain that his companion was fast leaving him, and a fearful glance thrown behind informed the fugitive that his enemies were speedily approaching. With that abandonment that makes misery doubly grievous, when it is to be supported alone, Henry cried aloud to the peddler not to desert him. Harvey instantly drew up and suffered his companion to run alongside of his own horse. The cocked hat and wig of the peddler fell from his head the moment that his steed began to move briskly, and this development of their disguise, as it might be termed, was witnessed by the dragoons, who announced their observation by a boisterous shout that seemed to be uttered in the very ears of the fugitives. So loud was the cry and so short the distance between them. "Had we better not leave our horses," said Henry, "and make for the hills across the fields on our left? The fence will stop our pursuers." "That way lies the gallows," returned the peddler. "These fellows go 3 feet to our 2, and would mind the fence no more than we do these ruts. But it is a short quarter to the turn, and there are 2 roads behind the wood. They may stand to choose until they can take the track, and we shall gain a little upon them." "But this miserable horse is blown already," cried Henry, urging his beast with the end of his bridle. At the same time Harvey aided his efforts by applying the lash of a heavy riding-whip he carried. "He will never stand it for a half-mile farther." "A quarter will do, a quarter will do," said the peddler. "A single quarter will save us, if you follow my directions." Somewhat cheered by the cool and confident manner of his companion, Henry continued silently urging his horse forward. A few moments brought them to the desired turn. As they doubled round a point of low underbrush, the fugitives caught a glimpse of their pursuers scattered along the highway. Mason and the sergeant, being better mounted than the rest of the party, were much nearer to their heels than even the peddler thought could be possible. At the foot of the hills, and for some distance up the dark valley that wound around the mountains, a thick underwood of saplings had been suffering to shoot up, where the heavier growth was felled for the sake of the fuel. At the sight of this cover, Henry again urged the peddler to dismount and to plunge into the woods, but his request was promptly refused. The two roads before mentioned met at very sharp angles at a short distance from the turn, and both were circuitous, so that but a little of either could be seen at a time. The peddler took the one which led to the left, but held it only a moment, for, on reaching a partial opening in the thicket, he darted across into the right-hand path and led the way up a steep ascent, which lay directly before them. The maneuver saved them. On reaching the fork, the dragoons followed the track and passed the spot where the fugitives had crossed to the other road before they missed the marks of the footsteps. Their loud cries were heard by Henry and the peddler, as their wearied and breathless animals toiled up the hill, ordering their comrades to the rear to ride in the right direction. The captain again proposed to leave their horses and dash into the thicket. "Not yet, not yet," said Birch in a low voice. "The road falls from the top of this hill, as steep as it rises. First let us gain to the top." While speaking, they reached the desired summit, and both threw themselves from their horses. Henry plunged into the thick underwood, which covered the side of the mountain for some distance above them. Harvey stopped to give each of their beasts a few severe blows of his whip, that drove them headlong down the path on the other side of the eminence, and then followed his example. The peddler entered the thicket with little caution, and avoided as much as possible rustling or breaking the branches in his way. There was but time only to shelter his person from view, when a dragoon led up the ascent, and on reaching the height he cried aloud, "I saw one of their horses turning this hill this minute." "Drive on, spur forward, my lads," shouted Mason. "Give the Englishman quarter, but cut down the peddler, and make an end of him." Henry felt his companion grip his arm hard, as he listened in a great tremor for his cry, which was followed by the passage of a dozen horsemen, with a vigor and speed that showed too plainly how little security their overtired steeds could have afforded them. "Now," said the peddler, rising from the cover to reconnoitre, and standing for a moment in suspense, "all that we gain is clear gain, for as we go up they go down. Let us be stirring." "But will they not follow us, and surround this mountain?" said Henry, rising and imitating the labored but rapid progression of his companion. "Remember, they have foot as well as horse, and at any rate we shall starve in the hills." "Fear nothing, Captain Wharton," said the peddler with confidence. "This is not the mountain that I would be on, but necessity has made me a dexterous pilot among these hills. I will lead you where no man will dare to follow. See, the sun is already setting behind the tops of the western mountains, and it will be 2 hours to the rising of the moon. Who think you will follow us far on a November night amongst these rocks and precipices?" "Listen!" exclaimed Henry. "The dragoons are shouting to each other. They miss us already." "Come to the point of this rock, and you may see them," said Harvey, composedly setting himself down to rest. "Nay, they can see us. Observe, they are pointing up with their fingers. There, one has fired his pistol, but the distance is too great, even for a musket." "They will pursue us," cried the impatient Henry. "Let us be moving." "They will not think of such a thing," returned the peddler, picking the checkerberries that grew on the thin soil where he sat, and very deliberately chewing them, leaves and all, to refresh his mouth. "What progress could they make here, in their heavy boots and spurs and long swords? No, they may go back and turn out the foot, but the horse pass through these defiles, when they can keep the saddle with fear and trembling. Come, follow me, Captain Wharton. We have a troublesome march before us, but I will bring you where none will think of venturing this night." So saying, they both arose, and soon hid from view amongst the rocks and caverns of the mountains. The conjecture of the peddler was true. Mason and his men dashed down the hill, in pursuit, as they supposed, of their victims, but on reaching the bottom lands they found only the deserted horses of the fugitives. Some little time was spent in examining the woods near them, and endeavoring to take the trail on such ground as might enable the horse to pursue. when one of the party described the peddler and Henry seated on the rock already mentioned. "He's off," muttered Mason, eyeing Harvey with a fury. "He's off, and we are disgraced. By heavens, Washington will not trust us with keeping of a suspect Tory, if we let the rascal trifle in this manner and with the corps. And there sits the Englishman, too, looking down upon us with a smile of benevolence. I fancy that I can see it. Well, well, my lad, you are comfortably seated, I will confess, and that is something better than dancing upon nothing. But you are not to the west of Harlem River yet, and I will try your wind before you tell Sir Henry what you have seen." "Shall I fire and frighten the peddler?" asked one of the men, drawing his pistol from the holster. "Aye, startle the birds from their perch. Let us see how they can use the wing." The man fired the pistol, and Mason continued, "For George, I believe the scoundrels laugh at us. But homeward, or we shall have them rolling stones upon our heads, and the Royal Gazettes teemed with an account of the rebel regiment routed by 2 loyalists. They have told bigger lies than that before now." The dragoons moved sullenly after their officer, who rode towards their quarters, musing on the course it behooved him to pursue in the present dilemma. It was twilight when Mason's party reached a dwelling, before the door of which was collected a great number of the officers and men, busily employed in giving and listening to the most exaggerated accounts of the escape of the spy. The mortified dragoons gave their ungrateful tidings with the sullen air of disappointed men, and most of the officers gathered round Mason, to consult of the steps that ought to be taken. Miss Peyton and Frances were breathless and unobserved listeners to all that passed between them, from the window of the chamber immediately above their heads. "Something must be done, and that speedily," observed the commanding officer of the regiment, which lay encamped before the house. "This English officer is doubtless an instrument in the great blow aimed at us by the enemy lately. Besides, our honor is involved in his escape." "Let us beat the woods!" cried several at once. "By morning we shall have them both again." "Softly, softly, gentlemen," returned the colonel. "No man can travel these hills after dark unless used to the passes. Nothing but horse can do service in this business, and I presume Lieutenant Mason hesitates to move without the orders of his major." "I certainly dare not," replied the subaltern, gravely shaking his head, "unless you will take responsibility of an order. But Major Dunwoody will be back again in 2 hours, and we can carry the tidings through the hills before daylight, so that by spreading patrols across from one river to the other, and offering a reward to the country people, their escape will yet be impossible, unless they can join the party that is said to be out of the Hudson." "A very plausible plan," cried the colonel, "and one that must succeed. But let a messenger be dispatched to Dunwoody, or he may continue at the ferry until it proves too late, though doubtless the runaways will lie in the mountains tonight." To this suggestion Mason acquiesced, and a courier was sent to the major with the important intelligence of the escape of Henry, and an intimation of the necessity of his presence to conduct the pursuit. After this arrangement the officers separated. When Miss Peyton and her niece first learned the escape of Captain Wharton, it was with difficulty that they could credit their senses. They both relied so implicitly on the success of Dunwoody's exertions, that they thought the act, on the part of the relative, extremely imprudent. But it was now too late to mend it. When listening to the conversation of the officers, both were struck with the increased danger of Henry's situation, if recaptured, and they trembled to think of the great exertions that would be made to accomplish this object. Miss Peyton consoled herself and endeavored to cheer her niece with the probability that the fugitives would pursue their course with unremitting diligence, so that they might reach the neutral ground before the horse would carry down the tidings of their flight. The absence of Dunwoody seemed to her all important, and the artless lady was anxiously devising some project that might detain her kinsman, and thus give her nephew the longest possible time. But very different were the reflections of Frances. She could no longer doubt that the figure she had seen on the hill was Birch, and she felt certain that instead of flying to the friendly forces below, her brother would be taken to the mysterious hut to pass the night. Frances and her aunt led a long and animated discussion by themselves, when the good spinster reluctantly yielded to the representation of her niece, and folding her in her arms, she kissed her cold cheek, and fervently blessing her, allowed her to depart on an errand of fraternal love. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. In here forlorn and lost I tread, with fainting steps and slow, where wilds immeasurably spread seem lengthening as I go. The night had set in dark and chilling, as Frances Wharton, with a beating heart but light step, moved through the little garden that lay behind the farmhouse which had been her brother's prison, and took her way to the foot of the mountain, where she had seen the figure of him she supposed to be the peddler. It was still early, but the darkness and the dreary nature of a November evening would, at any other moment, or with less inducement to exertion, have driven her back in terror to the circle she had left. Without pausing to reflect, however, she flew over the ground with a rapidity that seemed to bid defiance to all impediments, nor stopped even to breathe until she had gone half the distance to the rock that she had marked as the spot where Birch made his appearance on that very morning. The good treatment of their women is the surest evidence that a people can give of their civilization, and there is no nation which has more to boast of it in this respect than the Americans. Frances felt but little apprehension from the orderly and quiet troops who were taking their evening's repast on the side of the highway, opposite to the field through which she was flying. They were her countrymen, and she knew that her sex would be respected by the Eastern militia, who composed this body, but in the volatile and reckless character of the Southern horse she had less confidence. Outrages of any description were seldom committed by the really American soldiery, but she recoiled with exquisite delicacy from even the appearance of humiliation. When therefore she heard the footsteps of a horse moving slowly up the road, she shrank timidly into a little thicket of wood which grew around the spring that bubbled from the side of a hillock near her. The vidette, for such as proved to be, passed her without noticing her form, which was so enveloped as to be as little conspicuous as possible. Humming a low air to himself, and probably thinking of some other fare that he had left on the banks of Potomac. Frances listened anxiously to the retreating footsteps of his horse, and as they died upon her ears she ventured from her place of secrecy, and advanced a short distance to the field, where, startled at the gloom and appalled with the dreariness of the prospect, she paused to reflect on what she had undertaken. Throwing back the hood of her cardinal, she sought the support of a tree, and gazed towards the summit of the mountain that was to be the goal of her enterprise. It rose from the plain like a huge pyramid, giving nothing to the eye but its outline. The pinnacle could be faintly discerned in front of a lighter background of clouds, between which a few glimmering stars occasionally twinkled in the momentary brightness, and then gradually became obscured by the passing vapor that was moving before the wind at a very distance below the clouds themselves. Should she return, Henry and the peddler would most probably pass the night in fancied security upon the very hill towards which she was straining her eyes, in the vain hope of observing some light that might encourage her to proceed. The deliberate, and what to her seemed cold-blooded, project of the officer for the recapture of the fugitives still rang in her ears, and stimulated her to go on, but the solitude into which she must venture, the time, the actual danger of the ascent, and the uncertainty of her finding the hut, or what was still more disheartening, the chance that it might be occupied by unknown tenants, and those of the worst description, urged her to retreat. The increasing darkness was each moment rendering objects less and less distinct, and the clouds were gathering more gloomily in the rear of the hill, until its form could no longer be discerned. Frances threw back her rich curls with both hands on her temples, in order to possess her senses in their utmost keenness. But the towering hill was entirely lost to the eye. At length she discovered a faint and twinkling blaze in the direction in which she thought the building stood, that by its reviving and receding lustre might be taken for the glimmering of a light. But the delusion vanished, as the horizon again cleared, and the star of the evening shone forth from a cloud, after struggling hard, as if for existence. She now saw the mountain to the left of the place where the planet was shining, and suddenly a streak of mellow light burst upon the fantastic oaks that were thinly scattered over its summit, and gradually moved down its side until the whole pile became distinct under the rays of the rising moon. Although it would have been physically impossible for our heroine to advance without the aid of the friendly light, which now gleamed on the long line of level land before her, yet she was not encouraged to proceed. If she could see the goal of her wishes, she could also perceive the difficulties that must attend her reaching it. While deliberate in distressing incertitude, now shrinking with the timidity of her sex and years from the enterprise, and now resolving to rescue her brother at every hazard, Frances turned her looks towards the east, in the earnest gaze at the clouds which constantly threatened to involve her again in comparative darkness. Had an adder stung her, she could not have sprung with greater celerity than she recoiled from the object against which she was leaning, and which she for the first time noticed. The two upright posts, with a crossbeam on their tops, and a rude platform beneath, told but too plainly the nature of the structure. Even the cord was suspended from the iron staple, and was swinging to and fro in the night air. Frances hesitated no longer, but rather flew than ran across the meadow, and was soon at the base of the rock, where she hoped to find something like a path to the summit of the mountain. Here she was compelled to pause for breath, and was improved the leisure by surveying the ground about her. The ascent was quite abrupt, but she soon found a sheep path that wound among the shelving rocks and through the trees, so as to render her labor much less tiresome than it otherwise would have been. Throwing a fearful glance behind, the determined girl commenced her journey upwards. Young, active, and impelled by her generous motive, she moved up the hill with elastic steps, and very soon emerged from the cover of the woods into an open space of more level ground that had evidently been cleared of its timber for the purpose of cultivation. But either the war or the sterility of the soil had compelled the adventurer to abandon the advantages that had been obtained over the wilderness, and already the brushes and the briars were springing up afresh, as if the plough had never traced furrows through the mold which nourished them. Frances felt her spirits invigorated by the faint vestiges of the labor of man, and she walked up the gentle acclivity with renewed hopes of success. The path now diverged in so many different directions that she soon saw it would be useless to follow their windings, and abandoned it at the first turn. She labored forward towards what she thought was the nearest point of the summit. The cleared ground was soon passed, and the woods and rocks clinging to the precipitous sides of the mountain again opposed themselves to her progress. Occasionally the path was seen running along the verge of the clearing, then striking off into the scattered patches of grass and herbage, but in no instance could she trace it upward. Tufts of wool hanging to the briars sufficiently denoted the origin of these tracks, and Frances rightly conjectured that whoever descended the mountain would avail himself of their existence to lighten the labor. Seating herself on a stone, the wearied girl again paused to rest and to reflect. The clouds were rising before the moon, and the whole scene at her feet lay pictured in softest colors. The white tents of the militia were stretched in regular lines immediately beneath her. The light was shining in the window of her aunt, who Frances easily fancied was watching the mountain, racked with all the anxiety she might be supposed to feel for her niece. Lanterns were playing about in the stable-yard, and where she knew the horses of the dragoons were kept, and believing them to be preparing for their night march, she again sprang upon her feet and renewed her toil. Our heroine had to ascend more than a quarter of a mile farther, although she had already conquered 2/3 of the height of the mountain. But she was now without a path, or any guide to direct her in her course. Fortunately, the hill was conical, like most of the mountains in that range, and by advancing upwards, she was certain of at any length reaching the desired hut, which hung, as it were, on the very pinnacle. Nearly an hour did she struggle with the numerous difficulties that she was obliged to overcome, when, having reached exhaustively with her efforts, and in several instances in great danger from falls, she succeeded in gaining the small piece of tableland on the summit. Faint with exertions which had been unusually severe for so slight a frame, she sank on a rock to recover her strength and fortitude of the approaching interview. A few moments suffered for this purpose, when she proceeded in quest of the hut. All of the neighboring hills were distinctly visible by the aid of the moon, and Frances was able, where she stood, to trace the route of the highway from the plains into the mountains. By following this line with her eyes, she soon discovered the point whence she had seen the mysterious dwelling, and directly opposite to that point she well knew the hut must stand. The chilling air sighed through the leafless branches of the gnarled and crooked oaks, as with a step so light as hardly to rustle the dry leaves on which she trod. Frances moved forward to that part of the hill where she expected to find this secluded habitation, but nothing could she discern that in the least resembled a dwelling of any sort. In vain she examined every recess of the rocks, or inquisitively explored every part of the summit that she thought could hold the tenant of the peddler. No hut nor any vestige of a human being could she trace. The idea of her solitude struck on the terrified mind of the affrighted girl, and approaching to the edge of a shelving rock, she bent forward to gaze on the signs of life in the vale, where a ray of keen light dazzled her eyes, and a warm ray diffused itself over her whole frame. Recovering from her surprise, Frances looked on the ledge beneath her, and at once perceived that she stood directly over the object of her search. A hole through its roof provided a passage to the smoke, which, as it blew aside, showed her a clear and cheerful fire crackling and snapping on a rude hearth of stone. The approach to the front of the hut was by a winding path around the point of the rock on which she stood, and by this she advanced to its door. 3 sides of this singular edifice, if such it could be called, were composed of logs laid alternately on each other, to a little more than the height of a man, and the 4th was formed by the rock against which it leaned. The roof was made of the bark of trees, laid in long strips from the rock to its eaves. The fissures between the logs had been stuffed with clay, which in many places had fallen out, and dried leaves were made use of as a substitute, to keep out the wind. A single window of 4 panes of glass was in the front, but a board carefully closed it in such a manner as to admit no light from the fire within. After pausing some time to view this singularly constructed hiding-place, for such Frances knew it well, she applied her eye to a crevice to examine the inside. There was no lamp or candle, but the blazing fire of dry wood made the interior of the hut light enough to be read by. In one corner lay a bed of straw with a pair of blankets thrown carelessly over it, as if left where it had been last used. Against the wall and rock were suspended, from pegs forced into the crevices, various garments, and such as were apparently fitted for all ages and conditions, and for either sex. British and American uniforms hung peaceably by the side of each other, and on the peg that supported a gown of striped calico, such as was the unusual country wear, was also depending a well-powdered wig. In short, the attire was numerous, and as various as if a whole parish were to be equipped from this one wardrobe. In the angle against the rock, and the opposite to the fire which was burning in the other corner, was an open cupboard, and that held a plate or two, a mug, and the remains of some broken meat. Before the fire was a table, with one of its legs fractured, and made of rough boards. These, with a single stool, composed the furniture, if we except a few articles of cooking. A book by its size and shape appeared to be a Bible, was lying on the table unopened, but it was the occupant in the hut in whom Frances was chiefly interested. This was a man sitting on the stool with his head leaning on his hand, in such a manner as to conceal his features, and deeply occupied in examining some open papers. On the table lay a pair of curiously and richly mounted horseman's pistols, and the handle of a sheathed rapier, of exquisite workmanship, protruded from between the legs of the gentleman, one of whose hands carelessly rested on its guard. The tall stature of this unexpected tenant of the hut, and his form, much more athletic than that of either Harvey or her brother, told Frances, without the aid of his dress, that it was neither of those she sought. A close surtout was buttoned tight in the throat of the stranger, and parted at his knees, showed breeches of a buff, with military boots and spurs. His hair was dressed so as to expose the whole face, and after the fashion of the day it was profusely powdered. A round hat was laid on the stones that formed a paved floor to the hut, as if to make room for a large map, which, among the other papers, occupied the table. This was an unexpected event to our adventurer. She had been so confident that the figure twice seen was the peddler, that on learning that his agency in her brother's escape, she did not in the least doubt of finding them both in the place where she now discovered was occupied by another and a stranger. She stood earnestly looking through the crevice, hesitating whether to retire, or to wait with the expectation of meeting Henry, as the stranger moved his hand from before his eyes and raised his face, apparently in deep musing, when Frances instantly recognized the benevolent and strongly marked but composed features of Harper. All that Dunwoodie had said of his power and disposition, all that he had himself promised her brother, and all the confidence that had been created by his dignified and paternal manner, rushed across the mind of Frances, who threw open the door of the hut, and falling at his feet, clasped his knees with her arms, and she cried, "Save him! Save him! Save my brother! Remember your promise, and save him!" Harper had risen as the door opened, and there was a slight movement of one hand towards his pistols, but it was cool and instantly checked. He raised the hood of the cardinal, which had fallen over her features, and exclaimed with some uneasiness, "Miss Wharton, but you cannot be alone." "There is none here but my God and you, and by his sacred name I conjure you to remember your promise and save my brother." Harper gently raised her from her knees and placed her on the stool, begging her at the same time to be composed, and to acquaint him with the nature of her errand. This Frances instantly did, ingenuously admitting him to the knowledge of all her views in visiting that lone spot at such an hour and by herself. It was at all times difficult to probe the thoughts of one who held his passions in such disciplined subjection as Harper, but still there was a lighting of his thoughtful eye, and a slight unbending of his muscles, as the hurried and anxious girl proceeded in her narrative. His interest as she dwelt upon the manner of Henry's escape, and the flight to the woods, was deep and manifest, and he listened to the remainder of her tale with a marked expression of benevolent indulgence. Her apprehensions that her brother might still be too late through the mountains seemed to have much weight with him, for, as she concluded, he walked a turn through the hut, in silent musing. Frances hesitated, and unconsciously played with the handle of one of the pistols, and the paleness that her fears had spread over her fine features began to give place to a rich tint, as after a short pause she added, "We cannot depend much on the friendship of Major Dunwoodie, but his sense of honor is so pure, that that notwithstanding his feelings, his desire to serve us, he will conceive it to be his duty to apprehend my brother again. Besides, he thinks there will be no danger in doing so, as he relies greatly on your interference." "Oh, mine?" said Harper, raising his eyes in surprise. "Yes, on yours. When we told him of your kind language, he at once assured us all that you had the power, and if you had promised, would have the inclination to procure Henry's pardon." "Said he more?" asked Harper, who appeared slightly uneasy. "Nothing but reiterated assurances of Henry's safety. Even now he is in quest of you. Miss Wharton, that I bear no mean part in the unhappy struggle between England and America, I might now be useless to deny. You owe your brother's escape this night to my knowledge of his innocence and the remembrance of my word. Major Dunwoodie is mistaken when he says that I might openly have procured his pardon. I now indeed can control his fate, and I pledge to you a word that has some influence with Washington, that means shall be taken to prevent his recapture. But from you also I exact a promise that this interview, and all that has passed between us, remain confined to your own bosom until you have my permission to speak upon the subject." Francis gave the desired assurance, and he continued, "The peddler and your brother will soon be here, but I must not be seen by the royal officer, or the life of Birch might be the forfeiture." "Never!" cried Francis ardently. "Henry could never be so base as to betray the man who saved him." "It is no childish game that we are now playing, Miss Wharton. Men's lives and fortunes hang upon slender threads, and nothing must be left to accident that we can guard against. Did Sir Henry Clinton know that the peddler had communion with me, and under such circumstances the life of the miserable man would be taken instantly. Therefore, as you value human blood, or remember the rescue of your brother, be prudent and be silent. Communicate what you know to them both, and urge them to instantly departure. If they can reach the last pickets of our army before morning, it shall be my care there are none to intercept them. There is better work for Major Dunwoodie than to exposing the life of his friend." While Harper was speaking, he carefully rolled up the map he had been studying, and placed it, together with sundry papers that were also open, into his pocket. He was still occupied in this manner when the voice of the peddler, talking in unusually loud tones, was heard directly over their heads. "Stand further this way, Captain Wharton, and you can see the tents in the moonshine. Let them mount and ride. I have a nest here that will hold us both, and we will go in at our leisure." "And where is this nest? I confess that I have eaten but little the last 2 days, and I crave some of your cheer you mention." "Humph!" said the peddler, exerting his voice still more. "This fog has given me a cold, but move slowly and be careful not to slip, or you may land on the bayonet of the sentinel on the flats. 'Tis a steep hill to rise, but one can go down it with ease." Harper pressed his finger on his lip to remind Frances of her promise, and taking his pistols and hat so that no vestige of his visit remained, he retired deliberately to a far corner of the hut, where, lifting several articles of dress, he entered a recess in the rock, and letting them fall again, was hidden from view. Francis noticed by the strong firelight as he entered that it was a natural cavity, and contained nothing but a few more articles of domestic use. The surprise of Henry and the peddler of entering, and finding Francis in possession of the hut, may be easily imagined. Without waiting for the explanation or questions, the warm-hearted girl flew into the arms of her brother, and gave a vent to her emotions in tears. But the peddler seemed struck with very different feelings. His first look was at the fire, which had been recently supplied with fuel. He then drew upon a small drawer of the table, and looked a little alarmed at finding it empty. "Are you alone, Miss Fanny?" he asked in a quick voice. "You did not come here alone?" "As you see me, Mr. Birch," said Frances, raising herself from her brother's arms, and turning an expressive glance towards the secret cavern, and the quick eye of the peddler instantly understood. "But why and wherefore are you here?" exclaimed her astonished brother. "And how knew you of this place at all?" Frances entered at once into a brief detail of what had occurred at the house since their departure, and the motives which induced her to seek them. "But," said Birch, "why follow us here, when we were left on the opposite hill?" Frances related the glimpse that she had caught of the hut and the peddler, in her passage through the Highlands, and as well as her view of him on that day, and her immediate conjecture that the fugitives would seek the shelter of this habitation for the night. Birch examined her features as, with open ingenuousness, she related the simple incidents that had made her mistress of this secret. And as she ended, he sprang upon his feet, and striking the window with his stick in his hand, demolished it at a blow. "'Tis but little luxury or comfort that I know," he said, "but even that little cannot be enjoyed in safety, Miss Wharton," he added, advancing before Frances, and speaking with the bitter melancholy that was common to him. "I am hunted through these hills like the beast of the forest, but whenever I, tired with my toils, I can reach this spot, poor and dreary as it is, I can spend my solitary nights in safety. Will you aid to make the life of a wretch still more miserable?" "Never!" cried Frances with fervor. "Your secret is safe with me." "Major Dunwoodie," said the peddler, slowly turning an eye upon her that read her soul. Frances lowered her head upon her bosom, for a moment in shame, then elevating her fine and glowing face, she added with enthusiasm, "Never, never, Harvey, as God may hear my prayers." The peddler seemed satisfied as he drew back, and, watching his opportunity, unseen by Henry, slipped behind the screen, and entered the cavern. Frances and her brother, who thought his companion had passed through the door, continued conversing on the latter's situation for several minutes, when the former urged the necessity of expedition on his part in order to precede Dunwoodie, from those whose sense of duty they knew they had no escape. The captain took out his pocket-book, wrote a few lines with his pencil, then folding the paper he handed it to his sister. "Frances," he said, "you have this night proved yourself to be an incomparable woman, and as you love me, give that unopened to Dunwoodie, and remember that 2 hours may save my life." I will, but why delay? Why not fly and improve those precious moments?" "Your sister says well, Captain Wharton," exclaimed Harvey, who had re-entered unseen. "We must go at once. Here is food to eat as we travel." "But who is to see this fair creature in safety?" cried the captain. "I can never desert my sister in such a place as this." Leave me," said Frances. "I can descend as I came up. Do not doubt me. You know not my courage nor my strength." "I have not known you, dear girl, it is true. But now, as I learn your value, can I quit you here? Never, never." "Captain Wharton," said Birch, throwing open the door, "you can trifle with your own lives, if you have many to spare, but I have but one, and must nurse it. Do I go alone or not?" Go, dear Henry," said Frances, embracing him. "Go, remember our father, remember Sarah." She waited not for his answer, but gently forced him through the door, and closed it with her own hands. For a short time there was a warm debate between Henry and the peddler, but the latter finally prevailed, and the breathless girl heard the successive plunges as they went down the sides of the mountain at a rapid rate. Immediately after the noise of their departure had ceased, Harper reappeared. He took the arm of Frances in silence, and led her from the hut. The way seemed familiar to him, for, ascending to the ledge above them, he led his companion across the tableland tenderly, pointing out the little difficulties in their route, and cautioning her against injury. Frances felt, as she walked by the side of this extraordinary man, that she was supported by one of no common stamp. The firmness of his step and the composure of his manner seemed to indicate a mind settled and resolved. By taking a route over the back of the hill, they descended with great expedition, and but little danger. The distance it had taken Francis an hour to conquer was passed by Harper and his companion in 10 minutes, and they entered the open space already mentioned. He struck into one of the sheep paths, and crossing the clearing with rapid steps, they came suddenly upon a horse, caparisoned for a rider of no mean rank. The noble beast snorted and pawed the earth as his master approached and replaced the pistols in the holsters. Harper then turned, and taking the hand of Francis, spoke as follows. "You have this night saved your brother, Miss Wharton. It would not be proper for me to explain why there are limits to my ability to serve him. But if you can detain the horse for 2 hours, he is assuredly safe. After what you have already done, I can believe you equal to any duty. God has denied to me children, young lady, but if it had been his blessed will that my marriage should not have been childless, such a treasure as yourself would I have asked from his mercy. But you are my child. All who dwell in this broad land are my children and my care, and take the blessing of one who hopes yet to meet you in happier days." As he spoke with a solemnity that touched Frances to the heart, he laid his hand impressively upon her head. The guileless girl turned her face towards him, and the hood again falling back, exposed her lovely features to the moonbeams. A tear was glistening on either cheek, and her mild blue eyes were glazed upon his reverence. Harper bent and pressed a paternal kiss upon her forehead, and continued, "Any of these sheep paths will take you to the plain, but here we must part. I have much to do and far to ride. Forget me in all but your prayers." He then mounted his horse, and lifting his hat, rode towards the back of the mountain, descending at the same time, and was soon hid by the trees. Frances sprang forward with a lightened heart, and taking the first path that led onwards, in a few minutes she reached a plain in safety. While busied in stealing through the meadows towards the house, the noise of horse approaching startled her, and she felt how much more was to be apprehended from man in such situations than from solitude. Hiding her form in the angle of a fence near the road, she remained quiet for a moment, and watched their passage. A small party of dragoons, whose dress was different from the Virginians, passed at a brisk trot. They were followed by a gentleman enveloped in a large cloak, whom she at once knew to be Harper. Behind him rode a black in livery, and 2 youths in uniform brought up the rear. Instead of taking the road that led by the encampment, they turned short to the left and entered the hills. Wondering who this unknown but powerful friend of her brother ought to be, Frances glided across the fields, and using due precautions in approaching the dwelling, regained her residence undiscovered and in safety. End of chapter 30. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Today's recording by Chris V. The Spy by James Fenimore Cooper. Edited by Nathaniel Waring Barnes. Chapter 31. Hence bashful cunning, and prompt me plain and holy innocence. I am your wife, if you will marry me. On joining Miss Peyton, Frances learned that Dunwoody was not yet returned, although, with a view to relieve Henry from the opportunities of the supposed fanatic, he had desired a very respectable divine of their own church to ride up from the river and offer his services. This gentleman was already arrived, and had been passing the half hour he had been there, in a sensible and well-bred conversation with the spinster that in no degree touched upon their domestic affairs. To the eager inquiries that Miss Peyton, relative to her success in romantic excursion, Frances would say no more than that she was bound to be silent, and to recommend that the same precaution of the maiden also. There were smiles playing around the beautiful mouth of Frances, while she uttered the injunction, which satisfied her aunt that all as it should be. She was urging her niece to take some refreshment after her fatiguing expedition, when the noise of a horseman riding to the door announced the return of the major. He had been found by a courier, who was dispatched by Mason, impatiently waiting the return of Harper to the ferry, and immediately flew to the place where his friend had been confined, tormented by 1,000 conflicting fears. The heart of Frances bounded as she listened to his approaching footsteps. It wanted yet an hour to the termination of the shortest period that the peddler had fixed as the time necessary to effect his escape. Even Harper, powerful and well-disposed as he acknowledged himself to be, had laid great stress upon the importance of detaining the Virginians during that hour. She, however, had not time to rally her thoughts before Dunwoodie entered one door. As Miss Peyton, with the readiness of female instinct, retired through another. The countenance of Peyton was flushed, and an air of vexation and disappointment pervaded his manner. "'Twas imprudent, Frances, nay, it was unkind," he cried, throwing himself in a chair, "to fly at the very moment that I had assured him of safety. I can almost persuade myself that you delight in creating points of difference in our feelings and duties." "In our duties there may very possibly be a difference," returned his mistress, approaching and leaning her slender form against the wall, "but not in our feelings, Peyton. You must certainly rejoice in the escape of Henry." There was no danger impending. He had the promise of Harper, and it is a word never to be doubted. "Frances, oh Frances, had you known the man, you would never have distrusted his assurances, nor would you have again reduced me to this distressing alternative." "What alternative?" asked Frances, pitying his emotions deeply, but eagerly seizing upon every circumstance to prolong the interview. "What alternative? Am I not compelled to spend this night in the saddle to recapture your brother, when I had thought to lay my head on its pillow, with the happy consciousness of having contributed to his release? You make me seem your enemy, I who would cheerfully shed the last drop of blood in your service. I repeat, Frances, it was rash, it was unkind, it was a sad, sad mistake." She bent towards him and timidly took one of his hands, while with the other she gently removed the curls from his burning brow. "Why go at all, dear Peyton?" she asked. "You have done much for your country, and she cannot exact such a sacrifice at this time at your hand." "Frances! Miss Wharton!" exclaimed the youth, swinging on his feet, pacing the floor with a cheek that burned through his brown covering, and an eye that sparkled with wounded integrity. "It is not my country, but my honor, that requires the sacrifice. Has he not fled from a guard of my own corps? But for this I might have been spared the blow. But if the eyes of the Virginians are blinded to deception and artifice, their horses are swift of foot, and their sabers are keen. We shall see, before tomorrow's sun, who will presume to hint that the beauty of the sister furnished a mask to conceal the brother. Yes, yes, I should like, even now," he continued, laughing bitterly, "to hear the villain who would dare to surmise that such treachery existed." "Peyton, dear Peyton," said Frances, recoiling from his angry eye, "you curdle my blood. Would you kill my brother? Would I not die for him?" exclaimed Dunwoodie, as he turned to her more mildly. "You know I would, but I am distracted with this cruel surmise to which this step of Henry's subjects me. What will Washington think of me, should he learn that I ever became your husband?" "If that alone impels you to act so harshly towards my brother," returned Frances, with a slight tremor in her voice, "let it never happen for him to learn." "And this is consolation, Frances?" "Nay, dear Dunwoodie, I meant nothing harsh or unkind, but you are not making us both of more consequence with Washington than the truth will justify? I trust that my name is not entirely unknown to the commander-in-chief," said the major, a little proudly, "nor are you as obscure as your modesty would make you. I believe, Francis, when you say that you pity me, and it must be my task to continue worthy of such feelings. But I waste precious moments. We must go through the hills to-night, that we may be refreshed in time for the duty of tomorrow. Mason is already waiting my orders to mount. Francis, I leave you with a heavy heart. Pity me, but feel no concern for your brother. He must again become a prisoner, but every hair of his head is sacred." "Stop, Dunwoodie, I conjure you," cried Frances, gasping for breath, as she noticed that the hand of the clock still wanted many minutes to the desired hour. "Before you go on your errand of fastidious duty, read this note that Henry has left for you, and which, doubtless, as he thought, he was writing to the friend of his youth. Francis, I excuse your feelings, but the time will come when you will do me justice." "That time is now," she answered, extending her hand, unable any longer to feign a displeasure that she did not feel. "Where got you this note?" exclaimed the youth, glancing his eyes over its contents. "Poor Henry, you are indeed my friend. If any one wishes me happiness, it is you." He does, cried Frances eagerly. "He wishes you every happiness. Believe what he tells you. Every word is true." "I do believe him, lovely girl, and he refers me to you for its confirmation. Would that I could trust equally to your affections." "You may, Peyton," said Frances, looking up with innocent confidence towards her lover. "Then read for yourself and verify your words," interrupted Dunwoodie, holding the note towards her. Frances received it in astonishment, and read the following: "Life is too precious to be trusted to uncertainties. I leave you, Peyton, unknown to all but Caesar, and I recommend him to your mercy. But there is a care that weighs me to the earth. Look at my aged and infirm parent. He will be reproached for the supposed crime of his son. Look at those helpless sisters that I leave behind me without a protector. Prove to me that you love us all. Let the clergyman whom you will bring with you unite you this night to Francis, and become at once brother, son, and husband." The paper fell from the hands of Frances, and she endeavored to raise her eyes to the face of Dunwoodie, but they sank abashed to the floor. "Am I worthy of this confidence? Will you send me out this night to meet my own brother? Or will it be the officer of Congress in quest of the officer of Britain? And would you do less of your duty because I am your wife, Major Dunwoodie? In what degree would it be better condition of Henry? Henry, I repeat, is safe. The word of Harper is his guarantee. But I will show the world a bridegroom," continued the youth, perhaps deceiving himself a little, "who is equal to the duty of arresting the brother of his bride." "And will the world comprehend this refinement?" said Frances, with a musing air that lighted 1,000 hopes in the bosom of her lover. In fact, the temptation was mighty indeed. There seemed no other way to detain Dunwoodie until the fatal hour had elapsed. The words of Harper himself, who had so lately told her that openly he could do but little for Henry, and that everything depended upon gaining time, were deeply engraved upon her memory. Perhaps there was also a fleeting thought of the possibility of an eternal separation from her lover, should he proceed and bring back her brother to punishment. It is difficult at all times to analyze human emotion, and they pass through the sensitive heart of a woman with the rapidity and nearly with the vividness of lightning. "Why do you hesitate, dear Frances?" cried Dunwoodie, who was studying her varying countenance. "A few minutes might give me a husband's claim to protect you." Frances grew giddy. She turned an anxious eye to the clock, and the hand seemed to linger over its face, as if with intent to torture her. "Speak, Frances," murmured Dunwoodie. "May I summon my good kinswoman? Determine, for time presses." She endeavored to reply, but could only whisper something that was inaudible, but which her lover, with the privilege of immemorial custom, construed into assent. He turned and flew to the door, when his mistress recovered her voice. "Stop, Peyton! I cannot enter into such a solemn engagement with a fraud upon my conscience. I have seen Henry since his escape, and time is all important to him. Here is my hand. If with this knowledge of the consequence of the delay you will not reject it, it is freely yours." "Reject it!" cried the delightful youth. "I take it as the richest gift of heaven. There is time enough for us all. 2 hours will take me through the hills, and by noon tomorrow I will return with Washington's pardon for your brother, and Henry will help to enliven our nuptials." "Then meet me here in 10 minutes," said Frances, greatly relieved by unburdening her mind, and filled with the hope of securing Henry's safety, "and I will return and take those vows which will bind me to you forever." Dunwoodie paused only to press her once into his bosom, and flew to communicate his wishes to the priest. Miss Peyton received the avowal of her niece with infinite astonishment and a little displeasure. It was violating all the order and decorum of a wedding to get it so hastily, and with so little ceremony. But Frances, with modest firmness, declaring that her resolution was taken. She had long possessed the consent of her friends, and their nuptials for months had only waited her pleasure. She had now promised Dunwoodie, and it was her wish to comply. More she dared not to say without committing herself, by entering into explanations that might endanger Birch or Harper, or both. Unused to contention, and really much attached to the kinsman, the feeble objections of Miss Peyton gave way to the firmness of her niece. Mr. Wharton was too completely a convert to the doctrine of passive obedience and non-resistance to withstand any solicitation from an officer of Dunwoodie's influence in the rebel armies, and the maid returned to the apartment accompanied by her father and aunt, at the expiration of the time that she had fixed. Dunwoodie and the clergyman was already there. Frances, silently and without the affectation of reserve, placed in his hand the wedding ring of her own mother, and after some little time spent in arranging Mr. Wharton and herself, Miss Peyton suffered the ceremony to proceed. The clock stood directly before the eyes of Frances, and she turned many an anxious glance at the dial. But the solemn language of the priest soon caught her attention, and her mind became intent upon the vows she was uttering. The ceremony was quickly over, and the clergyman closed the words of benediction. The clock told the hour of 9. This was the time that Harper had deemed so important, and Frances felt as if a mighty load was at once removed from her heart. Dunwoodie folded her in his arms, saluted the mild aunt again and again, and shook Mr. Wharton and the divine repeatedly by the hands. In the midst of the felicitation, a tap was heard at the door. It was opened, and Mason appeared. "We are in the saddle," said the lieutenant, "and with your permission I will lead on, as you are so well mounted. You can overtake us at your leisure." Yes, my good fellow, march," cried Dunwoodie, gladly seizing an excuse to linger. "I will reach you at the first halt." The subaltern retired to execute these orders. He was followed by Mr. Wharton and the divine. "Now, Peyton," said Frances, "it is indeed a brother that you seek. I am sure I need not caution you in his behalf, should you unfortunately find him." "Say fortunately," cried the youth, "for I am determined he shall yet dance at my wedding. Would that I could win him to our cause. It is the cause of his country, and I could fight with more pleasure, Frances, with your brother by my side. "Oh, mention it not! You awaken terrible reflections." "I will not mention it," returned her husband. "But I must now leave you. But the sooner I go, Frances, the sooner I shall return." The noise of a horseman was heard approaching the house, and Dunwoodie was yet taking leave of his bride and her aunt, when an officer was shown into the room by his own man. The gentleman wore the dress of an aide-de-camp, and the major at once knew him to be one of the military family of Washington. "Major Dunwoodie," he said, after bowing to the ladies, "the commander-in-chief has directed me to give you these orders." He executed his mission, and pleading duty, took his leave immediately. "Here, indeed," cried the major, "is an unexpected turn in the whole affair. But I understand it. Harper has got my letter, and already we feel his influence." "Have you news affecting Henry?" cried Frances, springing to his side. "Listen, and you shall judge. Sir, upon the receipt of this, you will concentrate your squadron so as to be in front of the covering party which the enemy has sent up in front of his foragers, by 10 o'clock tomorrow, on the heights of Croton, where you will find a body of foot to support you. The escape of the English spy has been reported to me, but his arrest is unimportant compared with this duty I now assign you. You will, therefore, recall your men, if any are in pursuit, and endeavor to defeat the enemy forthwith. Your obedient servant, George Washington." "Thank God!" cried Dunwoodie. "My hands are washed of Henry's recapture. I can now move to my duty with honor." "And with prudence, too, dear Peyton," said Frances, with a face as pale as death. "Remember, Dunwoodie, you leave behind your new claims on your life." The youth dwelt on her lovely but pallid features with rapture, and as he folded her to his heart, exclaimed, "For your sake, I will, lovely innocent." Frances sobbed a moment on his bosom, and he tore himself from her presence. Miss Peyton retired with her niece, to whom she conceived it necessary, before they separated for the night, to give an admonitory lecture on the subject of matrimonial duty. Her instruction was modestly received, if not properly digested. We regret that history has not handed down to us this precious dissertation, but the result of all our investigation has been to learn that it partook largely of those peculiarities which are said to tincture the rules prescribed to govern bachelors' children. We shall now leave the ladies of the Wharton family, and return to Captain Wharton and Harvey Birch. End of chapter 31.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Betsy Bush. Marquette, Michigan, January 2006. The Spy by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 32. Allow him not a parting word, short of the shrift and sure the cord. Rokeby. The peddler and his companion soon reached the valley, and after pausing to listen, and hearing no sounds which announced that pursuers were abroad, they entered the highway. Acquainted with every step that led through the mountains, and possessed of sinews inured to toil, Birch led the way, with the lengthened strides that were peculiar to the man and his profession. His pack alone was wanting to finish the appearance of his ordinary business air. At times, when they approached one of those little posts held by the American troops, with which the Highlands abounded, he would take a circuit to avoid the sentinels, and plunge fearlessly into a thicket, or ascend a rugged hill that to the eye seemed impassable. But the peddler was familiar with every turn in their difficult route, knew where the ravines might be penetrated, or where the streams were fordable. In one or two instances, Henry thought that their further progress was absolutely at an end, but the ingenuity or knowledge of his guide conquered every difficulty. After walking at a great rate for 3 hours, they suddenly diverged from the road, which inclined to the east, and held their course directly across the hills in a due south direction. This movement was made, the peddler informed his companion, in order to avoid the parties who constantly patrolled in the southern entrance of the highlands, as well as to shorten the distance by traveling in a straight line. After reaching the summit of a hill, Harvey seated himself by the side of a little run, and opening a wallet that he had slung where his pack was commonly suspended, he invited his comrade to partake of the coarse fare it contained. Henry had kept pace with the peddler, more by the excitement natural to his situation than by the equality of his physical powers. The idea of a halt was unpleasant, so long as there existed a possibility of the horse getting below him in time to intercept their retreat through the neutral ground. He therefore stated his apprehensions to his companion, and urged a wish to proceed. "Follow my example, Captain Wharton," said the peddler, commencing his frugal meal. "If the horse have started, it will be more than man can do to head them, and if they have not, work is cut out for them. That will drive all thoughts of you and me from their brains." "You said yourself that 2 hours' detention was all important to us, and if we loiter here, of what use will be the advantage that we have already obtained?" "The time is past, and Major Dunwoodie thinks little of following 2 men when hundreds are waiting for him on the banks of the river." "Listen," interrupted Henry. "There are horses at this moment passing the foot of the hill. I hear them even laughing and talking to each other. Hist! There is the voice of Dunwoodie himself. He calls to his comrade in a manner that shows but little uneasiness. One would think that the situation of his friend would lower his spirits. Surely Francis could not have given him the letter." On hearing the first exclamation of the captain, Birch arose from his seat, and approached cautiously to the brow of the hill, taking care to keep his body in the shadow of the rocks, so as to be unseen at any distance, and earnestly reconnoitered the group of passing horsemen. He continued listening until their quick footsteps were no longer audible, and then quietly returned to his seat, and with incomparable coolness resumed his meal. "You have a long walk and a tiresome one before you, Captain Wharton. You had better do as I do. You were eager for food at the hut above Fishkill, but traveling seems to have worn down your appetite." "I thought myself safe then, but the information of my sister fills me with uneasiness, and I cannot eat." "You have less reason to be troubled now than at any time since the night before you were taken, when you refused my advice, and an offer to you in safety," returned the peddler. "Major Dunwoodie is not a man to laugh and be gay when his friend is in difficulty. Come, then, and eat, for no horse will be in our way if we can hold our legs for 4 hours longer, and the sun keeps behind the hills as long as common." There was a composure in the peddler's manner that encouraged his companion, and having once determined to submit to Harvey's government, he suffered himself to be persuaded into a tolerable supper, if quantity be considered without any reference to the quality. After completing their repast, the peddler resumed his journey. Henry followed in blind submission to his will. For 2 hours more they struggled with the difficult and dangerous passes of the highlands, without road or any other guide than the moon, which was traveling the heavens, now wading through flying clouds, and now shining brightly. At length they arrived at a point where the mountains sank into rough and unequal hillocks, and passed at once from the barren sterility of the precipices to the imperfect culture of the neutral ground. The peddler now became more guarded in the manner in which they proceeded, and took divers precautions to prevent meeting any moving parts of the Americans. With the stationary posts he was too familiar to render it probable he might fall upon any of them unawares. He wound among the hills and vales, now keeping the highways and now avoiding them, with a precision that seemed instinctive. There was nothing elastic in his tread, but he glided over the ground with enormous strides, and a body bent forward, without appearing to use exertion or know weariness. The moon had set, and a faint streak of light was beginning to show itself in the east. Captain Wharton ventured to express a sense of fatigue, and to inquire if they were not yet arrived at a part of the country where it might be safe to apply at some of the farmhouses for admission. "See here," said the peddler, pointing to a hill at a short distance in the rear. "Do you not see a man walking on the point of that rock? Turn so as to bring the daylight in the range. Now, see, he moves, and seems to be looking earnestly at something to the eastward. 200 of the regular troops lay on that hill, no doubt sleeping on their arms." "Then," cried Henry, "let us join them, and our danger is ended." "Softly, softly, Captain Wharton," said the peddler dryly. "You've once been in the midst of 300 of them, but there was a man who could take you out. See you not yon dark body on the side of the opposite hill, just above the cornstalks? There are the rebels, since that is the word for us loyal subjects, waiting only for day to see who will be master of the ground." "Nay, then," exclaimed the fiery youth, "I will join the troops of my prince, and share their fortune, be it good or be it bad." "You forget that you fight with a halter round your neck. No, no, I have promised one whom I must not disappoint, to carry you safe in, and unless you forget what I have already done, and what I have risked for you, Captain Wharton, you will turn and follow me to Harlem." To this appeal the youth felt unwillingly obliged to submit, and they continued their course towards the city. It was not long before they gained the banks of the Hudson. After searching for a short time under the shore, the peddler discovered a skiff that appeared to be an old acquaintance, and entering it with his companion, he landed him on the south shore of the Croton. Here Birch declared they were in safety, for the royal troops held the Continentals at bay, and the former were out in too great strength for the light parties of the latter to trust themselves below that river, on the immediate banks of the Hudson. Throughout the whole of the arduous flight, the peddler had manifested a coolness and presence of mind that nothing appeared to disturb. All his faculties seemed to be of more than usual perfection, and the infirmities of nature to have no dominion over him. Henry had followed him like a child in leading strings, and he now reaped his reward, as he felt a bound of pleasure at his heart, on hearing that he was relieved from apprehension and permitted to banish every doubt of security. A steep and laborious ascent brought them from the level of the tide-waters to the high lands that form, in this part of the river, the eastern banks of the Hudson. Retiring a little from the highway, under the shelter of a thicket of cedars, the peddler threw his form on a flat rock, and announced to his companion that the hour for rest and refreshment had at length arrived. The day was now opened, and objects could be seen in the distance with distinctness. Beneath them lay the Hudson, stretching to the south in a straight line as far as the eye could reach. To the north, the broken fragments of the highlands threw upwards their lofty heads, above masses of fog that hung over the water, and by which the course of the river could be traced into the bosom of hills whose conical summits were grouping together, one behind another, in that disorder that might be supposed to have succeeded their gigantic but fruitless efforts to stop the progress of the flood. Emerging from these confused piles, the river, as if rejoicing at its release from the struggle, expanded into a wide bay, which was ornamented by a few fertile and low points that jutted humbly into its broad basin. On the opposite or western shore, the rocks of Jersey were gathered into an array that has obtained for them the name of the Palisades, elevating themselves for many 100 feet, as if to protect the rich country in their rear from the inroads of the conqueror. But, disdaining such an enemy, the river swept proudly by their feet, and held its undeviating way to the ocean. A ray of the rising sun darted upon the slight cloud that hung over the placid river, and at once the whole scene was in motion, changing and assuming new forms, and exhibiting fresh objects in each successive moment. At the daily rising of this great curtain of nature, at the present time, scores of white sails and sluggish vessels are seen thickening on the water, with the air of life which denotes the neighborhood to the metropolis of a great and flourishing empire. But to Henry and the peddler it displayed only the square yards and lofty masts of a vessel of war, riding a few miles below them. Before the fog had begun to move, the tall spars were seen above it, and from one of them a long pennant was feebly borne abroad in the current of night air that still quivered along the river. But as the smoke arose, the black hull, the crowded and complicated mass of rigging, and the heavy yards and booms, spreading their arms afar, were successively brought into view. "There, Captain Wharton," said the peddler, "there is a safe resting-place for you. America has no arm that can reach you if you gain the deck of that ship. She is sent up to cover the foragers and support the troops. The regular officers are fond of the sound of cannon from their shipping." Without condescending to reply to the sarcasm conveyed in this speech, or perhaps not noticing it, Henry joyfully acquiesced in the proposal, and it was accordingly arranged between them that, as soon as they were refreshed, he would endeavor to get on board the vessel. While busily occupied in the very indispensable operation of breaking their fast, our adventurers were startled with the sound of distant firearms. At first a few scattering shots were fired, which were succeeded by a long and animated roll of musketry, and then quick and heavy volleys followed each other. "Your prophecy is made good," cried the English officer, springing upon his feet. "Our troops and the rebels are at it. I would give 6 months' pay to see the charge." "Humph," returned his companion, without ceasing his meal. "They do very well to look at from a distance. I can't say but the company of this bacon, cold as it is more to my taste, just now, than a hot fire from the Continentals. The discharges are heavy for so small a force, but the fire seems irregular." "The scattering guns are from the Connecticut militia," said Harvey, raising his head to listen. "They rattle it off finely, and are no fools at a mark. The volleys are the rig'lars who, you know, fire by word as long as they can." "I like not the warmth of what you call a scattering fire," exclaimed the captain, moving about with uneasiness. "It is more like the roll of a drum than skirmishers shooting." No, I said not scrimmagers," returned the other, raising himself upon a knee, and ceasing to eat. "So long as they stand, they are too good for the best troops in the Royal Army. Each man does his work as if fighting by the job, and then they think while they fight, and don't send bullets to the clouds that were meant to kill men on earth." "You talk and look, sir, as if you wished them success," said Henry sternly. "I wish success to the good cause only, Captain Wharton. I thought you knew me too well to be uncertain which party I favored." "Oh, you are reputed loyal, Mr. Birch, but the volleys have ceased." Both now listened intently for a little while, during which the irregular reports became less brisk, and suddenly heavy and repeated volleys followed. "They've been at the bayonet," said the peddler. "The rig'lars have tried the bayonet, and the rebels are driven." "Aye, Mr. Birch, the bayonet is the thing for the British soldier, after all. They delight in the bayonet." "Well, to my notion," said the peddler, "there's but little delight to be taken in any such fearful weapon. I dare say the militia are of my mind, for half of them don't carry the ugly things. Lord, Captain, I wish you'd go with me once into the rebel camp, and hear what lies the men will tell about Bunker Hill and Bergeen. You'd think they loved the bayonet as much as they do their dinners." There was a chuckle and an air of affected innocency about his companion that rather annoyed Henry, and he did not deign to reply. The firing now became desultory, occasionally intermingled with heavy volleys. Both of the fugitives were standing, listening with much anxiety, when a man, armed with a musket, was seen stealing towards them under the shelter of the cedar bushes that partially covered the hill. Henry first observed this suspicious-looking stranger, and instantly pointed him out to his companion. Birch started, and certainly made an indication of sudden flight. But recollecting himself, he stood in sullen silence until the stranger was in a few yards of them. "'Tis friends," said the fellow, clubbing his gun, but apparently afraid to venture nearer. "You had better retire," said Birch. "Here are rig'lars at hand. We are not near Dunwoodie's horse now, and you will not find me an easy prize to-day." "Damn Major Dunwoodie and his horse!" cried the leader of the Skinners, for it was he. "God bless King George, and a speedy end to the rebellion, say I. If you would show me the safe way in to the refugees, Mr. Birch, I'll pay you well, and ever after stand your friend in the bargain." "The road is as open to you as to me," said Birch, turning from him in ill-concealed disgust. "If you want to find the refugees, you know well where they lay." "Aye, but I'm a little doubtful of going in upon them by myself. Now, you are well known to them all, and it will be no detriment to you just to let me go in with you." Henry here interfered, and after holding a short dialogue with the fellow, he entered into a compact with him, that, on condition of surrendering his arms, he might join the party. The man complied instantly, and Birch received his gun with eagerness. Nor did he lay it upon his shoulder to renew their march before he had carefully examined the priming, and ascertained to his satisfaction that it contained a good dry ball cartridge. As soon as this engagement was completed, they commenced their journey anew. By following the bank of the river, Birch led the way, free from observation, until they reached the point opposite to the frigate, when, by making a signal, a boat was induced to approach. Some time was spent, and much precaution used, before the seamen would trust themselves ashore. But Henry, having finally succeeded in making the officer who commanded the party credit his assertions, he was able to rejoin his companions in arms in safety. Before taking leave of Birch, the captain handed him his purse, which was tolerably well supplied for the times. The peddler received it, and, watching an opportunity, he conveyed it, unnoticed by the Skinner, to a part of his dress that was ingeniously contrived to hold such treasures. The boat pulled from the shore, and Birch turned on his heel, drawing his breath, like one relieved, and shot up the hills with the strides for which he was famous. The Skinner followed, and each party pursued the common course, casting frequent and suspicious glances at the other, and both maintaining a most impenetrable silence. Wagons were moving along the river road, and occasional parties of horse were seen escorting the fruit of the inroad towards the city. As the peddler had views of his own, he rather avoided falling in with any of these patrols than sought their protection. But after traveling a few miles on the immediate banks of the river, during which, notwithstanding the repeated efforts of the Skinner to establish something like sociability, he maintained a more determined silence, keeping a firm hold on the gun, and always maintaining a jealous watchfulness of his associate, the peddler suddenly struck into the highway, with an intention of crossing the hills towards Harlem. At the moment he gained the path, a body of horse came over a little eminence, and was upon him before he perceived them. It was too late to retreat, and after taking a view of the materials that composed this party, Birch rejoiced in the rencounter as a probable means of relieving him from his unwelcome companion. There were some 18 or 20 men, mounted and equipped as dragoons, though neither their appearance nor manners denoted much discipline. At their head rode a heavy, middle-aged man, whose features expressed as much of animal courage and as little of reason as could be desired for such an occupation. He wore the dress of an officer, but there was none of that neatness in his attire, nor grace in his movements, that was usually found about the gentlemen who bore the royal commission. His limbs were firm, but not pliable, and he sat his horse with strength and confidence, but his bridle hand would have been ridiculed by the meanest rider amongst the Virginians. As he expected, this leader instantly hailed the peddler, in a voice by no means more conciliating than his appearance. "Hey, my gentleman, which way so fast?" he cried. "Has Washington sent you down as spies?" "I am an innocent peddler," returned Harvey meekly, "and am going below to lay in a fresh stock of goods." "And how do you expect to get below, my innocent peddler? Do you think we hold the forts at King's Bridge to cover such peddling rascals as you, in your goings in and comings out?" "I believe I hold a pass that will carry me through," said the peddler, handing him a paper with an air of indifference. The officer, for such he was, read it, and cast a look of surprise and curiosity at Harvey when he was done. Then, turning to one or two of his men who had officiously stopped the way, he cried, "Why do you detain the man? Give way and let him pass in peace. But whom have we here? Your name is not mentioned in the pass." "No, sir," said the Skinner, lifting his hat with humility. "I have been a poor deluded man who has been serving in the rebel army, but, thank God, I've lived to see the error of my ways, and am now come to make reparation by enlisting under the Lord's anointed." "Umph! A deserter, a Skinner, I'll swear, wanting to turn cowboy. In the last brush I had with the scoundrels, I could hardly tell my own men from the enemy. We are not over well supplied with coats, and as for countenances, the rascals change sides so often that you may as well count their faces for nothing. But trudge on. We will contrive to make use of you sooner or later." Ungracious as was this reception, if you could judge of the Skinner's feelings from this manner, it nevertheless delighted him. He moved with alacrity towards the city, and really was so happy to escape the brutal looks and frightful manner of his interrogator as to lose sight of all other considerations. But the man who performed the functions of orderly in the irregular troop rode up to the side of his commander, and commenced a close and apparently a confidential discourse with his principal. They spoke in whispers, and cast frequent and searching glances at the Skinner, until the fellow began to think himself an object of more than common attention. His satisfaction at this distinction was somewhat heightened at observing a smile on the face of the captain, which, although it might be thought grim, certainly denoted satisfaction. This pantomime occupied the time they were passing a hollow, and concluded as they rose another hill. Here the captain and his sergeant both dismounted, and ordered the party to halt. The two partisans each took a pistol from his holster, a movement that excited no suspicion or alarm, as it was a precaution always observed, and beckoned to the peddler and the Skinner to follow. A short walk brought them to a spot where the hill overhung the river, the ground falling nearly perpendicularly to the shore. On the brow of the eminence stood a deserted and dilapidated barn. Many boards of its covering were torn from their places, and its wide doors were lying, the one in front of the building and the other halfway down the precipice, whither the wind had cast it. Entering this desolate spot, the refugee officer very coolly took from his pocket a short pipe, which, from long use, had acquired not only the hue but the gloss of ebony, a tobacco box, and a small roll of leather that contained steel, flint, and tinder. With this apparatus he soon furnished his mouth with a companion that habit had long rendered necessary to reflection. So soon as a large column of smoke arose from the arrangement, the captain significantly held forth a hand towards his assistant. A small cord was produced from the pocket of the sergeant and handed to the other. The refugee threw out vast puffs of smoke until nearly all of his head was obscured, and looked round the building with an inquisitive eye. At length he removed the pipe, and inhaling a draught of pure air, returned it to its domicile, and proceeded at once to business. A heavy piece of timber lay across the girths of the barn, but a little way from the southern door, which opened directly upon a full view of the river as it stretched far away towards the Bay of New York. Over this beam the refugee threw one end of the rope, and, regaining it, joined the two parts in his hand. A small and weak barrel, that wanted a head, the staves of which were loose, and at one end standing apart, were left on the floor, probably as useless. The sergeant, in obedience to a look from his officer, placed it beneath the beam. All of these arrangements were made with composure, and they now seemed completed to the officer's perfect satisfaction. "Come," he said coolly to the Skinner, who, admiring the preparations, had stood a silent spectator of their progress. He obeyed, and it was not until he found his neckcloth removed and hat thrown aside that he took the alarm. But he had so often resorted to a similar expedient to extort information or plunder, that he by no means felt the terror an unpractised man would have suffered at these ominous movements. The rope was adjusted to his neck with the same coolness that formed the characteristic of the whole movement, and a fragment of board being laid upon the barrel, he was ordered to mount. "But it may fall," said the Skinner, for the first time beginning to tremble. "I will tell you anything, even how to surprise our party at the pond, without all this trouble, and it is commanded by my own brother." "I want no information," returned his executioner, for such he now seemed really to be. Throwing the rope repeatedly over the beam, first drawing it tight so as to annoy the Skinner a little, and then casting the end from him, beyond the reach of anyone. "This is joking too far," cried the Skinner, in a tone of remonstrance, and raising himself on his toes, with the vain hope of releasing himself from the cord, by slipping his head through the noose. But the caution and experience of the refugee officer had guarded against this escape. "What have you done with the horse you stole from me, rascal?" muttered the officer of the cowboys, throwing out columns of smoke while he waited for a reply. "He broke down in the chase," replied the Skinner quickly, "but I can tell you where one is to be found that is worth him and his sire." "Liar! I will help myself when I am in need. You had better call upon God for aid, as your hour is short." On concluding this consoling advice, he struck the barrel a violent blow with his heavy foot, and the slender staves flew in every direction, leaving the Skinner whirling in the air. As his hands were unconfined, he threw them upwards, and held himself suspended by main strength. "Come, Captain," he said coaxingly, a little huskiness creeping into his voice, and his knees beginning to shake with tremor. "End the joke. 'Tis enough to make a laugh, and my arms begin to tire. I can't hold on much longer." "Harkee, Mr. Peddler," said the refugee, in a voice that would not be denied. "I want not your company. Through that door lies your road. March. Offer to touch that dog, and you'll swing in his place, though 20 Sir Henrys wanted your services." So saying, he retired to the road with the sergeant, as the peddler precipitately retreated down the bank. Birch went no further than a bush that opportunely offered itself as a screen to his person, while he yielded to an unconquerable desire to witness the termination of this extraordinary scene. Left alone, the Skinner began to throw fearful glances around to espy the hiding-places of his tormentors. For the first time, the horrid idea seemed to shoot through his brain that something serious was intended by the cowboy. He called entreatingly to be released, and made rapid and incoherent promises of important information, mingled with affected pleasantry at their conceit, which he would hardly admit to himself could mean anything so dreadful as it seemed. But as he heard the tread of the horses moving on their course, and in vain looked around for human aid, violent trembling seized his limbs, and his eyes began to start from his head with terror. He made a desperate effort to reach the beam, but too much exhausted from his previous exertions, he caught the rope in his teeth in a vain effort to sever the cord, and fell to the whole length of his arms. Here his cries were turned into shrieks. "Help! Cut the rope! Captain! Birch! Good peddler! Down with the Congress! Sergeant! For God's sake, help! Hooray for the Queen! Oh, God! Oh, God! Mercy! Mercy! Mercy!" As his voice became suppressed, one of his hands endeavored to make its way between the rope and his neck, and partially succeeded, but the other fell quivering by his side. A convulsive shuddering passed over his whole frame, and he hung a hideous corpse. Birch continued gazing on this scene with a kind of infatuation. At its close he placed his hands to his ears and rushed towards the highway. Still the cries for mercy rang through his brain, and it was many weeks before his memory ceased to dwell on the horrid event. The cowboys rode steadily on their route, as if nothing had occurred, and the body was left swinging in the wind until chance directed the wandering footsteps of some lonely straggler to the place. End of chapter 32. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Betsy Bush, Marquette, Michigan, January 2006. The Spy by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 33. Green be the turf above thee, friend of my better days. None knew thee but to love thee, none named thee but to praise. Halleck. While the scenes and events that we have recorded were occurring, Captain Lawton led his small party by slow and wary marches from the four corners to the front of a body of the enemy, where he so successfully maneuvered for a short time as completely to elude all their efforts to entrap him, and yet so disguised his own forces as to excite the constant apprehension of an attack from the Americans. This forbearing policy on the side of the partisan was owing to positive orders received from his commander. When Dunwoody left his detachment, the enemy were known to be slowly advancing, and he directed Lawton to hover around them until his own return and the arrival of a body of foot might enable him to intercept their retreat. The trooper discharged his duty to the letter, but with no little of the impatience that made part of his character when restrained from the attack. During these moments, Betty Flanagan guided her little cart with indefatigable zeal among the rocks of Westchester, now discussing with the sergeant the nature of evil spirits, and now combating with the surgeon sundry points of practice that were hourly arising between them. But the moment arrived that was to decide the temporary mastery of the field. A detachment of the eastern militia moved out from their fastnesses and approached the enemy. The junction between Lawton and his auxiliaries was made at midnight, and an immediate consultation was held between him and the leader of the foot soldiers. After listening to the statements of the partisan, who rather despised the prowess of his enemy, the commandant of the party determined to attack the British, the moment daylight enabled him to reconnoiter their position, without waiting for the aid of Dunwoody and his horse. So soon as this decision was made, Lawton retired from the building where the consultation was held, and rejoined his own small command. The few troops who were with the captain had fastened their horses in a spot adjacent to a haystack, and laid their own frames under its shelter to catch a few hours' sleep. But Dr. Sitgreaves, Sergeant Hollister, and Betty Flanagan were congregated at a short distance by themselves, having spread a few blankets upon the dry surface of a rock. Lawton threw his huge frame by the side of the surgeon, and holding his cloak about him, leaned his head upon one hand, and appeared deeply engaged in contemplating the moon as it waded through the heavens. The sergeant was sitting upright, in respectful deference to the surgeon, and the washerwoman was now raising her head, in order to vindicate some of her favorite maxims, and now composing it to sleep. "So, Sergeant," continued Sitgreaves, following up a previous position, "if you cut upwards, the blow, by losing the additional momentum of your weight, will be less destructive and at the same time effect the true purpose of war, that of disabling your enemy." "Pooh-pooh, Sergeant dear," said the washerwoman, raising her head from the blanket. "Where's the harm of taking a life just in the way of battle? Is it the Wrigglers who show favor, and they fighting? Ask Captain Jack there if the country would be free and the boys no strike their might. I wouldn't make them disparage the whiskey so much." "It is not to be expected that an ignorant female like yourself, Mrs. Flanagan," returned the surgeon, with a calmness that only rendered his contempt more stinging to Betty, "can comprehend the distinctions of surgical science. Neither are you accomplished in the sword exercise, so that dissertations upon the judicious use of the weapon could avail you nothing either in theory or in practice." It's hut little I care, anyway, for such botherment, but fighting is no play, and a body shouldn't be particular how they strike or who they hit, so it's the enemy."
"Are we likely to have a warm day, Captain Lawton?"
"'Tis more than probable," replied the trooper. "These militia seldom fail of making a bloody field, either by their cowardice or their ignorance, and the real soldier is made to suffer for their bad conduct." "Are you ill, John?" said the surgeon, passing his hand along the arm of the captain, until it instinctively settled on his pulse. But the steady, even beat announced neither bodily nor mental malady. "Sick at heart, Archibald, at the folly of our rulers in believing that battles are to be fought and victories won by fellows who handle a musket as they would a flail, lads who wink when they pull a trigger and form a line like a hoop-pole. The dependence we plan on these men spills the best blood of the country." The surgeon listened with amazement. It was not the matter, but the manner that surprised him. The trooper had uniformly exhibited on the eve of battle an animation and an eagerness to engage that was directly at variance with the admirable coolness of his manner at other times. But now there was a despondency in the tones of his voice, and a listlessness in his air, that was entirely different. The operator hesitated a moment to reflect in what manner he could render this change of service in furthering his favorite system, and then continued, "It would be wise, John, to advise the colonel to keep a long shot. A spent ball will disable." "No," exclaimed the trooper impatiently. "Let the rascals singe their whiskers at the muzzles of the British muskets, if they can be driven there. But enough of them. Archibald, do you deem that moon to be a world like this, containing creatures like ourselves?" "Nothing more probable, dear John. We know its size, and, reasoning from analogy, may easily conjecture its use. Whether or not its inhabitants have attained to that perfection in the sciences which we have acquired, must depend greatly on the state of its society, and in some measure upon its physical influences." "I care nothing about their learning, Archibald, but 'tis a wonderful power that can create such worlds, and control them in their wanderings. I know not why, but there is a feeling of melancholy excited within me as I gaze on that body of light, shaded as it is by their fancied sea and land. It seems to be the resting place of departed spirits." "Take a drop, darling," said Betty, raising her head once more, and proffering her own bottle. "'Tis the night damp that chills the blood, and then the talk with the cursed militia is no good for a fiery temper. Take a drop, darling, and you'll sleep till the morning. I fed Roanoke myself, for I thought he might need hard riding the morrow." "'Tis a glorious heaven to look upon," continued the trooper in the same tone, disregarding the offer of Betty, "and 'tis a thousand pities that such worms as men should let their vile passions deface such godly work." "You speak the truth, dear John. There is room for all to live and enjoy themselves in peace, if such could be satisfied with his own. Still, war has its advantages. It particularly promotes the knowledge of surgery, and—" "There is a star," continued Lawton, still bent on his own ideas, "struggling to glitter through a few driving clouds. Perhaps that, too, is a world, and contains its creatures endowed with reason like ourselves. Think you that they know of war and bloodshed?" "If I might be so bold," said Sergeant Hollister, mechanically raising his hand to his cap. "'Tis mentioned in the good book that the Lord made the sun to stand still while Joshua was charging the enemy, in order, sir, as I suppose, that they might have daylight to turn their flank, or perhaps make a feint in the rear, or some such maneuver. Now, if the Lord would lend them a hand, fighting cannot be sinful. I have often been nonplussed, though, to find that they used them chariots instead of heavy dragoons, who are, in all comparison, better to break a line of infantry, and who, for the matter of that, would turn such wheel carriages, and getting into the rear, play the very devil with them, horse and all." "It is because you do not understand the construction of those ancient vehicles, Sergeant Hollister, that you judge of them so erroneously," said the surgeon. "They were armed with sharp weapons that protruded from their wheels, and such broke up the columns of foot, like dismembered particles of matter. I doubt now if similar instruments were affixed to the carts of Miss Flanagan, that great confusion might be carried into the ranks of the enemy thereby, this very day." "It's but little that the mare would go, and the rig'lars firing at her. grumbled Betty from under her blankets. "When we got the plunder, the time we drove them through the Jarseys it was, I had to back the baste up to the dead, for the divil the foot would she move. Forn'th the firing, wide her eyes open. Roanoke and Captain Jack are good enough for the redcoats, letting alone myself and the mare." A long roll of the drums from the hill occupied by the British announced that they were on the alert, and a corresponding signal was immediately heard from the Americans. The bugle of the Virginians struck up its martial tones, and in a few moments both the hills, the one held by the royal troops and the other by their enemies, were alive with armed men. Day had begun to dawn, and preparations were making by both parties to give and to receive the attack. In numbers the Americans had greatly the advantage, but in discipline and equipment the superiority was entirely with their enemies. The arrangements for the battle were brief, and by the time the sun rose the militia moved forward. The ground did not admit of the movements of horse, and the only duty that could be assigned to the dragoons was to watch the moment of victory, and endeavor to improve the success to the utmost. Lawton soon got his warriors into the saddle, and leaving them to the charge of Hollister, he rode himself along the line of foot, who, in varied dresses and imperfectly armed, were formed in a shape that in some degree resembled a martial array. A scornful smile lowered about the lip of the trooper as he guided Roanoke with a skillful hand through the windings of their ranks, and when the word was given to march, he turned the flank of the regiment and followed close in the rear. The Americans had to descend into a little hollow and rise a hill on its opposite side to approach the enemy. The descent was made with tolerable steadiness until near the foot of the hill, when the royal troops advanced in a beautiful line, with their flanks protected by the formation of the ground. The appearance of the British drew a fire from the militia, which was given with good effort, and for a moment staggered the regulars. But they were rallied by their officers and threw in volley after volley with great steadiness. For a short time the fire was warm and destructive, until the English advanced with the bayonet. This assault the militia had not sufficient discipline to withstand. Their line wavered, then paused, and finally broke into companies and fragments of companies, keeping up at the same time a scattering and desultory fire. Lawton witnessed these operations in silence, nor did he open his mouth until the field was covered with parties of the flying Americans. Then, indeed, he seemed stung with the disgrace thus heaped upon the arms of his country. Spurring Roanoke along the side of the hill, he called to the fugitives in all the strength of his powerful voice. He pointed to the enemy and assured his countrymen that they had mistaken the way. There was such a mixture of indifference and irony in his exhortations that a few paused in surprise. More joined them until, roused by the example of the trooper and stimulated by their own spirit, they demanded to be led against their foe once more. "Come on, then, my brave friends," shouted the trooper, turning his horse's head towards the British line, one flank of which was very near him. "Come on and hold your fire until it will scorch their eyebrows." The men sprang forward and followed his example, neither giving nor receiving a fire until they had come within a very short distance of the enemy. An English sergeant, who had been concealed by a rock, enraged with the audacity of the officer who thus dared their arms, stepped from behind his cover and leveled his musket. "Fire and you die!" cried Lawton, spurring his charger, which leapt forward at that instant. The action and the tone of his voice shook the nerves of the Englishman, who drew his trigger with an uncertain aim. Roanoke sprang with all his feet from the earth, and plunging fell headlong and lifeless at the feet of his destroyer. Lawton kept his feet, standing face to face with his enemy. The latter presented his bayonet and made a desperate thrust at the trooper's heart. The steel of their weapons emitted sparks of fire, and the bayonet flew 50 feet in the air. At the next moment its owner lay a quivering corpse. "Come on!" shouted the trooper, as a body of English appeared on the rock and threw in a close fire. "Come on!" he repeated, and brandished his saber fiercely. Then his gigantic form fell backward, like a majestic pine yielding to the axe. But still, as he slowly fell, he continued to wield his saber, and once more the deep tones of his voice were heard uttering, "Come on!" The advancing Americans paused aghast, and, turning, they abandoned the field to the royal troops. It was neither the intention nor the policy of the English commander to pursue his success, for he well knew that strong parties of the Americans would soon arrive. Accordingly, he only tarried to collect his wounded, and forming in a square, he commenced his retreat towards the shipping. Within 20 minutes of the fall of Lawton, the ground was deserted by both English and Americans. When the inhabitants of the country were called upon to enter the field, they were necessarily attended by such surgical advisers as were furnished by the low state of the profession in the interior at that day. Dr. Sitgreaves entertained quite as profound a contempt for the medical attendants of the militia as the captain did of the troops themselves. He wandered therefore around the field, casting many a glance of disapprobation at the slight operations that came under his eye. But when, among the flying troops, he found that his comrade and friend was nowhere to be seen, he hastened back to the spot at which Hollister was posted, to inquire if the trooper had returned. Of course, the answer was in the negative. Filled with 1,000 uneasy conjectures, the surgeon, without regarding, or indeed without at all reflecting upon any dangers that might lie in his way, strode over the ground at an enormous rate, to the point where he knew the final struggle had been. Once before, the surgeon had rescued his friend from death in a similar situation, and he felt a secret joy in his own conscious skill as he perceived Betty Flanagan seated on the ground, holding in her lap the head of a man whose size and dress he knew could belong only to the trooper. As he approached the spot, the surgeon became alarmed at the aspect of the washerwoman. Her little black bonnet was thrown aside, and her hair, which was already streaked with gray, hung around her face in disorder. "John, dear John," said the doctor tenderly, as he bent and laid his hand upon the senseless wrist of the trooper, from which it recoiled with an intuitive knowledge of his fate. "John, where are you hurt? Can I help you?"
"Ye talk to the senseless clay," said Betty, rocking her body and unconsciously playing with the raven ringlets of the trooper's hair. "It's no more will he hear, and it's but little will he mind your probes and your medicines. Achone, and where will be the liberty now, or who will there be to fight the battle or gain the day?"
"John," repeated the surgeon, still unwilling to believe the evidence of his unerring senses. "Dear John, speak to me. Say what you will, that you do but speak. O God, he is dead. Would that I had died with him."
"There is but little use in living and fighting now," said Betty. "Both him and the baste. See, there is the poor creature, and here is the master. I fed the horse with my own hands the day, and the last meal that he ate was of my own cooking. Achone, achone! That Captain Jack should live to be killed by the regulars."
"John, my dear John," said the surgeon with convulsive sobs, "thy hour has come, and many a more prudent man survives thee, but none better nor braver. Oh, John, thou wert to me a kind friend and very dear. It is unphilosophical to grieve, but for thee I must weep in bitterness of heart." The doctor buried his face in his hands, and for several minutes sat yielding to an ungovernable burst of sorrow, while the washerwoman gave vent to her grief in words, moving her body in a kind of writhing, and playing with different parts of her favorite's dress with her fingers.
"And who will there be to encourage the boys now?" she said. "Oh, Captain Jack, ye was the soul of the troop, and it was but little we knowed of the danger in ye fighting. Och! He was no manly-mouthed that quarrelled wid a widowed woman for the matter of a burn in the mate, or the want of a breakfast. Taste a drop, darling, and it may be 'twill revive ye. Och! And he'll niver taste agin. Here's the doctor, honey, him he used to blarney wid, wapping as if the poor soul would die for ye. Och, he's gone, and the liberty is gone with him."
A thundering sound of horses' feet came rolling along the road which led near the place where Lawton lay, and directly the whole body of Virginians appeared, with Dunwoodie at their head. The news of the captain's fate had reached him, for the instant that he saw the body he halted the squadron, and dismounting approached the spot. The countenance of Lawton was not in the least distorted, but the angry frown which had lowered over his brow during the battle was fixed even in death. His frame was composed and stretched as in sleep. Dunwoodie took hold of his hand and gazed a moment in silence. His own dark eye kindled, and the paleness which had overspread his features was succeeded by a spot of deep red in either cheek. "With his own sword I will avenge him," he cried, endeavoring to take the weapon from the hand of Lawton, but the grasp resisted his utmost strength. "It shall be buried with him. Sitgreaves, take care of our friend, while I revenge his death." The major hastened back to his charger, and led the way in pursuit of the enemy. While Dunwoody had been thus engaged, the body of Lawton lay in open view of the whole squadron. He was a universal favorite, and the sight inflamed the men to the utmost. Neither officers nor soldiers possessed that coolness which is necessary to ensure success in military operations. They spurred after their enemies, burning for vengeance. The English were formed in a hollow square, which contained their wounded, who were far from numerous, and were marching steadily across a very uneven country as the dragoons approached. The horse charged in column, and were led by Dunwoody, who, burning with revenge, thought to ride through their ranks and scatter them at a blow. But the enemy knew their own strength too well, and standing firm, they received the charge on the points of their bayonets. The horses of the Virginians recoiled, and the rear rank of the foot throwing in a close fire, the major, with a few men, fell. The English continued their retreat the moment they were extricated from their assailants, and Dunwoody, who was severely but not dangerously wounded, recalled his men from further attempts, which must be fruitless. A sad duty remained to be fulfilled. The dragoons retired slowly through the hills, conveying their wounded commander in the body of Lawton. The latter they interred under the ramparts of one of the Highland forts, and the former they consigned to the tender care of his afflicted bride. Many weeks were gone before the major was restored to sufficient strength to be removed. During those weeks, how often did he bless the moment that gave him a right to the services of his beautiful nurse! She hung around his couch with fond attention, administered with her own hands every prescription of the indefatigable Sitgreaves, and grew each hour in the affections and esteem of her husband. An order from Washington soon sent the troops into winter quarters, and permission was given to Dunwoody to repair at his own plantation with the rank of lieutenant colonel, in order to complete the restoration of his health. Captain Singleton made one of the party, and the whole family retired from the active scenes of the war, to the ease and plenty of the major's own estate. Before leaving Fishkill, however, letters were conveyed to them through an unknown hand, acquainting them with Henry's safety and good health, and also that Colonel Wellmere had left the continent for his native land, lowered in the estimation of every honest man in the royal army. It was a happy winter for Dunwoody, and smiles once more began to play around the lovely mouth of Frances. End of Chapter 33.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on March 11th, 2006. The Spy, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 34. Midst furs and silks and jewels' sheen, he stood in simple Lincoln green, the centre of the glittering ring, and Snowdon's knight is Scotland's king. Lady of the Lake, by Sir Walter Scott. The commencement of the following year was passed on the part of the Americans in making great preparations, in conjunction with their allies, to bring the war to a close. In the South, Greene and Rawdon made a bloody campaign that was highly honorable to the troops of the latter, but which, by terminating entirely to the advantage of the former, proved him to be the better general of the two. New York was the point that was threatened by the allied armies, and Washington, by exciting a constant apprehension for the safety of that city, prevented such reinforcements from being sent to Cornwallis as would have enabled him to improve his success. At length, as autumn approached, every indication was given that the final moment had arrived. The French forces drew near to the royal lines, passing through the neutral ground, and threatened an attack in the direction of the King's Bridge, while large bodies of Americans were acting in concert. By hovering round the British posts and drawing nigh in the Jerseys, they seemed to threaten the royal forces from that quarter also. The preparations partook of the nature of both a siege and a storm, but Sir Henry Clinton, in the possession of intercepted letters from Washington, rested within his lines, and cautiously disregarded the solicitations of Cornwallis for succour. It was at the close of a stormy day in the month of September that a large assemblage of officers was collected near the door of a building that was situated in the heart of the American troops who held the Jerseys. The age, the dress, and the dignity of deportment of most of these warriors indicated them to be of high rank, but to one in particular was paid a deference and obedience that announced him to be of the highest. His dress was plain, but it bore the usual military distinctions of command. He was mounted on a noble animal of a deep bay, and a group of young men in gayer attire evidently awaited his pleasure and did his bidding. Many a hat was lifted as its owner addressed this officer, and when he spoke, a profound attention, exceeding the respect of mere professional etiquette, was exhibited on every countenance. At length the general raised his own hat and bowed gravely to all around him. The salute was returned, and the party dispersed, leaving the officer without a single attendant except his body servants and one aide-de-camp. Dismounting, he stepped back a few paces, and for a moment viewed the condition of his horse with the eye of one who well understood the animal, and then, casting a brief but expressive glance at his aide, he retired into the building, followed by that gentleman. On entering an apartment that was apparently fitted for his reception, he took a seat, and continued for a long time in a thoughtful attitude, like one in the habit of communing much with himself. During this silence the aide-de-camp stood in expectation of his orders. At length the general raised his eyes and spoke in those low, placid tones that seemed natural to him. "Has the man whom I wished to see arrived, sir?" "He waits the pleasure of your Excellency." "I will receive him here, and alone, if you please." The aide bowed and withdrew. In a few moments the door opened again, and a figure gliding into the apartment stood modestly at a distance from the general without speaking. His entrance was unheard by the officer, who sat gazing at the fire, still absorbed in his own meditations. Several minutes passed, when he spoke to himself in an undertone. "Tomorrow we must raise the curtain and expose our plans. May Heaven prosper them." A slight movement made by the stranger caught his ear, and he turned his head and saw that he was not alone. He pointed silently to the fire, toward which the figure advanced, although the multitude of his garments, which seemed more calculated for disguise than comfort, rendered its warmth unnecessary. A second mild and courteous gesture motioned to a vacant chair, but the stranger refused it with a modest acknowledgment. Another pause followed, and continued for some time. At length the officer arose, and, opening a desk that was laid upon the table near which he sat, he took from it a small but apparently heavy bag. "Harvey Birch," he said, turning toward the stranger, "the time has arrived when our connection must cease. Henceforth and forever we must be strangers." The peddler dropped the folds of the greatcoat that concealed his features, and gazed for a moment earnestly at the face of the speaker. Then he dropped his head upon his bosom. He said meekly, "If it be your Excellency's pleasure." "It is necessary. Since I have filled the station which I now hold, it has become my duty to know many men who, like yourself, have been my instruments in procuring intelligence. You have I trusted more than all. I early saw in you a regard to truth and principle that, I am pleased to say, has never deceived me. You alone know my secret agents in the city, and on your fidelity depend not only their fortunes, but their lives. He paused as if to reflect in order that full justice might be done to the peddler, and then continued, "I believe you are one of the very few that I have employed who have acted faithfully to our cause, and while you have passed as a spy of the enemy, have never given intelligence that you were not permitted to divulge. To me, and to me only of all the world, you seem to have acted with a strong attachment to the liberties of America." During this address, Harvey gradually raised his head from his bosom until it reached the highest point of elevation. A faint tinge gathered in his cheeks, and, as the officer concluded, it was diffused over his whole countenance in a deep glow, while he stood proudly swelling with his emotions, but with eyes that sought the feet of the speaker. "It is now my duty to pay you for these services. Hitherto you have postponed receiving your reward, and the debt has become a heavy one. I wish not to undervalue your dangers. Here are 100 doubloons. Remember the poverty of our country, and attribute to it the smallness of your pay." The peddler raised his eyes to the countenance of the speaker, but as the other held forth the money, he moved back, as if refusing the bag. "It is not much for your services and risks, I acknowledge," continued the general, "but it is all that I have to offer. Hereinafter it may be in my power to increase it." "Does your Excellency think that I have exposed my life and blasted my character for money?" "If not for money, what then?" "What has brought your Excellency into the field? For what do you daily and hourly expose your precious life to battle and the halter? What is there about me to mourn when such men as you risk their all for our country? No, not a dollar of your gold will I touch. Poor America has need of it all." The bag dropped from the hand of the officer and fell at the feet of the peddler, where it lay neglected during the remainder of the interview. The officer looked steadily at the face of his companion, and continued, "There are many motives which might govern me, that to you are unknown. Our situations are different. I am known as the leader of armies, but you must descend into the grave with the reputation of a foe to your native land. Remember that the veil which conceals your true character cannot be raised in years, perhaps never." Birch again lowered his face, but there was no yielding of the soul in the movement. "You will soon be old. The prime of your days is already past. What have you to subsist on?" "These," said the peddler, stretching forth his hands that were already embrowned with toil. "But those may fail you. Take enough to secure a support in your age. Remember your risks and cares. I have told you that the characters of men who are much esteemed in life depend on your secrecy. What pledge can I give them of your fidelity?" "Tell them," said Birch, advancing and unconsciously resting one foot on the bag, "tell them that I would not take the gold." The composed features of the officer relaxed into a smile of benevolence, and he grasped the hand of the peddler firmly. "Now, indeed, I know you, and although the same reasons which have hitherto compelled me to expose your valuable life will still exist, and prevent my openly asserting your character, in private I can always be your friend. Fail not to apply to me when in want or suffering, and so long as God giveth to me, so long will I freely share with the man who feels so nobly and acts so well. If sickness or want should ever assail you, and peace once more smile upon our efforts, seek the gate of him to whom you have so often met as Harper, and he will not blush to acknowledge you." "It is little I need in this life," said Harvey. So long as God gives me health and honest industry, I can never want in this country, but to know that your Excellency is my friend is a blessing that I prize more than all the gold of England's treasury." The officer stood for a few moments in the attitude of intense thought. He then drew to him the desk, and wrote a few lines on a piece of paper, and gave it to the peddler. "That Providence destines this country to some great and glorious fate I must believe, while I witness the patriotism that pervades the bosoms of her lowest citizens," he said. "It must be dreadful to a mind like yours to descend into the grave, branded as a foe to liberty, but you already know the lives that would be sacrificed should your real character be revealed. It is impossible to do you justice now, but I fearlessly entrust you with this certificate. Should we never meet again, it may be serviceable to your children." "Children!" exclaimed the peddler. "Can I give to family the infamy of my name?" The officer gazed at the strong emotion he exhibited with pain, and he made a slight movement toward the gold, but was arrested by the expression of his companion's face. Harvey saw the intention and shook his head as he continued more mildly, "It is indeed a treasure that your Excellency gives me. It is safe, too. There are men living who could say that my life was nothing to me compared to your secrets. The paper that I told you was lost, I swallowed when taken last by the Virginians. It was the only time I ever deceived your Excellency, and it shall be the last. Yes, this is indeed a treasure to me, perhaps," he continued with a melancholy smile. "Perhaps it may be known after my death who was my friend. But if it should not, there are none to grieve for me." "Remember," said the officer with strong emotion, "that in me you will always have a secret friend, but openly I cannot know you." I know it, said Birch. "I knew it when I took the service. 'Tis probably the last time that I shall ever see your Excellency. May God pour down his choicest blessings on your head." He paused and moved towards the door. The officer followed him with eyes that expressed deep interest. Once more the peddler turned and seemed to gaze on the placid but commanding features of the general with regret and reverence, and, bowing low, he withdrew. The armies of America and France were led by their illustrious commander against the enemy under Cornwallis, and terminated a campaign in triumph that had commenced in difficulties. Great Britain soon after became disgusted with the war, and the States' independence was acknowledged. As years rolled by, it became a subject of pride among the different actors in the war and their descendants to boast of their efforts in the cause which had confessedly heaped so many blessings upon their country. But the name of Harvey Birch died away among the multitude of agents who were thought to have labored in secret against the rights of their countrymen. His image, however, was often present to the mind of the powerful chief, who alone knew his true character, and several times did he cause secret inquiries to be made into the other's fate, one of which only resulted in any success. By this he learned that a peddler of a different name but similar appearance was toiling through the new settlements that were springing up in every direction, and that he was struggling with the advance of years and apparent poverty. Death prevented further inquiries on the part of the officer, and a long period passed before he was again heard of. End of chapter 34. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on March 11th, 2006. The Spy by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 35. Some village Hampton that with dauntless breast the village tyrant of his fields withstood, some mute inglorious Milton here may rest, some Cromwell guiltless of his country's blood. Gray. It was 33 years after the interview which we have just related that an American army was once more arrayed against the troops of England. But the scene was transferred from Hudson's banks to those of the Niagara. The body of Washington had long lay mouldering in the tomb, but as time was fast obliterating the slight impressions of political enmity or personal envy, his name was hourly receiving new lustre, and his worth and integrity each moment became more visible, not only to his countrymen but to the world. He was already the acknowledged hero of an age of reason and truth, and many a young heart among those who formed the pride of our army in 1814 was glowing with the recollection of the one great name of America, and inwardly beating with the sanguine expectation of emulating in some degree its renown. In no one were these virtuous hopes more vivid than in the bosom of the young officer who stood on the Table Rock contemplating the great cataract on the evening of the 25th of July of that bloody year. The person of this youth was tall and finely moulded, indicating a just proportion between strength and activity. His deep black eyes were of a searching and dazzling brightness. At times, as they gazed upon the flood of waters that rushed tumultuously at his feet, there was a stern and daring look that flashed from them, which denoted the ardor of an enthusiast. But this proud expression was softened by the lines of a mouth around which there played a suppressed archness that partook of feminine beauty. His hair shone in the setting sun like ringlets of gold, as the air from the falls gently moved the rich curls from a forehead whose whiteness showed that exposure and heat alone had given their darker hue to a face glowing with health. There was another officer standing by the side of this favored youth, and both seemed, by the interest they betrayed, to be gazing for the first time at the wonder of the western world. A profound silence was observed by each, until the companion of the officer that we have described suddenly startled, and, pointing eagerly with his sword into an abyss beneath, exclaimed, "See, Wharton! There is a man crossing the very eddies of the cataract, and in a skiff no bigger than an eggshell." "He has a knapsack. It is probably a soldier," returned the other. "Let us meet him at the ladder, Mason, and learn his tidings." Some time was expended in reaching the spot where the adventurer was intercepted. Contrary to the expectations of the young soldiers, he proved to be a man far advanced in life, and evidently no follower of the camp. His years might be 70, and they were indicated more by the thin hairs of silver that lay scattered over his wrinkled brow than by any apparent failure of his system. His frame was meagre and bent, but it was the attitude of habit, for the sinews were strung with the toil of half a century. His dress was mean, and manifested the economy of its owner by the number and nature of its repairs. On his back was a scantily furnished pack that led to the mistake of his profession. A few words of salutation, and on the part of the young men of surprise that one so aged should venture so near the whirlpools of that cataract, were exchanged, when the old man inquired, with a voice that began to manifest the tremor of age, the news from the contending armies. "We whipped the redcoats here the other day among the grass on the Chippewa plains," said the one called Mason. "Since when we've been playing hide-and-go-seek with the ships, but now we are marching back from where we started, shaking our heads and as surly as the devil." "Perhaps if you have a son among the soldiers," said his companion with a milder demeanor and an air of kindness. "If so, Tell me his name and regiment, and I will take you to him." The old man shook his head. Passing his hand over his silver locks with an air of meek resignation, he answered, "No, I am alone in the world." "You should have added, Captain Dunwoodie," cried his careless comrade, "if you could find either, for nearly half our army has marched down the road, and may be at this time under the walls of Fort George, for anything that we know to the contrary." The old man stopped suddenly, and looked earnestly from one of his companions to the other. The action being observed by the soldiers, they paused also. "Did I hear right?" the stranger uttered, raising his hand to screen his eyes from the rays of the setting sun. "What did he call you?" "My name is Wharton Dunwoodie," replied the youth, smiling. The stranger motioned silently for him to remove his hat, which the youth did accordingly, and his fair hair blew aside like curls of silk, and opened the whole of his ingenious countenance to the inspection of the other. "'Tis like our native land," exclaimed the old man with vehemence, "improving with time. God has blessed both." "Why do you stare thus, Lieutenant Mason?" cried Captain Dunwoodie, laughing a little. "You show more astonishment than when you saw the falls." "Oh, the falls! They are a thing to be looked at on a moonshiny night by your Aunt Sarah and that gay old bachelor, Colonel Singleton. But a fellow like myself never shows surprise, unless it may be at such a touch as this." The extraordinary vehemence of the stranger's manner had passed away as suddenly as it was exhibited. But he listened to this speech with deep interest, while Dunwoodie replied, a little gravely, "Come, come, Tom, no jokes about my good aunt, I beg. She is kindness itself, and I have heard it whispered that her youth was not altogether happy." "Why, as to rumor," said Mason, "there goes one in Accomac that Colonel Singleton offers himself to her regularly every Valentine's Day. And there are some who add that your old great-aunt helps his suit." "Aunt Jeanette!" said Dunwoodie, laughing. "Dear good soul! She thinks but little of marriage in any shape, I believe, since the death of Dr. Sitgreaves. There were some whispers of a courtship between them formerly, but it ended in nothing but civilities, and I suspect that the whole story arises from the intimacy of Colonel Singleton and my father. You know, they were comrades in the horse, as indeed was your own father." "I know all that, of course. But you must not tell me that the particular prim bachelor goes so often to General Dunwoodie's plantation merely for the sake of talking old soldier with your father. The last time I was there, that yellow sharp-nosed housekeeper of your mother's took me into the pantry and said that the colonel was no despisable match, as she called it, and how the sale of his plantation in Georgia had brought him, oh, Lord, I don't know how much." "Quite likely," returned the captain. "Katy Haynes is no bad calculator." They had stopped during this conversation in uncertainty whether their new companion was to be left or not. The old man listened to each word as it was uttered with the most intense interest, but toward the conclusion of the dialogue the earnest attention of his countenance changed to a kind of inward smile. He shook his head, and, passing his hands over his forehead, seemed to be thinking of other times. Mason paid but little attention to the expression of his features, and continued, "To me she is selfishness embodied." "Her selfishness does but little harm," returned Dunwoodie. "One of her greatest difficulties is her aversion to the blacks. She says that she never saw but one that she liked." "And who was he?" "His name was Caesar. He was a house-servant of my late grandfather, Wharton. You don't remember him. I believe he died in the same year with his master, while we were children. Katy yearly sings his requiem, and upon my word I believe he deserved it. I have heard something of his helping my English uncle, as we call General Wharton, in some difficulty that occurred in the old war. My mother always speaks of him with great affection. Both Caesar and Katy came to Virginia with my mother when she married." "My mother was—" "An angel," interrupted the old man, in a voice that startled the young soldiers by its abruptness and energy. "Did you know her?" cried the son, with a glow of pleasure in his cheek. The reply of the stranger was interrupted by sudden and heavy explosions of artillery, which were immediately followed by continued volleys of small arms, and in a few minutes the air was filled with the tumult of a warm and well-contested battle. The two soldiers hastened with precipitation upon the camp, accompanied by their new acquaintance. The excitement and anxiety created by the approaching fight prevented a continuance of the conversation, and the three held their way to the army, making occasional conjectures on the cause of the fire and the probability of a general engagement. During their short and hurried walk, Captain Dunwoodie, however, threw several friendly glances at the old man, who moved over the ground with astonishing energy for his years, for the heart of the youth was warmed by a eulogium on a mother that he adored. In a short time they joined the regiment to which the officers belonged, when the captain, squeezing the stranger's hand, earnestly begged that he would make inquiries after him on the following morning, and that he might see him in his own tent. Here they separated. Everything in the American camp announced an approaching struggle. At a distance of a few miles, the sound of cannon and musketry was heard above the roar of the cataract. The troops were soon in motion, and a movement made to support the division of the army which was already engaged. Night had set in before the reserve and irregulars reached the foot of Lundy's Lane, a road that diverged from the river and crossed a conical eminence at no great distance from the Niagara highway. The summit of this hill was crowned with the cannon of the British, and in the flat beneath was the remnant of Scott's gallant brigade, which, for a long time, had held an unequal contest with distinguished bravery. A new line was interposed, and one column of the Americans directed to charge up the hill parallel to the road. This column took the English in flank, and, bayoneting their artillerists, gained possession of the cannon. They were immediately joined by their comrades, and the enemy was swept from the hill. But large reinforcements were joining the English general momentarily, and their troops were too brave to rest easy under the defeat. Repeated and bloody charges were made to recover the guns, but in all they were repulsed with slaughter. During the last of these struggles, the ardor of the youthful captain whom we have mentioned urged him to lead his men some distance in advance, to scatter a daring party of the enemy. He succeeded, but in returning to the line missed his lieutenant from the station that he ought to have occupied. Soon after this repulse, which was the last, orders were given to the shattered troops to return to the camp. The British were nowhere to be seen, and preparations were made to take in such of the wounded as could be moved. At this moment, Wharton Dunwoodie, impelled by affection for his friend, seized a lighted fusee, and, taking two of his men, went himself in quest of his body, where he was supposed to have fallen. Mason was found on the side of the hill, seated with great composure, but unable to walk from a fractured leg. Dunwoodie saw, and flew to the side of his comrade, saying, "Ah, dear Tom, I knew I should find you the nearest man to the enemy." "Softly, softly, handle me tenderly," replied the lieutenant. "No, there is a brave fellow still nearer than myself, and who he can be I know not. He rushed out of our smoke, near my platoon, to make a prisoner or some such thing, but, poor fellow, he never came back. There he lies, just over the hillock. I have spoken to him several times, but I fancy he is past answering." Dunwoodie went to the spot, and to his great astonishment beheld the aged stranger. "It is the old man who knew my mother," cried the youth. "For her sake he shall have an honorable burial. Lift him, let him be carried in. His bones shall rest on native soil." The men approached to obey. He was lying on his back, with his face exposed to the glaring light of the fusee. His eyes were closed, as if in slumber. His lips, sunken with years, were slightly moved from their natural position, but it seemed more like a smile than a convulsion which had caused the change. A soldier's musket lay near him. His hands were pressed upon his breast, and one of them contained a substance that glittered like silver. Dunwoodie stooped and removed the limbs. perceived the place where the bullet had found passage to his heart. The subject of his last care was a tin box, through which the fatal lead had gone, and the dying moments of the old man must have been passed in drawing it from his bosom. Dunwoodie opened it, and found a paper in which, to his astonishment, he read the following: "Circumstances of political importance, which involve the lives and fortunes of many, have hitherto kept secret what this paper now reveals. Harvey Birch has for years been a faithful and unrequited servant of his country. Though man does not, may God reward him for his conduct." Signed, George Washington. It was the spy of the neutral ground, who had died as he had lived, devoted to his country, and a martyr to her liberties. So ends chapter 35, and this concludes The Spy by James Fenimore Cooper.